Well, day one was special at Glasgow 2014. Some outstanding performances, an amazing atmosphere at all the venues, and the home nation already among the medals. A total of 20 golds have been won at the 20th Commonwealth Games so far. 22 more to be competed for on day two, and we're about to enjoy some sports we haven't seen up till now. England lead the medals table after day one with 17. They're also the top gold medal winners so far with 6. Australia have a total of 15 medals at the moment. Host nation Scotland have 10, 4 of them gold. Then it's India, Canada and New Zealand. We've lawn bowls coming up for you. The number of events has gone up from 6 to 10, with para events included for the first time since Manchester 2002, along with 4s for men and women. We've seen the start of the women's hockey at Glasgow Green. The men's competition is about to get underway. World number 1 side Australia are looking to make it 5 Commonwealth titles out of 5. India against Wales is the first match we will see. More judo action to come at the SECC as the sport returns to the schedule for the first time in 12 years. The mixed team event in the badminton at the Emirates Arena continues. Shooting getting underway at Carnoustie. India have topped the shooting medal table at the last 2 Commonwealth Games. In rhythmic gymnastics, it's the individual all-around final at the Hydro venue. The Lawn Bowls will be played against the most stunning of backdrops, the world-renowned Kelvin Grove Art Gallery and Museum, and the Victorian buildings of Glasgow University in the background as well. If there's any need for inspiration, it's staring you in the face. And the greens are pristine.
My name's Craig Collins and I'm the greenkeeper here at Kelvin Grove Bowling Greens. If you look on Google and you write in Kelvin Grove Lawn Bowls, you'll see pictures from here from, I'm guessing, over 100 years old, and they're all black and white pictures, and the greens look amazing then. You can still see the university in the background, and it's just amazing. But these greens now have just been reconstructed in 2010. The company that I work for, Fairway Sports Ground, they completely reconstructed the greens. There's 6 greens here, and the 5 greens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 will be used for the games. So they completely ripped out the old greens. The turf wasn't wasted. We've got quite a few public courses in Glasgow that you can play on, and any turf that we took off the old bowling greens got reused on the golf courses there. So everything is completely brand new. Drainage, root zone, turf. They've done all the paths, they've done all the bankings, because usually you would have turf bankings on the bowling greens, but it's a lot of maintenance, so they've went towards the AstroTurf. And it's really little work at all, you know. We just have to power wash it once or twice a year, you know, and then keep it nice and moss free and things like that. This is a cold season grass. We've got bent and fescue grasses, and they're cold season grasses. In Australia and America and things like that, they have Bermuda grasses, which are warm season grasses, and that's like the majority. Speaking to the Australian bowlers, they have Tift Wharf on their greens, which is it's a much kind of firmer grass which can handle a lot more wear. You can cut it shorter and it can definitely handle the heat much better. But on these greens, as cold season grasses, you can't cut them down too short. They're weaker. I mean, they can still hold up to a lot of playing things, but you just need to watch with them. You can't cut them too short, and especially in warm temperature, you need to make sure you keep them irrigated. So I usually do them irrigating at night because I won't be able to do it during the games if they're playing on them. On a bowling green, it has to be perfectly flat, because when the bowlers are bowling, the ball has a bias on it, and if your greens aren't level, and when they're using a bias, it won't curve the way they want it to curve. So that's what I find actually harder. Seeing on a golf green, you can get away with having a wee slope here and there, but on the bowling greens, you do a lot of work with putting on sand on your greens to get any low and high bits out. I can't wait. Obviously it's quite nerve-wracking. I just want everything to be perfect. I want the bowlers to be happy, I want my boss to be happy, I want everyone to be happy, you know. Just make sure everything's going nice and smoothly. But I'm really excited to see them on TV, and obviously it's going around the whole world as well, so I mean no pressure or nothing, you know, just hopefully it goes well, you know.
In lawn bowls, the objective is simple. Roll your bowl closer to the jack. That's a smaller ball than your opponent, and you score a point. In singles, the winner is the first player to reach 21 points. In pairs, triples and fours, a set number of ends are played, and the total score decides the winner. If you're confused, all will become clearer as time goes on and we hear from our experts with their input. In terms of favourite countries going into the bowls, well, Australia's squad is young but strong, led by 2012 World Singles Champion Karen Murphy. New Zealand's Joe Edwards and Val Smith form a formidable partnership in the women's pairs, while South Africa include world silver medalist Bobby Donnelly and defending champion Tracy Lee Botha and Susan Nell. Welshman Robert Wheel has won 2 Commonwealth titles and 6 medals in total over 28 years, defending champions Natalie Melmore and Ellen Faulkner again play for England, along with Stuart Airy, who took silver in Delhi. 9 of the 10 players selected by Scotland have played in a combined total of 20 previous games, with world number 1 Paul Foster heading the pack. The green and the blue, it really is a wonderful scene around Kelvingrove. Don't expect this weather all the time in Glasgow. Later on we will be at the shooting at the Bannybudden Centre in Carnoustie, and here's what it's all about.
The shooting competition is one of our optional or host sports for Glasgow 2014. Shooting is being included based on the strength of the Scottish team. It was Scotland's most successful medal event sport in Delhi in the 2010 Commonwealth Games, and I guess another feature is that it involves more than 40 nations from around the Commonwealth. The shooting competition for Glasgow 2014 will take place at the Bannybudden Shooting Centre, which will be adjacent to the famous Carnoustie Golf Course.
I currently have 2 gold and 1 bronze medal from Commonwealth Games in Delhi 2010. I'm really looking forward to competing on home turf. I used to shoot cadet stuff at Bannybudden as a kid, so I think it's going to be really special.
In the shadow of World Golf's famous venue, Carnoustie, shooting coming your way later on. Glasgow 2014, the 20th Commonwealth Games. Let's have a word on judo.
Judo is one of our 7 optional sports or host sports chosen by the host CGA during the bid phase for the Commonwealth Games. Scotland have traditionally performed very well in the judo competition, and that's not surprising why it was included as one of the 7 optional or host sports for the Games. The judo competition will take place at the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre, one of Glasgow's shining lights in terms of multi-purpose venues.
I went to see a concert in it. I got to see what it would kind of feel like when you turn around and you see all the flashing lights of the cameras, and I was looking up thinking, this could be what I'm walking into, this is something I could experience.
A gold each for the Rennicks sisters already for home nation Scotland in judo. As we set the scene for some of the sports coming your way. What about gymnastics?
Gymnastics is one of the 7 optional host sports for the Glasgow 2014 Commonwealth Games. Gymnastics was first hosted in the Commonwealth Games in Edmonton in 1978, and after a couple of games break, it returned to Auckland in 1990 and has been hosted as part of the Commonwealth Games ever since. The gymnastics competition will take place at the brand new state-of-the-art SSE Hydro Arena, and we're certainly looking forward to seeing world-class athletes perform there.
It's an incredible, exciting new venue based on the Coliseum in Rome. So it's going to be spectacular, thrilling. Some of the best athletes in the world are coming to Glasgow, and it's going to be quite a showcase.
This is the Games Channel at Glasgow 2014. We're going to concentrate on bowls on day 2. In the men's triples, it's Australia against Papua New Guinea. Spectators taking their places. That's the Papua New Guinea triples lineup. Conditions couldn't be much better.
Less than a minute to go until the countdown clock is on the screen. I want to hear who we've got in here supporting. If you are supporting England, give me a big cheer. Have we got any Aussies in the house? Now we're less than a minute to go.
So in the men's triples, Australia against Papua New Guinea. Let's join our commentators at Kelvin Grove, Paul Mitchell and John Price.
Time for one last one. Have we got any Scots in the house?
Australia and England 2 out of 2. Pakistan and Falkland Island have dropped both.
We're going to count the players down from 10 to the start of the games.
Doreen Strachan from Scotland is our marker this morning.
Okay, get ready. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring it on, Glasgow.
Well, we're ready to get underway. Play between Australia and Papua New Guinea on rink 7, the second green here at Kelvin Grove. Papua Papua New Guinea will have the red discs on their balls, and Australia will have the blue.
Rudy, couple of things.
That's a nice improvement by Patrick Adekima. Wherever you're watching around the world, very good morning from Glasgow. I'm Paul Mitchell. Alongside me is John Price.
Good morning, Paul. Beautiful day again, and this should be a good match. Australia, one of the fancy trios. PNG played well against Malaysia, and they're no mean three. This could be very interesting.
Well, Papua New Guinea handled the defeat against Malaysia well by coming back and beating Pakistan. So they feel they're very much in this. Nice, well played again.
A very good start from your lead. That's what you want, Paul.
Up off the backhand. Looking just to come in. That's in a very good place. It's well played. Nathan Rice. Let's see what Harry Tutara can do. Well, they're line the shot, but Australia will like the position, John.
Exactly, it's very good position, Paul. A couple of balls just past the jack. Nathan Rice. He's going wait at it. Very big drive.
Well, you've got to be careful, and that's one of the dangers, obviously, just lifted out his own, and all of a sudden the head looks better for Papua New Guinea, but it just gives you an insight in how Australia want to play this game. They're not going to let things stand.
Well, it's a typical Aussie game, really. Draw and drive, that's the conditions they play under, Paul, and I'm not sure it's going to be the answer on these type of greens.
So Lucas Roika. Papua New Guinea skip. His first ball of the morning.
Again, buddy.
It's not one that you'll remember, Paul.
Certainly not. Matt Flapper. Well, does wind up and goes for it. Oh, perfect. Well, he nipped that out beautifully. A high five from the coach as well. Papua New Guinea know what they're up against now.
Well, that's the Aussie game, and he executed that very well. Great strike.
And then, can he replace it? Just wants to face the ball, he's going to run through. Trying to urge it up. Well, it's 2 shots to Australia. Well, really thanks to the skip on that occasion. Good build-up play. Wayne Rudiger, Nathan Rice. That was really an impressive drive.
Yeah, a very good strike there, Paul. He's a big lad as well. He can send him at quite a rate of knots.
Yeah, they left the green in a hurry, didn't they? There's something to be said the first time you play heavy in a game to get that hit and as cleanly, as beautifully as that.
Yeah, it was a very good strike. Needed the side of it to get it away without moving the jack, and he got it absolutely spot on.
Rudy. Johnny, Mike.
So in terms of ball colour, Patrick Iwakima is bowling red, Harry Dutara is bowling blue, Lucas Roika is bowling green, which makes it nice and easy. The Aussies, a combination of very light coloured white balls or a speckle. There's of course play with their own bowls, they're not given bowls for the competition. Hence the multitude of colours.
Yeah, it's all the colours of the rainbow these days, Paul. Used to be black and brown traditional. Lots of changes in the game in recent years. Some for the good and some for the bad.
Well, we've seen some wonderful bowls already in terms of colour. I was watching one rink yesterday, it might have been the Welsh, that had almost a rhubarb and custard look to their bowls.
Good first day, Mike.
Rhubarb and custard, I've never heard of that.
Red and yellow.
Red and yellow.
And a big splodge.
Green speed.
Well, his lead was well off the pace, so Harry Dutara has to get in here. It's better played. Wants the ball.
Similar white, Mike. Similar blue.
So we're on end number 2 of this 2-ball triples. 18 ends are played. And you can usually get that in the time limit of 2 hours and 15 minutes at the maximum time. If Papua New Guinea have learned anything, they've learned that having one ball in the head is never enough.
Yeah, certainly right with there. Matt Flapper will attack anything, any chance he gets.
Matt Flapper from Ocean Grove, Victoria, in Australia. Off the forehand.
Yeah, Mike.
Difficult position here for Lucas Roika. He's got the bowl in front of the jack, but nothing past the jack. Lots of problems there.
Will he be tempted just to come round and play for position just now? You don't want to lose a 4 or a 5, which potentially they could do if that jack moves.
Yeah, it's a good call, Paul. I think he got that right. He's going deep. Cover the 2 deepest Australian bowls. And that's the best back.
All the way through, perhaps just a little bit too far. You wanted just to come to the 2 back Aussie bowls and split them up.
Exactly. This, Matt Flapper's using a bit of controlled weight here, so if he gets the right connection, he's on the wide side, not going to get back.
But what's worrying from a Papua New Guinea point of view is they left that opportunity without particularly. I don't think he could have closed off the chance, but he had to get the ball in between those 5 at the back.
Exactly. They've looked a bit vulnerable on both these opening ends. They've stolen a single, possibly. maybe one to Aussies.
1 red, 1 Papua New Guinea. Let's see what length Patrick Harikima goes for. He's bringing it long. He certainly struggled at the last end. He was well short with both.
Yeah, that was very predictable. I think they're going to go long because they're afraid of the Aussies attacking everything on a short length. Pretty good call.
I think what they need to do is possibly move it into the park that's behind us, John. Because I tell you what, Matt Flapper does look deadly.
And he's got good technique, and he said he's a big lad.
He's got power.
Power's there.
As he made the adjustment, being called on by the skip, which is usually a bad sign. Needed an extra touch.
That's a good reply.
One blue, 1 Australia. Well, it looks better. And one for the shot, line jack high.
Doesn't look a bad rink, this actually. It's drawing quite nicely.
Well, we watched the other green yesterday, John, and we did notice 1 or 2 odd little runs here and there. This does look pretty true.
You're always going to get situations outdoor where you're going to get little straighteners and little holdaways on certain rinks. It's an outdoor arena after all, Paul. It's not easy to get a perfect surface. You never will.
No. But it adds to the game. As frustrating as it can be from a player's point of view. Doesn't want to promote, and he has just knocked up Wayne Rudiger's ball.
Back to the jack off the blue.
And from our angle, that may well be the shot. Well, Nathan Royce is pushing that forward as he comes down. Usually I'm sure sign that it's short.
Well, the Aussies holding 1. Easy access though. Sure Lucas Royer will play his backhand, just try to get underneath that short ball, blue ball. Little polish on the ball.
You can almost feel the sweat already starting to develop, so just making sure the hand is dry.
First ball, mate.
Well, needed to be there.
Hold, mate.
Not sure he was going to reach anyway.
Yeah, just under the line as well, Paul. Good attempt. Lucas Royker, you could afford to be slightly on the wide side. He's got the blue ball he could use. Get a little angle off that. Better wide rather than tight. Doesn't want to be inside and get the Aussie ball in. Short ball 2 foot down. Anything on the high side, he gets an angle off that blue. Well, he's using a lot of weight here.
This is interesting. He could take his own out. I thought that was quite a dangerous shot, John. I didn't really see a great deal of benefit coming out of it.
No, that was a bit surprising. I thought he played the same as his first ball because he was very close with the first ball, wasn't too far away.
What's he going to do? Round he comes, draws the shot. That's well played. 2 shots to Australia. Well, that's the shot that you called for Lucas Royker. Just the draw, beautifully put out, and round it came.
Yeah, everything right with the Matt Flapper ball. Not much right with that. Inside the target area, but you can see Matt Flapper uses the green as a drift back, drops in behind the jack. Well played.
Okay, let's switch away for the moment from the Bulls at Kelvin Grove to the start of the men's hockey at Glasgow Green. And it's India with such a great tradition in men's hockey against a Wales side who've qualified for the Commonwealth Games for the first time since 2002.
Let's go. Come on, boy.
The players, just the formal proceedings as they take their places on the turf. Wales to play left to right. This Pool A fixture. And India now, led by their talented captain Sardar Singh, will begin their 2014 Commonwealth Games campaign in just under a few seconds. A big handshake between the two umpires and the ball people. The benches all wired up to their coaches. Two 35-minute halves, 10 minutes for half time. And don't forget to, when a penalty corner is awarded, 40 seconds for the defence to don the protective gear, get themselves ready and begin that all-important set-piece play in international hockey. Any misdemeanours, like not starting within the 40 seconds, you lose a player from that defensive area. Or indeed, if you break from the baseline, you'll lose a player as well. So no nonsense rules. Players all know and understand.
No, not yet.
Oh, the reserves just off to the bench. Wales to start.
Okay, let's go.
So Rees to start for Wales. And their mission in the opening salvos will be to deny possession for this talented Indian side. Some tall, strong physiques out there for India. VR Raghunath, look for him, number 12. He will be the drag flicker. Now, they're very quick wrists and skillful already on show for India. Little pop pass over the back line, 16.
Early showing of intent there from India. They've got the skills. Looks like the Welsh are playing They're not marking man-to-man at the back there, so...
We've seen a couple of those 16s picked off. Alex Danson, the English women's forward, capitalised on one yesterday from Wales, so it's not always a done deal. You've got the 16, they're going to exit out of your 25. This is the man receiving the ball, the drag flicker via Raganoth. Body check, strong whistle. The sun pouring down on the two teams. Now up that right flank.
Play on, play on!
Chance for Wales to regroup and get the ball up over into their attacking half. They do so. Rees chasing hard. And Lakra. Barindra Lakra for India, number 26. And don't forget in goal for India, the custodian and vice-captain P.R. Srajesh. Very talented goalkeeper himself. India up on the top flank, looking for entry into the circle, and just nips the foot.
Okay, thank you. Yep, that's fine. That's fine.
And so India already showing they like playing those long balls diagonally into the corners for runners. The two forward men will come in tight. Wales there, leaving that space there. They're trying to make sure they cover the middle of the park around there, the area. They don't want any injections directly down towards the goal. So they let the Indians go wide and then they try and close out the spaces.
It's a little up and over, just trying to get a little bit of distance and earn a bit of territory. Early days for both these teams. Kohajit down that left flank.
Hey, tackle.
Oh, a lovely touch in there, and Kettle, the regulation save, ever ready to stick the boot out, does so efficiently. So fast running forward, gets a stick check, play on, but looking to see if anything came of it.
Hold on.
And a team that's got that forward momentum and those lovely running skills, you want to give them the opportunity, so there will be a bit of advantage played by the umpires.
Yeah, I think the umpires have been very good so far in allowing the game to flow as much as possible, unless it's a really obvious problem.
Manpreet in the middle of it, and a Kettle again pushes it straight into the oncoming Indian player, and they call it first penalty corner. What have we got? Just on 5 minutes in the first half.
Yeah, and it's just a clearance by the keeper, just doesn't manage to keep it down on the ground and makes it dangerous. So first corner to India.
So we've got hovering at the top of the D. You've got Rupinder Singh, 6'4", one of the taller players here. And we've got less than 10 seconds for the Welsh to get the gear on. They hurry now. In place.
Play!
Out it comes. From the baseline. Into the top and hits the crossbar from Rupinder Singh. What a start. The power now, the counter-attack from the Welsh, up their left flank, looking to make some contact. And you can see it's well watered, the pitch here, the water just squirting up from the players' feet and stick. Dinesh, the player, Sean Cooley, that you're looking forward to showing us his array of skills. Watch for him, number 17 for India. And back to Rupinder Singh.
Nothing. I'm looking at him, I can't see that one.
Play to the whistle is the command from the Singapore umpire.
Yeah, he's going to be busy at that end. But Wales have got to be very careful that they just make sure that they don't get themselves too spread out, because India will love to play a pit-pat attack against defence, just run it and break away. So every time Wales break away down the other end, they must come out as a unit. Otherwise, India will find huge spaces behind them and they will counter themselves. And that's when they're probably their most dangerous.
Back stuck into the circle again. Meat and drink for Kettle and goal for Wales.
Yeah, just having a look at this penalty corner. It's a fantastic strike here. But look at that, off the bar. Kettle didn't quite get a stick on it.
Guys, stay 5.
What a strike.
Quickly, let's go now.
Really important to stamp the 5-metre exclusion zone for those defending a free hit or a sideline hit, so we've heard it early. And here we have India on the counter-attack, down their right flank. A bevy of yellow shirts, and again Kettle. Very dominant in the D. A good boot out of the circle, and a message also to the Indian players, don't come too close to me.
Yeah, and well, India are putting the ball in, bobbling ball into his...
Shot, a goal, and again a great save, and the defender there to take the ball off the pads. It's efficient defence.
Yeah, he's gonna have a lot of work to do, isn't he? But India keep firing that ball in front of Kettle, just looking for the mistakes, and he's playing very well at the moment. He's keeping the ball on the ground, he's kicking it out into safe areas, and that's what he's got to keep doing. And India, well, they just need to put that ball in that danger area and get a few more attackers on the end of it.
What I like about David Kettle is the fact that he wants to become the 11th person, the first prong of attack, and he'll come out and play in some cases like a field player. Bring a new, add the skill of aerial balls, and he'll see himself as a true part of the team, not just the stopper. Good contest, good contest. They're forcing an error, the Welsh. And that early morning sun beaming down on this pitch. Up the left side, and the Welsh drop back into their screens, their defensive screens. Great eye.
And Wales definitely marking zones rather than marking man-to-man at the back there. They're allowing the Indians to have the ball wide and away from the goal area, but it means that India will be able to settle a little bit and work opportunities.
They get it. Oh, just it has been a little bit slippery near the edges. Sardar Singh. Looking at what India number 21 Chandri brings. He wasn't at the World Cup, but they missed his attacking skills. He's up there hovering in the circle now for India. Ready to pounce. Rupinder makes progress, gets the free hit. Skipper. flat backs it across. Look at that. Wow, they're using the width, aren't they? They've got the strength and power.
Yeah, they're being allowed to play around, Wales dropping off, giving India the territory at the back, letting them have the ball. They're happy to have the ball in front of Wales, which is a very sensible thing to do, really.
Yeah, and pinging on that area that you allow the first person to get to that aerial ball, so that's why it was blown. Deft pass into the attacking third. Chance now for India. Shot at goal.
Nothing. Yeah. I'm watching it, yeah.
So again, good defence there. India working in from the right, finding bodies, but Wales are equal to it. They keep focused. They've just got to concentrate really very hard in those situations.
Well, in defence, they're winning the one-on-ones, aren't they? And the elimination skills are, at the moment, efficient. Here we go, for Wales. Prosser, Lewis, again. And of course, a lot of heritage with Lewis Prosser. He's the son of former Wales and Great Britain captain David Prosser. Into the circle and a corner. Wales earn themselves a corner, a bit of pressure, and this is the area at the World Cup, Sean Curley, where India leaked a couple of goals, wasn't it?
Yeah, and they see the ball fired in, which is exactly what the Welsh need to do, and it shows that Indians are human. They make mistakes, which is where all teams make mistakes, and Wales need to learn that, and they understand, and they will grow in confidence when they get these little victories.
15 now.
So Rhys Garman to drag from the baseline. Gareth Furlong, 18 at the top of the D. And at goal now, it is. Oh, and it's a save in there as it is looking. They might be having an umpire referral here or a player referral.
What is
no,
it?
Danger.
Well, well, it's interesting. It looked like, have another look at it here. Ball fired in quite low on a foot. Yeah. If it was missing, I guess the umpire's blown for a danger because it was lifted and it was going past the post.
Oh, lovely 1-2. Good steal, Wales. Enjoying a little 3-minute purple patch here. And the counter-attack now from India. Chandri has the ball. And he finds some space out on the right. Up into the spot. Oh, again, scrambled defence. Kettle does well and goal, and they keep the ball, Wales. Off they go again. So what have we had? Nearly 15 minutes of the first half. And we've had a reasonably even exchange between the two sides.
Yeah, I mean, one corner each.
Play on!
But you'd probably say that India have been in the danger area more often than the Welsh team have. They are controlling play a little bit better. They've got the ball on the stick and possession, more possession. Wales are sort of just holding their own at the moment.
I've been impressed with Richard Gay, number 12 for Wales, at the back, strong, winning his one-on-ones. Here he is. And the straight ball through, a little touch. Who's going to get there first? Lots of pressure in the hot conditions. Good contest.
That was a lovely ball down one-on-one. That's the time, if you get the right little touch and the right little spin, you might beat that defender.
Dinesh. working well in unison, the defenders for Wales. Just lifted into the player, no. And on we go. Nick Rees getting all tangled up.
Twenty-nine degrees, nearly 30. That looks very hot out there, and this is where I think the teams, India, are going to be much more used to playing in this kind of temperature than Wales are, and fitness is going to play a part because Wales are having to work. They haven't got the ball as often or as much as the Indian team, and it means they're running, and they're doing a lot of hard running without the ball. It's much more difficult.
Speed down that right flank. Manpreet. VR Raghunath. Ball's still there, play on. Keep the game flowing. Rudapinda.
Hands off, hands off.
Into the circle now, just that last pass. So promising build-up.
Yeah, a promising build-up, but that packed defence for Wales is nullifying any opportunity that India could find there. They're finding it difficult to get the ball into the circle at the moment. But it means that the only reason that that's the case is that Wales have worked very hard.
And they've stolen the ball this time. India put pressure on that deep defensive unit. A chance at the top of the D and a little off pass, offload. Still looking to get the shot away. So again, able to mop up, and they're strong and sure in their skills in the defensive unit for Wales. They're certainly not intimidated by the silky skills, are they?
You lost your ball here. No. I understand. But you should leg to yourself, all right? Is that okay? Yeah?
So Richard Gay, the 30-year-old, getting some words of advice. 51st match for Richard Gay.
That little process of play there where Wales put the ball down and fired it off the end, lost possession straight away. They want to try and keep possession a little bit more. They just need to build on it.
Loved what Kettle did there. The goalkeeper for Wales came right out, took on the Indian attacker and made the ball dangerous, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, very sensible.
Pounced on at India though. Loose ball. Dinesh over to the left side. Good touch tackle. Oh, jinking into the circle. Looking for the corner, get it.
There you are, and that's what I was looking for Danish to do. He's got some fantastic skills individually. He just, look at the way he just weaves his way through, lifts it cleverly over the stick, and he's already thinking about the next move, but anything that comes near him, he just gets round. Defender commits, and it's an easy short corner.
I really want a minute 20 seconds, please, yeah? Thank you. Sada, get ready, let's get ready.
It's the good thing about the 40 seconds. It keeps the momentum of the game going. Not a big split in the game. So Sardar Singh to drag out from that baseline. He has got Rupinder Singh at the top, number 3, or VR Raghunath. And Raghunath this time, goal number 1 for India. We saw him in action in a couple of practice matches, VR Raghunath, and he can hoof it.
Yeah, great corner. This switch to the second option, just across to the left, the keeper. Meant he had to move and adjust slightly, which exposed his right-hand side. And look at that, bit of space there, and Raghunath just puts the ball beautifully in the corner.
A 20th minute, and India break the deadlock.
Another one, 5, please, come another one back.
So 1 from 2, conversion rate at penalty corner for India. It's a good conversion rate.
Doesn't get caught crossbars. It doesn't record that, does it? So
no, it doesn't hit the crossbar.
It did
no.
hit the crossbar, didn't it?
It was the first one.
Yeah.
A tall, very tall frame of Rupinder Singh, the number 3 shirt. athletic, smooth running.
Nothing, nothing. Stay 5, stay 5.
Doolan Gray into the Welsh circle now, and a long corner. So they've had a couple of forays into that Indian defence.
Play.
Yeah, the Indians just keeping out the Welsh right-hand side there, but there are opportunities. There will be opportunities, and the difference, I think, is that the amount of hockey that these two sides play. I mean, Indians have played at a higher level consistently, and they're just a bit tidier. Their skills are a little bit more
refined.
Yeah, good word. The one I was looking for.
But every game for Wales is a winner in terms of international sport.
But it doesn't mean to say they can't score.
No.
I mean, there are opportunities. Corners will come. There won't be as many, but they've just got to make them count.
Kyriakidis, the younger of the two brothers, Dan and James. Here he is. Drives it into the circle. Gets a touch! What a goal! Oh my goodness, Wales have scored against India. What a fabulous opportunity, and it is king hit. Andrew Cornick gets on the end of a Kyriakidis special, and it's all tied up. 12 minutes left in the first half.
And that's one of those opportunities. You're not going to get many, and they need to make them count. And they did, and what a fantastic deflection. That's one of the most difficult skills to do. Moving forward onto the ball, coming across in front of you, and just deflecting it into that far post. What a superb score.
Well, they must have heard you talking, Sean Curley. You said there'd be opportunities, there'll be some vulnerabilities, and there are again now for Wales. It's a shot at goal, slightly under hit, and keeping the crowd enthralled. And might just bring the tempo up, that scoreline.
There you go, 1 out of 2. That's not bad for Wales, and 7 opportunities for India. 2 corners included in that.
You do get the impression in the opening 12 minutes it's been India just playing within themselves.
They are, but what Wales are doing really well is they're zonally marking around the crown of the D. They're not allowing India any room in that danger area, and they're breaking on the counter-attack. So credit goes to the Welsh as well. But they're having to put a massive amount of work in this temperature, 30 degrees. They're going to get tired, and that's when I think later in the game it might be dangerous for them.
No, we do it again. Thank you.
Yeah, it's going up. Temperature's on its way. It's now 30 degrees and a bit.
India. What will their reply be to that Welsh equaliser? $118 caps for the goal scorer for Wales, Andrew Cornick. 33 years of age, so he's been around a while, and that will taste ever so sweet to get one past the Indians. One of whom is still on the ground on his back, up in his attacking half. Play goes on. Now, still the Indian players down. Ball now falls on the Welsh stick, waiting for the ball to exit out before the whistle goes, and he lets it go, does the Welshman. Nice sportsmanship.
The friendly games. But Rapinda was down for a long time, and his own team don't care. That's what makes me... they want to just keep playing. Don't care is the wrong word, but they've... he got a bit of a shoulder there. Yeah. But it's something that you've got to be careful of, obviously, in our sport, in hockey. A stick on the head is something you need to look at, and it was very friendly and helpful of Wales to put the ball out of play.
However, as you say, though, it is a friendly and a sportsman-like action to take, and they in turn, India, reciprocate and give the ball back to Wales. Good stuff. It's a promising little interplay between the two Welsh players. Jones hovering around that ball. I'm just looking for the little touch. Plenty of Welsh shirts around the ball carrier. They get the whistle. Back over into the defensive half. Now it moves off. Dan Kyriakidis.
News of the mixed team badminton, and Australia have beaten the Falkland Islands 21-7, 21-7. This was the deciding point. Victory for the Australians. Raymond Tam and Gronya Somerville beating Douglas Clark and Anna Luxton. Back to the hockey we go. It's India against Wales, and it's 1-1.
Guys, ready?
Wales having their second corner now.
So Furlong waiting, Michael Shaw waiting at the top, and Gowman to drag from the base for Wales. Their second penalty corner of the match. In at goal it goes now. Gets a little flick into the pads. Will it be another penalty corner? No, defensive free hit. Srajesh, the Indian goalkeeper, just needs to adjust his pads. Got a pummeling from the Welsh sticks.
Yeah, a low one in there, and it was just around in front. Just needed to dig that up over the keeper, but it gets behind the forward Welsh attacker, and they win the free hit. A good scrambling defence by India.
Yeah, India just can't quite latch on to that pass. Bit of concentration in the last few minutes of this first spell. Day 2 action, first session. And reading the game well, just came up off Birendra's stick. And again, Welsh into their work, up the right flank. Causing some consternation amongst the Indian defenders. And a free hit again. Brignall. And into the circle, little touch. And PR Srajesh, the vice-captain for India and goalkeeper, again called on. And he is issuing the commands. Look at him.
Yeah, good move there by Wales, just switching the play and injecting into the circle. And causing trouble at the heart of that Indian defence.
1-1. VR Raghunath scoring from the drag flick at the top, penalty corner. First for India, and then a Kyriakidis drive into the circle, and Cornick finished for Wales. And those are the scoring actions. Dispossessed once more, plenty of room in that midfield, looking for some support on the right. Hugh Jones was steaming up there, but he just couldn't quite keep it in, could he?
Yeah, and a good passage of play for Wales. They've kept the ball a lot. They've not given it away very much when they've done forward passes. And really for them, I guess they need to build more slowly and try and bring the team up together, because they don't really want to leave too much space in midfield for this Indian midfield to work in. It's where they're very dangerous.
Little 1-2s, lovely little skill, jinky skills. But again, well watched and picked off by Wales. The Lone Ranger out on the left flank, making plenty of inroads into the Indian defence. Can he finish with a shot? And nothing has happened, says Peter Wright, the South African umpire. Did he get the speed wobbles?
It just looks like he ran out of steam, but well,
Nicholas Rees, look at
shoulder charge.
Quickly that ball is back down, and a penalty corner called on the Welsh outside the circle.
And that shows the danger of attacking. The problem is when you attack, you're very stretched, and straight away India used that space, went down the other end, penalty corner.
Times that the international men's game is so quick, it's like a tennis match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Head going one way or the other. So quick is the action.
Yeah, just looking at that.
Compelling the
corner,
skills.
hooking the stick there. And that's what caused the penalty corner.
Oh, less than 10 seconds. They better hurry, the Welsh defenders. 5, 4, 3, and they're there. So again, we have Rupinder at the top. Raghunath. 12. The ball's loose at the top of the circle. Play on, the ball's fallen to the Indians, and they've still got an opportunity. Spare player at the top. Smack it goal, under hit. And look, counter attack. We've got.
Hold on.
Good use of referral.
Hold on. Is there a question now, yeah? Colin, are you there? Okay, India is asking for the first foot there. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah? I didn't see the foot over there. Can you check for me, please?
Okay, so we're looking for a foot from the TC.
Yep.
Well, why they have a look at that, if it is deemed that it isn't a foot, and Wales had the ball up here.
3 on 2.
Wow.
Yeah, well, it's a good referral use. I
Well,
mean, they're just having a look here.
Dynamic play.
I'm not seeing anything immediately on that first run through.
Hold on. I asked before it actually blown it, so they're testing job here.
They seem very confident. They're all crowding up at the short corner end, aren't they? The
Well, you
Indian
would,
team.
wouldn't you, if you've called it?
Yeah, it's good right now.
I do like what it brings to the game, though, the referral, because it takes away the pressure on the umpire and it makes the players move away from him. I think it's a
Well, I
very
think
good
one of the
move.
reasons it was brought in was because players were beginning to crowd the umpire.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it became quite difficult in some of them. And just again, having another look at this routine, I think this may be after.
Sorry? You're asking for a foot here.
Yeah, and I think it makes it a lot easier for the umpires, and it's much cleaner. But it just takes the game a bit. And have another little look through here.
Oh, that's
So-
the first one. Is that the one? Is
Well,
that what they're looking at?
no, that came off the
but,
stick.
But he
It
played.
looked like
He
it came
said
off the
played
stick.
on, didn't he? He asked for the advantage because the ball fell to the Indian.
But it did come off his stick there.
Any reason to change your decision? I recommend you start with a bully.
Have a bully just on top of the 16, yeah?
Oh, how does that make Wales feel now? They had the ball up and they're attacking third.
Does that mean that
Yeah, that's going
video referral rejected? Did they lose their referral?
So India lose their referral.
I didn't hear them. Haven't seen them say that it's been
So the
lost.
referral was rejected and India lose their referral.
Guys, stop it now! Stop it!
So some testy exchanges in the closing minutes of the first half. Why? Because the number 9 ranked side, India, they got the first goal, but Wales, who are ranked 31, have equalised. This time, again, they have the ball on the end of the stick. Cornick, the goal scorer for Wales. Just a little careful, waiting for the troops to arrive for some support. Very calm and collected, the Welsh.
Yeah, good effort there, but just a little bit out of Kyriakides' reach there. Tidy skills, just need to tighten those up a little bit because the ball running off the back of the pitch. But again, India very lucky to...
And again, they intercept Wales using the left flank to great effect.
Well, another good interception. Beautiful work by Swainston. Just not making those connections, but bodies up there. This is going to happen. Another chance will come. They're putting the effort in. It just remains to see how fit these guys are and how long they can hang out in this heat.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear a little bit more about that timely referral by India in the context of the game and where it was and where Wales had the ball. But here they have it again through Kyriakides. Swainston's up there. Oh, and a little cuff around the head as well for Brignall. Here he is with the ball. Swainston. Congested circle. A minute and a half in the first spell. Danger time. Back struck into that circle again. They've got players in the right position. They're putting pressure on the Indian defence. And the big overhead, up over halfway. And Welsh player just coming into that area. It's deemed unsafe. If you're having a look at hockey for the first time and you see the players using their stick over their shoulder, it is allowed now as long as it's done in a safe manner. Yeah. Some intensity from India. Again, just losing it in their attacking third. What can they do in the dying seconds of the first half? Less than 30 seconds. Sardar Singh, and picked off. Wales, the crowd urge Brignall to bring it forward. The players will have a good idea of what the minutes are in the half, Sean?
Yeah, they'll know that.
Well, they'll know it now anyway. It is the hooter for half-time. What a half. Some absorbing exchanges from both sides, but it is India 1, Wales 1. And Sean Curley, what will you make of that first half from an Indian perspective?
Well, from an Indian perspective, I'd say that they had a lot of possession and they played a good first 15-20 minutes. Testing Wales out, putting them under pressure, but Wales responded and after the goal, instead of dropping their heads and thinking, oh, here we go, India are going to overrun us, they've shown a lot of spirit, a lot of hoil, as they call it down in Wales, and they've come back and they've scored that fantastic breakaway goal. So deserved 1-1 half-time.
So 1-1. Half-time between India and Wales in the men's hockey competition at the Glasgow National Hockey Centre, Glasgow Green. Let's go back to the Bulls. And currently Australia are 10-6 up against Papua New Guinea. Back to Kelvin Grove we go.
Mike. Good, Lurchy. Good chewing, pal. Well done, Lurch. mate.
Yeah, you'd expect him really to follow the Australian ball because he's got a catch on that side of the rink. See, this is bending back in. That's another good ball by Nathan Rice. Now, I would personally, if I was PNG, I would follow that.
Yeah. It's a definite catch on the two balls. There's actually arguably more benefit to trailing it right towards his skip rather than away from him. But if you're perfect, I guess it doesn't matter.
Well, that was a wonderful ball because he had no catch to play to. Everybody sees it differently, don't they, Paul?
Oh, this is true.
I think most 9 out of 10 players would probably have said we were right there. You know, the catch was on that side. It's a good hand.
Just a little heavy.
Doesn't play many short balls.
Yeah.
Lucas needs to just pass that. He's in the area. And a good touch as well.
That is well played. But we talked about the catch being there. And there it was.
That's another skip. Keeping the hand for himself, I think, Paul.
That could well be. You know what these skips are like, John.
He's going to reach this again.
Come on, mate.
Controlled shot. Either his own or the jack.
Well done, mate.
That's hard to argue with. Great execution.
Yeah, he's on fire at the moment. Draw and drive. Just inside the line, may have cut one out.
Well, single shot has been asked for by Australia. And that is what they're being granted. Well, this is a great performance by Matt Flapper, Wayne Rudiger and Nathan Rice. Arguably haven't been at their very, very best, but if these three click together, you can just see how dangerous they'll be.
That's the winning shot. You can see a good weight again. He's just in that area. You're always going to get a good touch then. Good controlled weight. He's playing well. I mean, they're playing well in front. They're not brilliant, but he's making the difference.
Yeah.
I actually think Papua New Guinea played quite well, Paul. I'm quite impressed by Lucas Riker at the back. He's played some really good balls, but at the moment, Matt Flapper's got the edge.
And just bringing the jack back that little bit. They challenged, as we mentioned earlier in the game, if people are just joining us, Papua New Guinea decided to play long. Australia won the end. They decided to play long as well. Just brought it that bit shorter, and it's certainly benefiting them at the moment.
Yeah, and it's brought Wayne into the game in front, leading with Australia. Patrick Ikarima has just gone off the boil. This length isn't really suiting him. Looked a good line. It's in the area, needs the jack.
And he's got it too. Little shake of the head.
Pretty good, Luke. Come on. Well played, mate.
Dutara, the blue balls, just been urged just to give it that little bit more.
Still me, mate. Touch it, Jack, first. All good. Go, mate.
Nathan Rice.
Come on, Murty.
Looking at the result if he can just push through. Again, just a little bit canny, a little bit short.
Now then, Harry Patara put an extra pound on this. He has, but he's on a wider line. Doesn't get down then.
All the way through. Lots of young people in the crowd today, enjoying the action here in the sunshine, the beautiful city of Kelvin Grove. It's 2014 Commonwealth Games. Long bowls being very well supported. They're reckoning around about 100,000 people will be at the sporting events throughout the city of Glasgow and in Carnoustie, where the shooting is later.
Well done, mate.
Good weight again, just beat the blue ball on the outside. It's in confident mood. Now he's playing weight, he's looking for connection into the 3 bowls. And it wasn't a very good connection.
No, it wasn't. He's just knocked in Australia. Now it's looking a bit bleak at the end for Papua New Guinea.
He's got 2 good bowls at the back if you can find a road to the jack. Matt Flapper's looking to come past the blue. This is pretty good if he stays in there. Well, it's got a little bit deep. You can see those 2 bowls there, Paul. Now, Lucas Royke can play down that gap, use the ball, get the jack, get a treble off this. Not easy, but it's possible.
Yeah, he comes off the backhand. Doesn't want to play it too tight. It looked tight from the hand.
Bad miss. That's a bad miss. Anything wide was good.
Yeah, you've got to give it a chance, and that could be the difference in the game, picking up before at that stage. 9-shot differential now.
Yeah, we did say early on it looked possible they could pick a count. They've been patient. It's taken them to the 12th end, but suddenly they've struck with a 4. And that opens the game up.
Australia. 6 shots in the last 3 ends to lead by 15-6.
Rhythm, buddy. Hide ready.
Yes, because in the round robin, they will make a difference.
Starting to get the better of his opponent, Wayne Rudiger.
Two goodies, mate.
It's well played. Just coming to the back goals.
Take your pick, mate. Draw the shot. Hang on a bit. Hang on, mate. Hang around. Richie. Yep.
Jack High. Nathan Rice. You can see Lucas Roy saying, come on, got to bring it back, got to give me a chance.
Yeah,
to
he's
build
had a
ahead.
few short, hasn't he,
Yeah.
Paul? I think that's been one of the problems for PNG. I think Harry in the middle hasn't been quite strong enough today.
Nathan Rice furious with himself there.
More weight with this. He's got a chance. If he gets a drop back, it's a much better bowl. A little bit over, but it's good position there.
Well, that's the side that's greeting Harry Dutara and Patrick Ikirima. That's a nice towel that's being held to the side, with a big towel in fact there for Lucas Royke. In a day like this, you want to try and keep the hands dry. It's very, very sticky out there.
Yeah, definitely. You want to keep it dry. Some players are affected by that more than others, to be honest with you, Paul. Not everybody really has that problem, but it's not a big towel, it's a big hanky.
Just coming on the inside. So, line one. Let's get into that stage in the game, John. The Australians will happily give the odd one away.
Yeah, they can afford to just keep it tight. They don't mind dropping the one. They want to score every end. Shots are important in the round robin series. As many shots as you can score, that's going to help you at the end.
That helps. Someone there, mate. Good.
You look for a similar bowl.
I would have wanted to face, if you're going to pick up that little touch, you wanted to face the Australian ball as well. It's a single shot to Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, this is a bowler won it. Overweight, but he got a good connection. And he'll take that anytime.
Five ends to play. Mind you, if we thought the skip had a large towel, just look at Patrick Ikirima. The lead when he delivers. I wonder if he's borrowed that from the hotel.
Over at the netball, the reigning champions are being set a challenge at the moment. New Zealand against Malawi, and to within a point of the All Blacks now. And another win in the mixed team badminton for Australia against the Falkland Islands. It's Jeff Tho against Dominic Jaffrey. And here's how It all ended 21-6, 21-2 victory for Tho and Australia. India have just scored in the hockey. They were ahead 1-0, they're now ahead 2-1. Rupinder with the second goal for the Indians. They are 2-1 now ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ladder.
Sure. Some little jinky skills of their own. Rhys Garman gets dispossessed. Now India on the counter-attacks. Chandy. There he is, quick legs. Into the circle now, and a little touch. Is it? No, and mopped up. Kettle again in goal, little stick save on that, and the Welsh defender there to pick the ball up and exit the ball out of defence. So from something, nearly a third goal for India. Are we starting to see glimpses of the team that's ranked 9th in the world?
Ball a bit bobbly in there, but got some edge on it. Great little save there by Kettle on his stick.
Swainson. They still fancy their chances, Wales. It's goal scorer corner.
Yeah, it's important for Wales that they just keep a lid on this. They don't want the score to start to drift too far. Don't really want to get stretched too far apart either by this Indian team. So
they've got a player in the circle. And Nikin Thamaya wasn't at World Cup. They're looking for him to make a big difference here at the Commonwealth Games. They're looking ahead to the Asian Games, India, because if they win that, they have direct entry into the Rio Olympics in 2016. Yep. So these young players coming through for India have got a big job to prepare for those Asian Games. They've put the miles in, the Welsh team. They certainly have. Up front, in defence, worked well together. The ball runs. Play out, no. Waiting for the whistle, a little bit again. Chat between the two umpires to ensure the right decision's been made.
Thank you.
Excellent control from both umpires today. Very stern and strong on any body play and don't want the skills to degenerate. Rupinder. Keeps the ball in play. They have a real chance here now. Oh, it is goal number 3. Looking for the goal scorers at Chandy, who's getting the congratulations. A little melee in the middle.
Looks like Gurinder, but clever little interplay here. Ball in the dangerous area again. Little 1-2s and Gurinder, well, is wide awake to it all. A bit of a bundle in there. But Govinda Chandy scores India's third, digs it out.
And goal number 3. 23 minutes left in this match, and already in the opening salvos of the second half, India have broken the stalemate. 1-1 it was at half-time, but a Rupinder Singh drag flick, and now a Govinda Chandy exquisite skill set in that circle has taken that scoreline to 3-1. Skipper Sardar Singh, Rupinder. Playing with more confidence, the 1-2 sticking, the triangle passing, and especially in that left flank. But do not count out the Welsh. Already they have scored and drawn level. Now a chance for Hugh Jones to smack across the face. They've done a lot of running.
Yeah, they have, the Welsh team, and there's a good goal. Lone running here, but Jones is just trying to get the ball across. That would have been interesting had that gone in. But there's a dangerous cross, obviously, that high across the face of the goal.
Sunil. Again, look at that. The figure of Chandy just hovering in front of the goalkeeper. He's already slotted one in, the last goal. Sardar Singh offloads. Now again, it's 3 Indian players in that circle waiting for a touch, but it is Wales who come out with the ball. Subtle skills from the captain. Across to the right flank this time. Oh, again, really starting to show a bit of confidence now, India. Little stick feints, body feints. Nick Rees. And
he's shielding the ball there from a defender. He running with one. Look here, his ball's behind him. Defender can't get to it. Using his shoulder just to shield away, and he gets penalised for that.
I was waiting for a card, actually, but it didn't come.
No.
It's interesting watching the bench, the players come off, the Welsh players particularly, and the heat. We know it's hitting around 35 degrees on the turf. They're really gasping coming off. There'll be many rotations now.
Yeah, they'll be on 6 or 7 minutes maximum. The problem is they're not really used to this temperature. Glasgow in the summer, an unbearable place that it is. I'm only joking.
It's like we're in the tropics.
It is hot.
Richard Gay across the turf.
There you are, you can see their boys have got ice towels around their necks. Those Welsh players on the bench there. Trying to get their temperatures down as quick as possible.
First match for both these teams at the 2014 Commonwealth Games. First day yesterday for the other teams.
Scores, times.
More authoritative now, India, with their passing. There's more confidence. And the high player sitting, hovering, has got the ball. Looking to just team up, but again, Wales able just to spoil India's party. Garman, up the left flank, can't keep control, will get the whistle though. Not mucking around, taking the free hit quickly, Brignall. But it gives time for India to get back and put their defensive screen in place. A tough ask, he keeps it in. Kyriakidis, and a drive into the circle. Hard angle, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a difficult one, especially having to just jumped around the ball to hit the ball across and didn't get it quite. But Wales at times showing that they can get in the right areas, but some of the final passes are a bit speculative, and they're because they're having to defend so heavily. All the players, when they get to the circle, have travelled such a great distance. They're too tired really to have the kind of poise that you need
to execute.
Yeah, like the Indians have.
But certainly playing above that ranking of 31 in the world. Nice little soft hands that time and making sure it went on to their player. Cornick catches the foot of the Indian defender. This time Prosser. Still searching, not giving anything away. Cornick showing his full array of skills.
Yeah, looking for a free hit there, and looking for a body check, but the ball had been pushed far too far. He probably wouldn't have got it again, so it was a good decision by the umpires.
Well, there's always an element too that you can't go through a player. This time India push again forward, looking for searching for a foot, don't get it. But still Wales keep trying. Brugnell. They've added much to this game, the Welsh. They've made India work very hard for that 3-1 advantage, 16 minutes left in the game. Saving the legs a bit for Wales here as they're looking for that opening, but they're retreating, almost a bit like force back. And again picked off, just exactly what India were waiting for. Look at that, kicked over halfway. Proud of that in rugby union or football. Superb stuff from David Kettle. Adds another dimension to the goalkeeping skills. Very athletic, very aerial.
Yeah, you've got to be careful when you use it though, because it can be very dangerous.
Yeah. Spectacular.
Crowd love it, don't they?
Oh, and I think any young person would love to be here. We have a chance at goal now. Play on. Those exquisite skills, in close, those little strong wrists. Again, willing defence. Slightly under hit. Almost got too much stick underneath. Now through the middle. One of the most underrated skills, and oh, there we are, just a miss in communication, the tackling skill, and on the reverse side it's been very good from Wales today. And that bevy of Welsh players looking to rotate onto the field, so 5 standing waiting to give their teammates a break, and the heat here National Hockey Centre. Rapinda. Indians will be searching for more, looking to refine their game. And just a little turnover, untidy, as Wales once again drive into the attack. A little quick pass, this is the way to do it if you're a young person watching the hockey. clever weighted passes, but it just breaks down where it counts in the circle. The lone runner.
Yeah. Come down. Yeah. Come down, Raghu.
Doolan Gray.
Yeah, he's had 3 or 4 runs down the line. He's got a lot of pace, but he's not able to control the ball so well at that pace. So he's running fast, the ball's with him, and he just needs to learn just to keep the ball a little bit more control. Sometimes you slow down when you get to an opponent, just to make sure you've got a bit more balance to use the ball. So it's a part of the learning process.
Swankson goes back, redistributes out to the right, can't keep hold of it. They're still trying, Wales. They're not giving up. They might be 2 down on the scoreboard, 3-1 to India, but they're continuing to take their opportunities. And here's the cornerstone at the back. He might be the all-important drag flicker, Rupinder, but here's the rock at the back as well. Here he is again, just redistributing. Careful with the ball now, India. No pressure. The 1-2, clever bunt. The difference we saw when Canada tried to do this, they just lost possession, but this time India have kept possession.
Can you stop, please?
Yeah, Wales still having to work so hard just to try and get their stick on the ball at the moment. India just happy to play the ball at the back. They know they've got the 2-goal cushion. They'll just keep working it about, making this Welsh team run and run and run without the ball.
It's absorbing hockey as India search for that entry point into the circle. Now, opting for the little skill in the 1-2 rather than the direct pass into that circle, although we do know that is in the armoury. There's one. He still has it. Shot at goal, Chandy.
Well, patient build up there. Eventually finished off with that long ball into the D, but Chandy just closed down enough to have to rush his shot.
Harder to bat the ball around when it's in your defensive half, and looking to make that ball go forward. Yeah, picked off. Do you think India will be content with the scoreline? They've got the 2-goal advantage, or I mean, the intensity seems to have gone out of their game.
Well, I think what they're doing at the moment, they're just wearing out they're enjoying the ball on the stick, because Wales are just getting so tired, and they're just probing. They're being patient about their build-up. Yeah, they've scored 3 out of 12 shots now. Wales really haven't advanced. They haven't had much in the second half, have they?
But here they have an opportunity now, but it's well covered.
No.
Quickly taken. Chandy on the left flank. The big long strides through, making the Welsh backpedal, but again just lose control.
And I think that's the kind of thing that India will be frustrated at, the way that they've given the ball away a bit too often.
Brignell. Kyriakides again steals the ball. A little 1-2. Wrong foots the defender. Ooh, and it goes across the goal. I thought it caught the Indian stick, but no.
Well, that's one of those chances that arrives. Prosser trying to meet the bouncing ball, and maybe if he'd have been a bit lower with his hands down the stick, imagine you're playing it with your hand almost, you've got much more chance at little bouncing crosses like that. But another opportunity.
Sunil, little interpass into the circle now, and again that pass just not accurate. Back, the little 1-2, it's got to be so precise. Akra, across. Sahara Singh. They've not had any freedom to have some big wind-ups. There it comes, and Kettle and Gold does superbly well, 2 in a row, superb goalkeeping. Bullet-like shots at goal. And across the face again is another chance. A little sneaky shot, just the little drop wrists. Now that got the crowd going. Certainly had David Kettle in goal going for Wales. Now India again. Want to pepper that goal. Oh, must have picked up a little stick check, was it, or a little foot? The 40 seconds already started. And all that protective gear, the face mask, the gloves, box protector.
So look at that incident. There you go, tiny little foot there by Kyriakidis. So a dangerous moment here for Wales.
Well, all that possession that India have had over the last 8 minutes, and you talked about it, just being patient. Well, this is where it could all pay off. 12 and 3 hovering at the top. That is Rupinder and V.R. Raghunath. And Kettle reads it superbly, gets the crowd behind him, really geeing him up. Still not finished yet. He's wrong-footed. And that's efficient, very getting the ball out, but picked up again. It's going to come again for Kettle, and again he makes another save, David Kettle, and go, it's hit the foot again. Oh, and the played advantage, the referee, it's all happening. What a terrific period of play, and David Kettle's the hero in goal for Wales.
Well, great little sequence of saves there from Kettle. He'll have really loved that, wouldn't he?
He would. We talked at the beginning, looking to make the GB side, David Kettle. He's played in Malaysia, he's played in Australia, he plays in the Premier English Hockey League.
The shots have gone up, haven't they? That was 4, I think, in the space of...
Only 4?
Yeah.
Now the crowd urge on the Welsh. Swainson loses the ball. I always think often, actually, that the goalkeeper's the most important player on the field. You played with a very good goalkeeper through your gold medal era, 1988.
Yeah, Ian Taylor.
1 games for you?
Well, he helped. I'm not going to be
Not
that
giving him too
generous.
much kudos.
I know you're a goalkeeper too, which may be why you keep saying goalies are good. Just having a look at this recent sequence of events. First one out, beautiful parry out, but straight to an Indian attacker and another little save. Again, playing the ball away from the danger area, which is the mark of a good keeper. And that was just 2 of the 4 saves that he made.
Balanced beautifully, isn't he? He's an athlete in that goal, David Kettle. And again, Wales steal it and get possession. They've done that so many times in this match. It's a bit of tiredness creeping in. 3.5 minutes left in the match. India seemingly the win points under their belt. 1-1 at half-time. In the 20th minute of the first half, India went ahead, but just 3 minutes later, Wales shot the Indians and drew level. Not giving up, the team wearing red and black. Strong, hard tackle, uncompromising, looking for another goal, Wales. Cornick's there, the goal scorer for Wales. Oh, and shaves the stick of Gurbaj Singh, but he comes away with the ball. The skipper for India, Sardar Singh. Now running with freedom, space. This is a part of the game that India are growing for themselves, Sean Curley, is just when something isn't on, just holding the ball instead of just thrusting forward relentlessly.
Yeah, I think patience is something that they're trying to bring into the game, and a bit of structure, because it's very tiring if you just keep running and losing the ball all the time. So if you can build better attacks, better quality attacks by being a bit more patient, then that'll be something they'll be working towards.
India coached by Australian Terry Walsh, himself a 1976 silver medalist for Australia. Again, right out on the sideline and stretching that ball. Chandy interface. Less than a minute to play. Here's the skipper, just holding the ball. Just the show of the magic that we've come to expect from India. Just be happy just to keep it up on that right-hand side. Oh. Now Wales, have they got one final fling? Where is the ball? Over the baseline, 16. Not to be outdone, just 20 seconds on the clock, and Wales another foray into that Indian defence.
Look at that. Very close indeed. He's worked hard all day.
Much kudos as the hooter goes for Wales. The win points, though, in the opening match for both these sides in the first session of day 2 goes to India. Superior ranking, superior skills, but oh, what a match that the Welsh brought with them today. 1-1 at half-time and some magic in the second half. Better control in the end for India over the 70 minutes, but David Kettle in goal for Wales will look back. 3-1 India over Wales.
Let's head for some badminton now, the mixed team event. And victory for the Australian Verdette Kessler against Laura Minto from the Falkland Islands. 21-4, 21-3, all over in 17 minutes. At the bowls, in the 18th end, and it is 18-10 for Australia against Papua New Guinea in sweltering conditions at Kelvin Grove.
Matt Flapper's looking underneath the short bowl, looking for the jack of the bows. He's close again. He's got one of them away.
Just a single shot for Papua New Guinea. Lucas Royker. His last ball of the match.
Well, he'll go again, Matt Flapper. Same sort of bowl. Bowl on the jack.
And they came in with a bang, and they go out with a bang.
A little bit more control with this. In the area again, very close. He's very close with this. Oh, great ball. Great ball to finish as well. Oh, he's been a top man today. Played really well.
Yeah, he's been terrific. Well played, Matt Flapper. Well played, Australia. And the Aussies take a 2 to finish. It was a 10-shot win for Australia, and it's been a very deserved 10-shot win as well.
Yeah, really impressed, particularly with this man. Matt Flapper played really well. Very good skip skates, controlled the rink well, good tactics. Shot play was outstanding, and he looks a very good performer at this level.
A very dangerous looking 3. That's well played, Wayne Rudiger, Nathan Rice and Matt Flapper. A very, very good morning for Australia in Glasgow, defeating Papua New Guinea by 20 to 10. Well, just taking a picture from the sidelines and a picture to celebrate their victory. The 3 Australians there. They're delighted. They put Papua New Guinea under pressure from the start, and some of the shots from the game we're just about to see, John, but some of them were terrific to watch, and Matt Flapper was outstanding.
Yeah, it started with this strike, didn't it? He was looking for that. It's a perfect strike. Taking the ball without the jack. PNJ played well. Papua New Guinea played very well, but just had no answer to this guy today.
Well, Lucas Roika too tried to match like for like, and knocking out there. But he was so accurate off the pacey shot, but he was so accurate with the draw as well. Wanted to dispatch that into the ditch, and they won that end as well.
Impressed me with him his all-round game. He could play the little control weight, the draw shot as well. You can see it there. Just a good all-round player.
It was beautifully done. He saw the catch at the back. That was a catch that Papua New Guinea had failed to take advantage of, and he came in.
Lucas had a couple of good touches as well.
Always felt it was an uphill battle for him though.
Yes. Again, this guy just didn't miss anything. Jack in the ditch again. Seeing that Jack like a beach ball today.
He certainly had it in his sights. And you can see he was always there or thereabouts. It was a terrific performance from the Australians, Wayne Rudiger, Nathan Rice and Matt Flapper. Well, the Australians are impressing in Glasgow. They are 3 out of 3 in Section B. They're a triple to watch. Australia defeating Papua New Guinea by 20 shots to 10.
Yeah, win for Australia against Papua New Guinea in the bowls triples. Really good game of netball is ongoing between New Zealand, the reigning Commonwealth champions, and Malawi. What a performance from them. 35 points all coming to the end of the third quarter.
Want another one here.
That's a big one for Brown.
Pressure shot.
Plenty of time for Malawi. They're another one of these teams that can score quickly, but not with ball like that.
Well, they could go in 3 up. What a turnaround.
But I don't think the Ferns have been 3 up since the opening moments of this match.
Brown's been good on the shot.
She'll give a little bit of help.
Yeah, they're the calls that we are confused about, but as I said, it happens at this level.
It does, and that is the whistle for the end of the third quarter. New Zealand just in front, 37-35. So they win that quarter, but my word, the defending champions struggling here against a very fervent Malawi side. Mary Wire keen to get in there, talk to her players. What a final 15 minutes we look forward to.
Yeah, look, really good shooting percentages from both sides under all sorts of pressure. 11 deflections, a lot more to New Zealand. Intercepts 6-5, so Malawi getting their fair share of the ball. Match, look at the errors there. 18 to Malawi, 12 to New Zealand. And a few more fouls to New Zealand. Turnovers, 33-19. It's an area that New Zealand will need to address, but a bit of a comeback toward the end of that third quarter, so they'll be very happy about that. Largely having a better third quarter than her second. Putting up 7 goals, just 2 in that second quarter, so a much improved performance. Kumwenda, she keeps doing what she's been doing all game. That's been virtually unstoppable. And Brown has added something. She's released the ball on occasions to Latu. She's not afraid to take the shot.
Let's now have a listen to this.
Good luck with that, Laws.
Well, it's coming to a really fascinating conclusion, this netball match between New Zealand and Malawi. Concern on faces there, not surprising either. Meantime, we can catch up on some badminton in the mixed team event. And it's the Australian pair, Raymond Tam and Glenn Wharf, against Douglas Clark and Ross Stewart from the Falkland Islands. And that is the end of the first game, 21 points to 8, and on the brink of victory in the second game as well, just a point away, Australia from winning that. That's the New Zealand netball team preparing for the final quarter against Malawi at the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre. The crowd well wrapped up in this match as it comes to its conclusion. New Zealand with a narrow lead, the reigning champions, against Malawi.
No changes to the Ferns.
Final quarter away, 37-35. New Zealand lead Malawi.
Yeah, that was better. Latu put in the move. Brunswick not afraid to put it up.
Instruction. Damage break goal attack.
Kanzati waits for Sintoe. Good guard on the ball from Brown.
Yeah, they're just tight here. You can see they're going one-on-one defence, and there was a classic example. Kopua hasn't won with Kumwenda, but on that occasion she did.
Wing defense, penalty pass. Wing defense and goalkeeper. Thank you. Instruction goalkeeper.
This crowd starting to really get involved. Perhaps they sense an upset. And it wouldn't just be an upset, it would be a mega upset.
It would be, it's not even a word to describe it. Bit lucky there, but they've come away with it, Malawi. They've been good on the rebounds today, better than the Ferns. Well, in trouble. Bettis, look at this tight one-on-one defence. They haven't been this desperate all game, the Ferns.
Grant called right down the court. She's going to have to scamper. Here she goes.
Oh, Kopua, brilliant.
That's what New Zealand need.
Needed to go to the post then, Sintoe.
And that's a better feed from Langman.
It's what the role the captain needs to play.
It's almost a volleyball spike. Oh, Harrison, awkward. Yes, and Toi reluctant to shoot.
Yeah. He only shot 1 goal in that third quarter, so he's lost her nerve, I think.
But not that young lady from Wenda.
We talked about the fitness. We're about to see. Yeah, that's better play.
Shocking shot from Latu. That won't do her confidence any good.
It's just her first miss, according to the stats. It's been a strong part of their game, Malawi. The Ferns have upped the ante on their one-on-one defence, but the accuracy of their passing has been really good.
That's beautiful vision. Tons of room at the back for Kumwenda. Back they come. Malawi centre pass to follow. This is gripping.
Regardless of what happens, what a magnificent performance by the Queens. Very few resources from where they come from, up against a powerhouse. Where would they be without Kumwenda?
You can see some frustration from Grant.
Level pegging.
Well, New Zealand very lucky to get away with that.
What a competitor Ntukuli is. She is just desperate to win this game.
Yes, I've had the pleasure of interviewing Caroline Ntukuli a few times, and she just, the passion and the inspiration that she gives her players.
Brown was walking away, not expecting Latu to miss that one.
Ronnie Tomonu will be thinking, what if?
Well, that was a quick held ball, but Ferns rewarded for their tighter defence.
Mafaliwa called on the edge of the circle. Oh, both players in plenty of space. Could have gone either way. Brown it is to do the honours.
Bit of a buffer now.
Henry and Tutaia managed a smile. But we've seen this buffer a couple of times, haven't we, Catherine?
Yes,
and then it just goes. Well, they've got a lead of 3. We have yet to see them get past that.
This is different, though. They can sort of see the finishing line. You know what it's like when you're running. You can pick it up to get there.
Oh, I don't run. 42-39. Just over 9 minutes remaining in this match.
Yeah, much better defence from the Ferns now.
Yeah, good defence from Harrison. Gets the deflection.
Advantage offside, goal defence contact.
There's a 4-goal buffer. Can they push it out?
They've had no flow into the circle all day, the Ferns. They're having to work for everything.
Contact, goal defence.
We saw a great shot of that contact. And look at Latu and Vinkumbu. Oh, balance. And that's a great take. That's what we've not seen enough from the New Zealand shooters. Latu gets a pat on the back from Brown and a big smile, and there's a time.
Yeah, they're finally doing the things that you expect from the Ferns. The pressure on defence is much tighter, and they've benefited from that with a few turnovers. They're getting rebounds.
But gee, they've made hard yakka of it, haven't they? 44-39. The New Zealanders lead now.
But this team has forced them into a lot of errors and a lot of slow play. Defensively, they've been superb. Just no easy way into the circle.
Terence, your way.
And there we see the president of IFNA, Molly Roan, from Jamaica, a great servant of netball. Charming woman, she'll be enjoying this. Of course, keeping a very neutral stance.
Just realising she's on the screen. But yes, loves her netball, and as you said, terrific. A leader of international netball.
And Jill McIntosh, top of picture, Jamaican technical director with the rest of the Jamaican team. They got off to a huge start yesterday with a very large win over St Lucia.
Well, they'll be looking at this game thinking that if they can get their game together, maybe they can knock off the Ferns, and they'll also feel a bit threatened by Malawi. So a lot of messages are being sent from this game.
Just under 8 minutes remaining in the match. 44-39, New Zealand lead. But they've been up before in this game, and Malawi have come right back at them.
Goalkeeper, short a pass inside. Inside, short a pass.
Langman scratching her head. I think there'll be a few New Zealanders scratching their heads after this match. Oh, some toe away. Quite distinctive. She likes taking that step in. Oh, who was that to? Chase Francois. Well done. One of the fastest members of the team, Shannon Francois.
Yeah, and good teamwork there by Latu. Latu drew the defenders back. Brown cutting in front.
Wouldn't appear we're going to see Ellen Halpenny on her birthday.
I think Malawi have created that situation. Oh, beautiful vision. She's done that before.
Fabulous play. Oh, Brown knew as soon as she'd thrown that was a mistake.
Well, if the Ferns get away with this one, then they'll just think they'll be pleased that they've got that one out of the way. It's been pretty ordinary.
Well, I'd change pretty to very. Their previous lowest score against Malawi is 67. Well, I don't think they're going to get anywhere near 67. As you say, they will be lucky just to get out of this with a win, which they may or may not do.
Yes, it's certainly not over, because as you said, Malawi have come back every time the Ferns have found a buffer. Oh, Harrison, she's been good with her arms at wing defence.
Anna Harrison, interesting career, made the Silver Ferns, then left to go off onto the international beach volleyball circuit, and I hope to make the Olympics. Did that for a few years. And then fought her way back into the side, had a child, and here she is again. So she's been busy. That's the sort of ball they want. Vinkumbu bouncing off Latu. Back to a 5-goal advantage. Just over 5 minutes left. 47-42 New Zealand.
Pinganjira has been pretty good today.
I think each and every one of these Malawi players will be pretty chuffed with their performance.
Advantage offside, wing defence. Contact. attack goalkeeper.
That's better. That's what's been missing for most of the game. The players will get the ball on the edge of the circle and no one's been coming to them.
Contact goal defense, penalty pass.
Trina Grant's body language telling a bit of a story there.
Some toe weight, that feeder role that she's played. Malawi now, there is plenty of time here for them, almost 4 minutes. They trail by just 4 goals. If they can apply pressure to the New Zealanders, force those errors.
Wing attack obstruction. Centre third.
Kamzati dancing around Shannon Francois, almost like a folk dance.
Yeah, the difference in this quarter, I think, has been they're giving the ball to Latu a lot more, probably in desperation, but
Centre with
what
me.
they need to do.
With me. Over here.
From a New Zealand point of view, they'll be pleased that this is taking time.
Any more, you'll be off for longer.
And there you see Tina Kamzati on the sideline. Now that's for persistent infringement.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not a team play. You've been given a couple of warnings. You really need to rein it in.
See how many goals she's off for. When a player is sent off in netball, is the umpire's discretion as to how long she must spend on the sideline.
Okay, who takes a centre pass if she's not there? Jenny?
Let's see how many. She's back on.
Right, so you don't have to
Problem
answer
solved.
that question.
I would have had a good answer, but not needed.
Okay.
They're just back in the centre of the court, Sweat.
But Sharon Kelly was very clear in her warnings earlier in the game.
Centre. It's in the centre.
Two and a half minutes or thereabouts left, 49-44.
Suggest this is probably going to be the most convincing victory if the Ferns are to get away with it of their, well, in history, really.
Advantage moving.
And Pinganjira, oh, that must have been close to held. Better defensive pressure from New Zealand.
Yep. Oh. The elastic band.
Into the final 2 minutes. 4 goals in it. Look at this.
Yep.
Oh, cheeky from Grant, bit late.
Yeah, getting a bit easier down there now for the Ferns.
Well, those Malawi defenders must be getting tired. They have worked and worked.
Goal attack.
Tawera Vinkumbu, she's been a tower of strength at the back. Oh, that ball from that part of the court, beautiful.
Sue Hawkins, the new coach of the Tactics. Kumwenda's team must be sitting back thinking, very happy with this.
That bullet pass from Latu right across the circle.
Outside. No, outside, Spolster.
Oh, that was magnificent. That was just incredible.
I thought she was only going to be able to get a deflection to that.
She controlled it, absolutely controlled it.
Well, Malawi, it will be too late. But they have shown that they are here to play.
Yeah, magnificent performance. They should be very, very proud of what they've put out there today. They are going to threaten big time this tournament.
Obstruction, wing defense, penalty pass. Contact, hold, goal defense.
As for the Ferns, a lot of work to do.
Time for one more for Malawi. Kamzati now, watch for the big one. Well, it was there, but Malawi, well, they have just run out of time because they have come so close to pulling off a real shot in the end, though. New Zealand get home 50 to 47. And so many of the crowd on their feet. And I'll tell you what, it will be for Malawi rather than New Zealand. They were absolutely outstanding.
I hope they give us one of their traditional dances. Quite the entertainers are Malawi, but gosh, what a great outing for them. Just going down by 3 goals to one of the best in the world. And Williams calling her group in to give them some harsh words, perhaps.
Oh, Kumwenda in tears. And I'm not sure, I wonder, is that with disappointment? Or they probably thought that they could do it, because for a long time it looked like they could do it.
Well, that's the emotion that comes with this game. She was absolutely outstanding. She's one of the stars of World Netball. She could not have done any more for her team. They should enjoy and savour every moment of this.
Well, New Zealand, they look a bit shell-shocked. And so they should. But I don't know, which way does it go, Catherine? Do you benefit from a close game like that and think, OK, we got out of it? Or do you think, oh, well, we've got a lot of work to do?
We'll see tomorrow. The better sides react really positively from an ordinary performance like that, and we know how good the Silver Ferns can be, so I expect much better things from here on in for the Ferns. You have these games, you know, you don't like it, but you have them, and they can work to your benefit.
Keep your voices and cheers loud for this afternoon's play. It's sure to be some...
Well, let's take a look at the numbers, and they may not make particular pretty reading for those of you in New Zealand, but for Malawi,
the biggest competition in the world, and they've shot at 94%. Big reason why they went so close to knocking off the Ferns today. Penalties were more against the Ferns. A lot of those came in the circle against the likes of Latu, some of them surprising, but something that the Ferns will need to deal with. Goal assists, both teams got similar amounts of the ball into the circle. But all in all, a very positive performance for one team and not so good for the other. Malawi should be very proud.
well, what a cracking game to start the day. It is day 2 of the netball at the Commonwealth Games. Let's have a look at the highlights of the 4th quarter. And I suppose for New Zealand, there were at least a few highlights in this quarter, not so much the other quarters.
And still not a lot, but they had a little bit more flow, probably a result of the Malawi defenders getting a bit tired. And
we are heading track cycling shortly after a badminton update. And the Australian pair of Tam and Worf have beaten Clark and Stewart of the Falkland Islands 21-8 in the first game. And this was the end of the second game coming up.
Game
21-10. The track cycling is getting underway on day 2, Glasgow 2014 at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. It's the men's sprint quarterfinals, Heat 1 coming up.
It's always a little bit unnerving. You mentioned yesterday to me your first appearance of the World, you went as a sprinter. And it's a bit like a pursuit. It's a one-on-one situation, and when your opponent is only a hair's breadth away from you, and you think, well, hang on, that person could deprive me of immortality in sport. It's quite unnerving, isn't it?
Well, I think with track cycling, the thing is that you're in the eye of the spectators for the whole race, and nobody misses anything. So you need to be on your game, and you know that the whole world is watching, especially at the Commonwealth Games here. It's being broadcasted all over the world. So everybody's watching these performances, and the competitors are able to pick up every little tiny thing. They analyse and study the footage from races before, so you have to be careful not to give away too much, but you are in the public eye the whole way throughout the race.
So here we are, the riders are just preparing for the first race of the second morning, and it's going to be Heat 1, Race 1 of the men's quarterfinals. The nerves will certainly be at fever pitch now. Stand by for the adrenaline rush. Ian Dyer, the coach of England, then bringing up to the line Jason Kenny, the Olympic gold medalist from London. He's also been twice the Olympic gold medalist for the team sprint.
We got a huge roar from the crowd then. I think he came into these Commonwealth Games as one of the favourites. He personally hasn't prepared specifically, and he's not feeling on top of his game. He's lacking a little bit of motivation in between the Olympic years, but he's definitely a favourite here.
And his opponent, Matthew Glaetzer, who I always call a real racer. In fact, what we've got here is two real racers, because that's their style of delivery. So this is Heat 1 of the first quarterfinal of the men's sprint. Leading off is Jason Kenny, the Olympic gold medalist in the red and white strip representing England. His opponent, Matthew Glaetzer of Australia. Glaetzer has been a world team sprint champion back in 2012 when he partnered Sunderland and Perkins. His final lap sealing that gold medal. He's probably on record even quicker than Sir Chris Hoy in the last loop of the track in that particular discipline. And of course, Jason Kenny, triple Olympic gold medalist, been a world sprint champion as well. But just to take Rochelle's point, he hasn't really been on the top of his game. Whether it's now then, look at this. Well, Glaetzer has given him a long advantage there, and Kenny feels that he has got the opportunity to steal a march here. Now that was an elementary mistake. Now we're going to see just how well Glaetzer can race, but that's a big gap then to bridge. And there's one lap to go, and you know I don't think Glaetzer's going to do this. And this could be the first blood then to Kenny, and he will have won on experience. He caught Glaetzer napping, and the Australian's closing down, but he's not going to catch him. And how much energy is that going to take out of him? 1-0. The Olympic champion, Kenny, draws first blood. And I tell you what, that was a sensational tactical move.
Well, wasn't that exciting? Caught Glaetzer by surprise, and at this level, Glaetzer should have been ready for that. Anything is possible, and Jason Kenny has really used his experience to his advantage in this one.
We'll probably see how this has unfolded, Rochelle. Just talk us through this. Just watch when the moment occurred. It's going to come up in a moment. They were watching each other. It was about a 15-metre window, and he thought, right, you're not going to give me that much of an advantage. I'm off, and he couldn't close it.
Well, Jason Kenny would have been waiting for that moment where his gap was the maximum it could have been. So the maximum gap that Glaetzer was going to give to him. Probably a little bit relaxed. He looked behind, he said that gap's enough, and he kicked it really hard. And you can see there that it took a long time for Glaetzer to, even though his adrenaline would have been pumping and he wasn't ready for that, it took him a long time to get going. And then in the last half of a lap, he was closing in, but it was too late. Game over.
And what we must draw from that as well is both were totally committed, but Kenny just eased off on the gas in the finishing straight. But Glaetzer still totally. Now then, how well will he back that up? He's got to recover, hasn't he?
Well, it took him by surprise, so obviously he wasn't ready for that, and he wasn't thinking that he was going to have a 2.5 lap sprint, so that'll definitely be playing with his mind going into the next round, and Kenny's got the upper hand.
Oh, right, we'll just draw breath from that, and he'll be pleased that he's achieved that. Shows he's getting back to form. We're moving forward now to Heat 2, men's quarterfinals. England versus New Zealand.
Well, that was certainly a heart starter to get the session underway, wasn't it? Bit of excitement.
Starting on the outside, there he is, the face of concentration of Matthew Crampton of England. His opponent is Edward Dawkins from New Zealand. Heat 2 of the men's quarterfinals. This is race 1. In the black, leading off, is Edward Dawkins of New Zealand. versus from England, Matthew Crampton. Dawkins already with 1 gold medal in his pocket from the team sprint yesterday. If you're watching sprinting for the first time and you're a little concerned that why they're rolling around here like this, sprinting is an incredibly tactical affair. You will have witnessed that from the first encounter between Gleitzer and Kenny, and what they do, the riders try to outmaneuver each other till one feels he has a better position to try and beat him in the sprint. Some like to race from the back, some like to take it from the front.
Yeah, personally, when I was riding on the track, I would prefer to be behind because you feel like you have more control, but you see the New Zealanders, especially here with Dawkins, he can ride forwards, looking backwards the whole time and feels very comfortable. He looks like he's got Crompton in a good position here.
Yeah, Dawkins is going to fire off from the front here now. Then Crampton comes from Lancashire in England, who's going to have to challenge strongly. And when they're on the outside like that, they're going to have to come the long way round. The straight's longer here in Glasgow, but he capitulates. He knew that he hadn't got the power to get at the side of the Kiwi. So first blood then to Edward Dawkins, and really, with the greatest respect to Crampton, he made that look pretty easy.
Yeah, like we said, the Kiwis have come here in really fantastic form. They've done everything right. They just seem to have that physical edge, the mental edge from winning yesterday in the team sprint. And now they've got that mental edge on top of their physical edge. It looks like they're in control of these sprint races.
Going to maintain that position inside the sprinter's channel. We might just talk about that and reinforce it if we get a slow rollout on the next sprint, just so people are aware of the rule. But that sprinter's channel between the black line and the red, whoever is leading the sprint when they hit the 200-metre marker, that's his property. The other rider's not allowed to go underneath unless he comes out. Controversial grey area of sprinting.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's very difficult when you're trying to look at your opponent behind yourself on the track to stay in that sprinter's lane. And the adrenaline kicks in and you lose a little bit of bearing of where you are on the track. But the moment the sprinter at the front comes out of that red line, then they'll be disqualified.
So coming out onto the track next is the representative from Malaysia. This is Awang. He is a former world silver medalist in the World Championships, and his opponent is Sam Webster of New Zealand. Big John Beasley, his coach from Australia, who's really worked wonders with the boys from Malaysia. Had them down there as a squad in Melbourne, and they've managed to tune up their university studies there as well. But the Kiwis, well, certainly going to take some stopping. Heat 3, race 1 of the men's quarter-final sprint. At the front, Sam Webster of New Zealand and Azizul Awang of Malaysia. And I can tell you that Awang actually was in hot water yesterday, and he actually risked disciplinary action from the Commonwealth Games organisers by staging a political protest. And you're not allowed to do that. You can't use the Commonwealth Games as a platform for protesting, but fortunately he's still in the competition. Probably had a severe rebuke, I would think, from John Beasley, but that's all behind him now. Now look at this. You see that Webster is well aware of the abilities of Awang, and he's actually taking him on full bore. There's no finessing in this one. They've been going at it full on all the way, and now then Webster's leading this out, and Awang is being stretched. But has he got the power to come round? It's a big ask. Well, can he do it? Come down the side? The answer is no. The Kiwi takes it. So Webster draws first blood, but that was really an amazing sprint. I mean, the pressure was on all the way.
Well, he rode that sprint, Webster, like a 200-metre sprint, like he just did for the time trial, 200-metre time trial. He came down the bank. He was just riding his own line, saw where his rider was behind him, and he just took that run down the bank. A pretty late sprint in comparison to other sprints. Comes into the 200-metre line here. And he just rode his own race. Wang was not, he's fast, but he wasn't strong enough to come over in the final straight. But it's a very dominant performance by the New Zealanders.
So the brace of New Zealanders that are through with one win under their belts, with two of the three that won the gold medal yesterday in the team sprint. It's the green marker that indicates who can go into the comfort zone in the middle of the arena and breathe a sigh of relief. It's nice, isn't it, to come on the track knowing you've got one under your belt. Second Australian in this sprint quarter-final stage of the competition, coming out onto the track now. This is Peter Lewis, who was born in Newcastle. I once raced on the little concrete track up in Newcastle. Have you ever seen it?
Oh, I'm not sure that I have, actually.
It's small, very bumpy.
Yeah.
And they took me out there to ride in a Madison. I went straight from the 6-day scene. And you know what the clear recipe was from the Aussies? They were going to give me a severe shellacking. You know what the outcome was? They did.
They did.
So this is heat 4 of the men's quarter-final sprint. Race 1. To the old Aussie giving him a stare there.
Yeah, he's trying to intimidate his competition, but I think the Kiwis have intimidated the Australians.
Heat 4, race 1 of the men's sprint quarterfinals between Peter Lewis of Australia, there he is at the front, and against him here from New Zealand is Matthew Archibald. Archibald got a gold and bronze in the World Cups in Mexico and Beijing. And his opponent here, as I was just saying, from Newcastle, Oceania Team Sprint champion in 2012, got himself a silver in that same competition. But you were saying you don't know too much about him. He's a newcomer really to the scene, isn't he?
Yeah. Peter Lewis, yeah, I don't know so much about him. The other Australian sprinters have been around for quite a while, but Peter Lewis was a BMX rider, the Australian. He was a BMX rider and he went into mountain bike racing and now he's in track racing. So he's been on the bike for a long time from a very young age.
Well, here we go then. Lewis is about to lead this one off. Now then, the other two Kiwis are through comfortably. Now then, can Archibald challenge Lewis? Lewis has got the inside position. Archibald having to come all the way down and this long finishing straight. No, Lewis takes it. So the Australian takes race 1. 10.6 for the closing 200. They were travelling at nearly 68 kilometres an hour. Not too much to choose between those two.
No, it was a pretty close competition, actually. It looked like the Kiwi was going to fight back in the home straight, but it's very difficult once you're on the outside. I think the benefit of coming around on the outside on a track like this, there's long straights, so there's time for a rider to come from behind. But Peter Lewis had a very, very strong ride, and he fought through the bend all the way to the line. You see here again that the Kiwi dropped down. Peter Lewis, he let it out from the front, and he may have just come off the pedals a little bit, and then he hit it again out of the last corner. He had the New Zealander on the hip, but he just pushed it out of the last corner, and the New Zealander wasn't able to come over in the final straight. Well, you see when they win a race like that, there won't be any celebrating. It's only 1 of 3, so they've still got 1 or 2 more rounds, depending on whether they win the second round. So they just get straight back on the bike, and although they'll be very confident and happy that they got 1 under their belt, they've still got to win the next one or take it to 3.
And we've got all that still to come, aren't we lucky? We're sitting in the gold seats in the arena, best view in the house, and given an opportunity to describe what has been our life. Here we are, let's just whet your appetite with the lineup then for the heats in the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit. The first 2 clashes there. We've then got Scotland, the local nation here, of course, the nation that are putting these games on versus the Canadians. She'll get good support. Then young Amy Roberts, who's a talented rider, rides on the Wiggle Honda team. We'll hear more about her then from Rochelle. And then Edmondson, the first Australian. They've always had 1 or 2 handy pursuiters in this ladies' discipline. Then we get to Danny King. She's a gold medal winner for the team pursuit from London. Be interesting to see how she fires up in the individual. And then we've got, of course, the crowd pleaser par excellence, Laura Trott, who's a double Olympic gold medalist, and Trotty here will not be trotting around this course. She'll be motoring. Eleanor Barker riding against Amy Cure. Cure, such a talented Omnium rider, and Eleanor Barker, a world junior champion and a current world senior champion for the Team Pursuit. And then who knows what Katie Archibald's going to do. The Scot, who knows no place other than winning. And then the last lineup, Joanna Rousel, who is the current world champion. That is quite an impressive entry.
It is an extremely impressive entry. A lot of big names here, and like you said, Katie Archibald being the surprise rider. Nobody knows exactly what she's capable of, but here with a home crowd, I'm sure they're going to get behind her and lift her, and anything's possible here. She's not known as a specific pursuit rider, but with this crowd behind her, saw in the swimming yesterday all the exciting results, so anything is possible, and it might be just enough to lift her and bring her home for the gold medal.
Rochelle, I'm looking forward to some lovely little nuggets from you, because you're really au fait with a lot of these competitors, but we'll save them till they come out onto the track. But this is the last opportunity, of course, just to tickle the legs up, get rid of the lactic, and get your music on, get yourself focused, and try and blot out the pressure of what's ahead.
Well, I've been watching the warm-ups for the last hour, actually, and it's very interesting to see how different the preparations are from all the different athletes. We saw Katie Archibald did a very placid, calm warm-up on the rollers, whereas Joanna Rousel was on the rollers for an hour and a half or 2 hours before the event, really pumping it out and getting the heart rate up, and she seemed to do a lot more longer, intense warm-up. But maybe she has a lot more experience than someone like Katie Archibald, who doesn't really know exactly what her best performance or preparation warm-up is. So we see a lot of different warm-ups from the different athletes down there in the middle of the track.
Total uncut talent. She's like a great big uncut diamond. In other words, she's giving it everything. Every time she lines up, she's complete commitment. There's Danny King. Now then, what's she thinking about that? That's not the face of happiness.
No, it's been a tough.
Oh, she must have heard me. Thanks.
She's just.
And not much for the Falklands to smile about in the mixed team badminton. A whitewash for Australia against the Falklands. This was Somerville and Guan beating Minto and Williams 21-4, 21-4. And in hockey, Scotland ahead, the home nation. Against South Africa. In fact, that's gone for a review. So we'll have to wait to find out if the goal stands. And as a result of the replay, it appears the goal will not stand. That's not a decision which will go down too well with the home support. It remains 0-0, it seems, between Scotland and South Africa. Back to the cycling, the women's 3,000 metres individual pursuit, the qualifying stage. Rochelle Gilmore and Hugh Porter with the commentary.
And she rode very well. Can you hear me? I'll do clean ins on these, so never be talking 12 seconds out, okay? Heat 1 of the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit. 12 laps to the track, and the shot we're looking at here, starting in the home straight, is Tamiko Butler, representing Antigua and Barbuda, and her opponent here from Pakistan is Rahila Bano. In fact, the rider from Pakistan has not taken the start, so it's just Tomiko Butler then that's going to tackle the distance. It's a pure time trial for her, 12 laps of the track.
Well, we saw that she came out of the gate with a little bit of a wobble. That indicates that she was riding a big gear, that she had trouble getting out of the gate. It was a little bit difficult to get the bike moving, but she's on top of that gear now and she's settling in.
Won a couple of golds in the Caribbean Road Race Championships in 2012 and 13, and I can tell you that this rider actually competed in the round in Woking in England of the televised Tour Series, and in the last 10 minutes of the race she gave the field quite a fright. She distanced herself and stayed clear for about 4 or 5 laps, showing that she was certainly not fazed at all by the reputations of the others.
Well, she looks like she's done this before, so obviously she's a pursuit rider. She's on top of that gear, but like we said, it might have been a little bit too big for her, so we might see her dying a little bit towards the end of this race. She's got 8 laps to go.
First kilometre, 1:20.578.
Well, the world record holder for this event is Katie McTeer in 3 minutes 30.290. So
Commonwealth Games record holder.
No, world record holder. Commonwealth, oh yes, Commonwealth, you're right. Katie McTeer, Commonwealth Games record holder. And Sarah Hammer actually holds the world record in 3:22. But the Commonwealth Games record is 3:30, so if we can see times like that, I think Joanna Rousel is the favourite here today, and there's a suspicion that she may be able to go pretty close to the Commonwealth Games record of Katie McTeer.
Well, she knocked on the door actually at the World Championships and was almost replicating that time, so I think if Rousel settles down to that style that we associate with her for pursuing, then I think you're right. Who knows, you may just see a sub 3:30, that would be nice.
That would be really nice. We've seen some fast times here yesterday inside the track, so it's definitely achievable. And Joanna will be having that 3:30 as her target for today.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but you know, women's 3,000 metres pursuing, like everything, has moved on at a gallop, really. And you know me and my stats, I keep the top 12 of all times, and really the cut-off, the 12th time is held by Wendy Hoofenagel at 3:27.8. So the 12th fastest, I mean, at 3:27, that's a staggering standard.
Certainly is. I mean, the standards have lifted incredibly. I remember back at the 2000 Olympics, the standard to get into the squad was 3:35, but now they're going 3:25 at world standard level. So
3:35. You've got to try a little bit for that.
You
Makes
do.
the old chest burn. Well, she's getting towards the closing stages here now, Tomiko Butler, and it is really quite hard. I don't want to keep talking about things that I did in my career, but when I was a rider, I was a pro. This is my discipline. But we used to have to do 5,000 metres. That's quite a long way, isn't it? And the qualification round, you always had to do it on your own. So 5Ks on your own, that's a long way.
well, I know that the women do train over 5 kilometres quite often, and it's often behind the team's pursuit of the men.
Yes.
They lay off a little bit, they let a little bit of a gap, and they train over the 5,000 metre distance. So when they come to competition and they do 3,000 metres, it's a little bit, you know, they can go at a higher intensity for a shorter amount of time.
Yes. Half a lap then, just over to go then for Butler, who's getting quite a generous round of applause here, lifting her around the track. It's been a tough old time trial for the 23-year-old. Here she comes, approaching the line, and this will be the early standard, of course. It's 4:08.979. Once again, let me just reinforce that her opponent there, who was, or should have been, Pano of Pakistan, did not take the lineup. So that's the first result. Riders preparing for Heat 2 of the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit. This is going to be a clash between India and Jamaica. Heat 2 of the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit. On the left of our screen, starting in the home straight, is Sunita Yanglem of India. And in the back straight on the right of our screen, representing Jamaica, is Bianca Hernould. 12 laps of these boards here in Manchester. And we're looking just for the top 4, the fastest 4 to go into the medal contest that will take place this afternoon. And of course, the quickest 2 of those 4 will ride off for gold and silver. We've had just one rider so far. That's the competitor from Antigua and Barbuda. That's Butler, who stopped the clock on 4:08.979. Long way to go in this competition. We've got 10 heats. 19 competitors then have committed to the challenge. The blue ribbon really of endurance events that sadly has no longer got its place in the Olympic Games. Just talking about how they train, it's worth reinforcing that again, I think, Rochelle, the way the pursuiters laying off the back of the team pursuit squad, leaving that little window.
Well, you do see at the track during the training sessions that the women are training behind the men's team's pursuits. Sometimes they leave a gap of, say, 50 metres or even 100 metres, and they use that to chase, so they don't have the advantage of being in the slipstream, but they do have that time of the guys, what they're doing in front of them to try and maintain. And they'll generally train over longer distances in the earlier parts of their preparation, a couple of months before, over 5 kilometres for a 3-kilometre event. And then when they get closer to the event in the last few days, they'll come to the track and just ride a 500 metre, 2-lap sprint as fast as they can, just to get the body going again. So the preparation varies depending on whether they're 2 months out or 2 weeks out. Generally, the training gets a little bit shorter and more intense.
Well, the riders on the track at the moment are Yanglem of India and Hernould of Jamaica. I don't think I've ever seen these 2 competitors before. We were on about this yesterday, the fact that the Commonwealth Games gives countries who never really make the cut for the World Championships an opportunity to mix it with the elite. So it's quite interesting, isn't it?
Well, it really does, and I think a lot of the athletes, like we're seeing now in this competition from India and Jamaica, are coming here with their own personal goals rather than competing against the likes of Australia or Canada or England or Wales or the stronger riders. So they come here with their own personal goal to try and do a personal best time. And you'll see when they cross the line that their coaches will either be happy with their performance or not so happy with the time that they've achieved here. But it's an opportunity to have the fast wheels in, be on a fast track, all the atmosphere, the crowds get behind them. So it's an opportunity for these athletes to have a certain goal and to be able to better themselves as part of development to get to world standard and world level.
Well, I'm speculating on the possibility of a catch here. It's about 60, 70 metres that they are separated by. Now, what happens in the qualification round, and I'll let Rochelle talk you through it, but if a catch is achieved, then the competitors are forced to complete the distance for posting a time.
Well, they definitely need to post a time, because even if the Indian rider here catches the Jamaican, she needs to continue on to get a time to see if there is a possibility to move into the top 4 to ride off for the gold or to ride off for the bronze.
500 metres to go. Well, the competitor from Jamaica here, Hernould, is valiantly trying to resist the catch in front of a full house. I don't know if she's going to do it. It's going to be very, very close. The crowd will go potty here. If she does achieve the catch, it's going to happen, definitely. So, yep, there's the catch. She overhauls Hernould of Jamaica.
Well,
Yanglem, sorry, Rochelle.
She did it in the bend as well, so she had to take the long way around. Sometimes they try to judge it so they're going to pass in the straight.
And here she comes up to the line to record the time. Finishing time for her of 4:07.614. That's just a tad quicker than the first rider, Tamiko Butler, and the competitor from Jamaica closed it out on 4:19.202. In pursuing, it's always, of course, the optimum aim to try and achieve a catch.
Well, I think that'll be quite an honour to be able to go home and say that I caught a rider at the Commonwealth Games in the qualifying round of the pursuit. So I think she'll be very happy with that ride, and it's definitely an honour to be able to say that.
And she's on the Dolan bike. It's one that I ride myself, actually. Terry Dolan, an absolute lovely guy who makes bikes and sends them all around the world. And you see a lot of the countries riding his track bikes and his road bikes.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he's given those bikes to that team, because that's the kind of guy that he is.
Absolutely.
And I think everybody in cycling at some time in their career has ridden one of his bikes.
And been given one. You're looking at a lad here.
Exactly. I've been given one just last year, so I'm in that club as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, good man. He gave me my winter bike, you know, the carbon frame that had the clearances that you could have 700Cs, because you know our wonderful winter that gets pretty hospitable, and it means you can ride out without getting soaking wet and everything. No, he's a good man.
Let's leave the velodrome for the moment and head for Glasgow Green, and the men's hockey getting underway. South Africa against Scotland have disallowed Scotland goal a little bit earlier, so it's still goalless.
So, great effort by Scotland.
Aerial route for South Africa. A couple of bounces and then pushed out of play by Tane Payton. Scotland with numbers coming forward. Loss of control and a loss of possession. No, they've got the free hit. Needs to be retaken. McIntyre. Courtis behind here. Courtis moving inside. Can they find him? Nudged out of play and a tangling of sticks.
Just settle down. No need to swing your stick. Okay, just calm down. Just calm down, all right?
Umpire just having a word about swinging of sticks. Yeah, behind the line that time.
Yeah, but more encouraging signs for Scotland. They're doing well. They're blocking the midfield out, and when they keep winning the ball, when speculative passes are put through by the South Africans in midfield, and that's when they're looking to attack at pace. And 2 or 3 times they've made decent chances.
Just a nice looking ball. Oh, just picked up at speed, but then lost. Kenny Bain, a little frustrated that he didn't control that. South Africa down the left-hand side. This time it's bouncing around. It's avoided all Scottish feet, thankfully for the host nation, and they come forward down the left. Bain. It's nice work from Alan Forsyth, but he's on the deck. Whistle blows. Needs to be retaken. Scotland will have a chance to move a few more bodies forward. Here's Courtis. Courtis into the D. Robinson just took the pace off it with that outstretched stick. South Africa having to defend, and they've got a little bit of time to breathe. Robinson carries on his run, but Good speed across the face of the pitch here. South Africa losing out. They'll get a corner. Lungile Sokalili is the man with the pace, the number 22 for South Africa. Impressive when he's in possession. Into the last 5 minutes of the half. Goalless here at the Glasgow National Hockey Centre. South Africa 0, Scotland 0. Panther for South Africa. Drummond. Scotland forward once again. Nelson back to Grasic. Change of sides. That's a good looking pass. Just kept in play. Oh, it was just out of play, in fact. Just the side of a foot on the line. Nelson. Cortas. Schofield. Nelson couldn't control the bouncing ball. And there'll be some defence required here. Cortas trying to cover this one. Payton down the right. Out before the foot, the call from the umpire. South Africa surging forward again, looking for a way through. Clinton Panther all the way back to Smith. Smith over to his left. South Africa will fire this one into the D.
That's a good idea. The South African forwards trying to create that opportunity by leaving that channel, moving, just spinning around on the baseline.
Oh, Stock couldn't find Nelson. Nelson got a bit tangled up as he tried to shift his direction. Jones for South Africa. Halkett weighing up his options. Less than 2.5 minutes of the half to play. Sliding pickup. Dangerous. South Africa trying to find a way through. That's a good tackle. Ian Schofield doing the damage there for Scotland. Scotland, I think, with the last 90 seconds approaching, will be keen to just hold on to possession here. The last thing they want to do is to make a mistake in the dying seconds of the half, and they've surrendered possession here. South Africa thrusting forward. That is picked up, and it's dangerous. They get away with it. McIntyre. Flicked inside. Poor pass from him. He's been solid throughout, but that wasn't his best pass. South Africa surging forward once again. Good speed here. Good tackling of Scotland. Regroup. They will have a chance for one final attack in this first half. No foul called.
What happened? There's nothing happened. Easy, man, number 13.
The umpire was right there.
Yeah, he was right there, and it's a good attack, a breakaway, but it's just been put too far ahead of Kenny Bain, and there's no way he was going to get that again. So the umpire gave the hit the other way.
Last 30 seconds of the half. South Africa on their final attack of the first period of play. Need to clear their lines here, Scotland. They're giving it away. Relief for Scotland and their supporters there, as the umpire blew in their favour.
Well, Coulter's lucky really to get away with that. He just slightly miscontrolled it there and wanted another bite at it. And instead Norris Jones took his stick.
And the hooter sounds at the end of an entertaining but goalless first half here at the Glasgow National Hockey Centre. Scotland found the back of the net on one occasion, but it was overruled following an umpire's referral. And at the end of the first half, in this Pool A match, the scoreline here, South Africa 0, Scotland 0.
So a contentious moment in the hockey. Still goalless. Will be back for the second half. Meantime, it is netball. And England ranked third in the world after taking bronze at the last two Commonwealth Games against Wales, 13-2 up in the first quarter.
Contact, wing defender.
Quick on the transition, but England again bringing that ball through to the circle edge, and that goal line run again of Joe Harton just dominating the work of Morgan.
Centre holding, penalty, goal third, centre third. Yes. Goal defence, contact penalty. Yes.
Mentor matching up
Yes.
strong against Lewis.
Come forward. Yes. Short. Both up. Short. Yes.
So Mosley put through for goal number 4 for
Wing
Wales.
defender, holding, grabbing on. Step back wing.
The Corbin sisters just linking well there on the short ball.
You see the England players warming up in the background there. Sarah Bayman using the skipping rope. Hannah Ekbisi on the bike nearest to us. Rachel Dunn on the bike furthest.
Obstruction, goal attack, penalty.
Some good defensive pressure from Clark and Guthrie, particularly in the attacking third from Wales. Drain desperately trying just to keep the width, wants the support on the transverse line.
And called for 3 seconds there, Ursula Pritchard.
Contact, pass or shot. Obstruction.
Probably pinned a little bit too close to the baseline for Joe Harton's liking. Kelly Morgan really trying to work around the body. Turnover ball again.
Yeah, Sasha Corbin penalised.
Contact, keeper penalty.
Sasha Corbin, the older of the two Corbin sisters,
Forward. One step forward. Yes, come with her.
but
Keeper.
both play
Yes.
at Hertfordshire Mavericks. Having at some stage gone through Team Bath as Lewis scores once again to reduce the arrears to 11.
Hold time, centre.
Serena Guthrie for England just calling out time. It's interesting, there's been a lot of debate about the England wing attack and who might be the cover should it not be working out in terms of the play from Sasha Corbin. Rumours that Jade Clark could well be the individual that found herself in the wing attack spot. She's very capable through any of those mid-court roles.
More often though, you see her at centre or wing defence.
And obviously with the option of Sarah Bayman, who's really come through strong in the latter stages of this preparation process. Certainly lots of different combinations.
Well, she hasn't removed her bib, so you can only assume she's going to continue. A 2-minute break here. Right. Right, well, let's have a look at the poor Welsh shooting in this first quarter so far. It's been very disappointing.
Yes, 3 from 8 for Mosley.
And Lewis with a fair share of misses as well. Drain feeds Lewis now. Lewis, as the break just helped Wales. Well, they've got it back to within 10 now.
Yes, better ball from Susie Drain there. Ball to body for Chelsea Lewis, much better against the range of Jiva Mentor. But Wales again, just making England work, use the width of the court just to get this ball through.
England don't need to panic, they can be as patient as they like.
It's good ball placement by Sasha Corbin, just putting the ball to space for Joe Harton, away from the defender side.
Just in front of Anna Mays there, in that camera position, is Karen Atkinson, the former England captain.
And Colette Thompson, also in the coaching team there. Great deal of expertise she has, complements the knowledge and expertise.
There's Colette there to the left. Anna's enjoying herself. Not often you see her with such a broad smile on her face so early on in proceedings, but I guess when your team are leading by 11.
Good work by Kyra Jones, just drive into B, ball side. Front cutting Jade Clark. It's great to see Kyra Jones and the movement that she does off the ball just to pull the width and open up space for teammates in the attacking unit.
Oh, better shot from Mosey there, give it plenty of height. And that will be the final play, will it? Unless Harton can get this one away. But she can, gets at the rebound, misses at the second attempt, and that is the end of the first quarter. And it's the first quarter that England have dominated Wales, struggling to find their shooting boots in the first 10 minutes, and England leads by 10 at quarter time. England 17, Wales 7.
So 17-7 in the netball between England and Wales. We can now go back to the men's hockey. Emerging for the second half, Scotland 0, South Africa 0.
Ready for the second half. Goalless here in this men's Pool A match at the Glasgow National Hockey Centre. Good start for the host nation, well supported here. Although on the sunny side of the pitch there are a few people struggling with the intense heat, all sorts of headwear being fashioned, newspapers being made into hats all around the place here. Good to see everybody being creative. They celebrated for a while with a goal that was eventually overruled by the umpire, having gone for the umpire's referral. And now Scotland get in their huddle, and after taking a whole load of fluids, we hope, during the pause, they'll now return refreshed and ready to resume. South Africa get their final instructions from the captain. Yeah, paper hats made out of newspaper. Another stunning day in Glasgow. Sporting day 2 of the 20th Commonwealth Games. and this superb venue. Well populated here this morning. South Africa now hitting from right to left, the start of the second half in their green and gold. Scotland in their change strip of white and purple. And the second half is underway. Goalless here. South Africa 0, Scotland 0. South Africa into the Scotland half for the first time. Bit of a slip for Lloyd Norris-Jones, who had a good first half for South Africa. And Scotland on the attack here. Could they get an early goal? Oh, it's just wide.
Kenny Bain showing his skill and pace there, picking up a beautiful ball. Lovely effort, but you know, just got to find that target at this stage of the game. Finds a rig hole in the middle of the defence there, puts it just past the post.
Not far away. Massive groan as the crowd saw that one just fly wide of the upright. Scotland will be hoping for more chances. Here's Cronje for South Africa. Oh, that's intercepted off the feet. Picked up by Cronje. That's a good-looking pass into space. And South Africa into the D. Man down, Scotland able to regain possession. That was a little risky. Clinton Panther, number 31 for South Africa, always dangerous. Jonty Robinson sizes up his options here. Plays it back to Cronje. Cronje back into the South African half. Good stick work. South Africa coming forward again.
Settle down, Robbo. Leave it for us.
A big hit on captain Austin Smith there. Just cuts back, and Niall Stott. Well, he's a big, strong boy. Well, it's probably a bit unnecessary.
Bundled off the ball, and he hit the deck hard there, the South African captain, Austin Smith, the number 5. Bowled over by the bigger man.
Number 16.
He'll be a little shaken and winded, but back on his haunches now.
And Niall Stott gets a green card. 2 minutes in the sin bin.
So South Africa have the numerical advantage now, man over. Andrew Cronje.
Number 6 and number 19. I don't like this all in the pitch.
Waiting for the whistle, see what he can produce here.
If you still do, I will reverse it.
Plenty of South Africans in the D. Scotland aware, looking around.
Number 10, Scotland. Number 12, Scotland. No way. Be easy. I don't like this all, huh?
Umpire making his opinions apparent. It's drilled in, little drag flick, but cleared by Scotland, and they come forward, but only with one man in the South African half at present, and his attack quickly extinguished. And remember, Scotland are a man down at the moment. Cronje. De Voo. De Voo playing his 50th match for South Africa today. Problems here for Cronje. Bruised thigh. Bit of a friction burn there for the South African number 3. Cronje back inside to Eustace. Missed control from Eustace, but the tide is up. Good defending from Scotland. Can they clear their lines again? Flicked out of danger. Cronje takes it on himself and switches play to the far side of the pitch here. Gets the return ball. Same again, bit of passing practice. Eustace into the right-hand corner. Good stick work. South Africa into the D. Trying to avoid the Scottish feet here. Lots going on. And that will hurt.
Well, good pressure here from South Africa. They're using their man advantage. Norris Jones crashes the ball across, but I think that was received just at the top of the thigh.
Yeah.
Tane Payton, but he's fine now. But Scotland have got to survive. It's actually a yellow card that was given to Niall Stott according to the central statistics. And he will be off for 5 minutes, not for 2. So Scotland have just got to be careful. Just keep the possession and don't take any risks in this period.
Payton slips again. He'll know he's had a game this evening. Took one right in the midriff. And here's Robinson. Jonty Robinson taking it on himself. All the way to the byline. Can he flick it back inside? Penalty corner to South Africa.
And a loose ball there. Cost trouble.
So remember, the Scottish defence have 40 seconds to prepare to defend their line for this South African penalty corner.
And lovely bit of skill there, all the way from the 25, coming in and not panicking when he gets on the back line, just playing the ball back into the defender to win that penalty corner for Jonty Robinson.
Second penalty corner of the match, the first of the second half for South Africa now.
Okay, boys, time out. First the time in, then we play.
The injection will be by Tane Payton. Let's see what South Africa can produce here.
Get done. Okay, play.
Oh, it's just deflected over the top by one of the defenders, not by the keeper.
It's not going by. Adam is going by. Yeah?
Okay, looking for a stroke because it hit the shoulder, but if it's going wide, it's not. Well, then it was obviously goalward bound there. So South Africa look like they've won themselves a penalty corner, unless Scotland refer it upstairs.
Yeah, they have, I think. Let's see it again.
The issue is whether it's actually hit goalward bound or not. Oh, that's hard to tell from there.
Get a better idea from this angle behind the goal. Look at Stott. Came off the back of his neck.
Yeah, it's very difficult to tell, isn't it, whether that's actually going in the goal or going past it.
I would say that's goal bound.
Would you? I'd say it was not conclusive. So it's difficult to tell one way or another whether that was going into the goal or not. It looks so close to the post, it could have actually hit the post. So to change the umpire's decision, there's got to be conclusive evidence one way or the other.
Here's another angle, or another look at the behind the goal angle.
So it's very tight. It's very hard to tell. I mean, it definitely brushed the back of his shoulder or neck.
Peter, there is no clear reason to change your decision. Okay, and start it for the referral. Sorry? We'll keep their referral or lose? They lose their referral. Okay. Please.
There you go, penalty stroke. And Scotland lose their referral. So it was judged by the 2 umpires at the time that it was going goalward bound, and the referral was, could they change the decision? Did they believe that it was going wide? And the umpire upstairs said he couldn't tell one way or another, so the decision stood.
No reason to change your decision. Penalty stroke for South Africa, to be taken by Clinton Panther. No, I beg your pardon, by the number 3, Andrew Cronje. Andrew Cronje will take this for South Africa and scores. South Africa 1, Scotland 0.
Well, that's a good, well, it's not a brilliant stroke, but it's on the ground. There's a lot of pace on it. It's difficult for a goalkeeper to get his down on the floor there with his hand. So a goal's a goal, and well, Scotland have got some work to do now.
Well, it's woken up the slumbering Scottish crowd who were snoozing in the sun for a while. They've responded by chanting the name of the host nation here, hoping for a response. Grasic gives them a little bit of hope down the right. Ah, it's a good sliding defensive push from the South Africans.
The point I'd just like to make is that Niall Stott is still off the pitch, so that all occurred when South Africa had that extra man. So that extra man has been pretty crucial.
Yeah. So plenty of time for Scotland to respond here. 29 minutes of the match remain. Bremner. Kultas. Kultas again. Bremner tries to go inside. Hikes is there for South Africa. Robinson takes it away for the South African team, and they have possession. Cronje, the goal scorer from the penalty spot. Bouncing dangerously high. Gloved away by Jamie Catcher.
Yeah, careless ball into the D, really, at that height. It's a bit of a waste of time. Scotland go back up to full team now. Stott's just come back on the pitch.
Bremner with a bit of time and space, threads it forward. Parks scrambling for possession, but loses out to Panther. Fires it inside to Eustace. And Robinson picks it up on the right for South Africa. Encouraging signs for the visitors from South Africa here. Julian Hykes on for South Africa. He's been busy, looking lively. Cronje. Cronje takes it on. Plenty of space in front of him. Penalty corner.
Simple move there. Moves the ball beautifully round down to Cronje. Cronje fires it through. And just placing it on the foot inside the D. So Scotland have to face another penalty corner.
It's only 20. Captain.
So far, no success from the penalty corners for either side.
Wait for mine, boys. Get ready.
So, let's see what South Africa can produce here.
Get ready, boys.
The injection from Tane Payton. Cronje's waiting to strike. He's already got one. Has another shot here. Oh, just wide from Andrew Cronje. Scotland on the break. Little counter-attack. Didn't last long. South Africa playing a little more confidently now as Jonty Robinson delivers it to Payton, looks for the return ball. McIntyre back on for Scotland. Had a good first half when he was playing. Let's see if he can produce some chances for Scotland now in this second half. South Africa 1, Scotland 0. Cronje, that's a good pass from the South African goal scorer.
Number 15, I'm watching you.
Yeah, number 15, I'm watching you. That's the word from the umpire. Ignatius Malgraf on for South Africa. He looks lively as well. Number 26. Halkett. Scotland ball. Now Scotland with a little time and space here. Oh, but it's intercepted by Malgraf. Quick reactions from the South African number 26. Ball high, eventually plucked out of the air and controlled nicely by Halkett. Hikes to his left. Hikes, good stick work. Gets himself a bit blocked on the sideline there. Hikes again. Good interplay between the South African players on the left-hand side. Cronje, Payton. Payton flicks it inside, takes the return ball. Payton gets to the edge of the D. McIntyre there to tidy up for Scotland.
Yeah, South Africa looking a bit more confident now, and they're moving the ball around well, finding beautiful ball into the D. Spinning, Jones wins the penalty corner. It's a lovely little bit of passage of play from South Africa there, culminating in their fourth corner.
Well, no success from penalty corner range so far from either side, but South Africa have at least had plenty of practice.
Just see that little spin there, look, it just cuts back on the foot. Looks so easy.
Yeah, the South Africa number 9, Julian Hikes. Now, Cronje has been the target before. Payton will inject the ball for South Africa. Cronje's poised to have another shot at goal. Here we go. It's gone further across. It's Austin, the captain. He can't find the target either.
Looking for that far post deflection there. So ball coming in, or the near post, just couldn't quite get down far enough.
Austin Smith with the missed shot, trying different options from the penalty corner set piece, the South Africans, but still unsuccessful. South Africa 1, Scotland 0. 21.5 minutes of the match to play. Jones with a little flick on. Well read by Skirterfield. That's a bit of a waste from a South African point of view.
So the call from the Forsyth, the coach on the side from Scotland, he's just shouting for more energy from his team. We can see their energy levels have dropped a bit. They're obviously getting tired because they've been chasing the game now, but they just need to be a bit more energetic, put a bit more in.
Stop down the right. His pass pushed out by Nelson.
And it's when you get tired that the skills break down a little bit. Nelson's touch wasn't quite as good as he would like it to have been then.
Drummond's on a run down the left. Two men surrounding the South African number 4 there, Jones. Scotland, oh, a bit of a missed ball, but got away with it. Still Scottish possession. Drilled into the D, but bouncing beyond any Scottish sticks. Scotland have just over 20 minutes in which to salvage a point from this match with South Africa. Panther. Oh, that's good work from Clinton Panther. Almost got away with it, not quite. Lungile Solakili, number 22 for South Africa. Oh, he upended. No foul call. That's good work. Scotland coming forward. Plenty of speed here, but the shot was poor. Nowhere near the goal. Kenny Bain decided to take it on himself, and it shanked away.
Beautiful work from Kenny Bain there, picking a lovely, lovely reverse stick pickup, making space, making ground. Maybe could have used forward there with him, but really that shot has got to go on the target, and you can't afford to miss those opportunities.
Might not get many more. Eustace. South Africa go aerial. Ball bouncing around, but it's still in play here. South Africa looking dangerous. Reverse stick shot. Oh, and it's just wide.
Norris Jones there showing his pace.
In this group, Australia, India and Wales, along with Scotland and South Africa, and you feel that Scots must try and salvage a point out of this. But it's South Africa who have all the attacking opportunities in the last 10 or 15 minutes. That looked like it might have come off a foot just outside the D. Indeed it did.
Stop the ball, okay?
Chauncey Robinson comes up, drills it forward.
If I said 5 in, no, straight in. It's not allowed, boys.
Okay, the umpire's just saying the ball needs to have moved 5 metres before it's injected into the D. So he's overturned that decision.
Bremner. Grasic back to Bremner. Two combining well, and Grasic picks it up one more time. This time he finds Coltus on the right. Coltus looking around. Nelson back to Grasic. Scotland try and find a way in from the left. Bodies on the turf. Scotland with possession. Chance to attack, and they find a way into the South African D. Good control, shots wide again. First touch was decent from Kenny Bain. The shot was poor.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to make. His body's moving away from the goal and just trying a snapshot to pull it back towards the goal, but it's not easy to do.
South Africa thrusting forward again, right to the edge of the D. Scotland will want to keep their feet out of the way.
First one.
It's
Stop
a
the ball there, okay.
South Africa ball.
What happened, boys? Don't be silly. Stop the ball there. Play. No worries.
Jonty Robinson slowing things down. Hikes. Oh, bouncing around dangerously. Penalty corner.
Yeah, great strike there. But it looked like it hit the woodwork actually. But this little shot here, off the defender's stick onto the keeper into the air. So that's why the umpire's given that. Oh, that was a good save off his own player.
Well, still no reward from the penalty corner set piece for South Africa. I wonder what they'll try this time. A change of delivery this time. The injection will come from Jonty Robinson.
Hi, wait for my hand, man. South Africa, wait for my hand, boys.
Austin Smith and Andrew Cronje are poised to potentially have a go at this one. Here we go. Smith, good save. Cronje. Cronje still claiming another penalty corner. No, it's safe as far as Scotland are concerned. Relief for the Glasgow National Hockey Centre crowd. And Scotland are immediately at the South African end of the pitch, looking for a way into the D. South Africa regrouping to defend. Good save.
Great save, and a difficult one to get low to.
South Africa 1, Scotland 0.
Easy, boys.
Into the last 15 minutes of this Pool A match. First match of the Commonwealth Games hockey tournament for both sides. Cronje. Down the left-hand side. It's good pick up and run from Jean-Pierre Deveau with his 50th cap today. Robinson. Back to Cronje. He's had an excellent match. Austin Smith. Little flick forward. Change of direction. Dangerous for Scotland. Jamie Catcher. Doing well in the Scottish goal once again.
Okay, boys, play. Number 3 and number 9. Adam Dwork is number 3 and number 9. Number 3 and number 9, I'm watching you boys.
Halkett to Cronje. Cronje flicks it inside. Played off his knees by Drummond. Good skills. Cronje with the return. Here's Robinson. Drummond again. A little turn and a slip. Norris Jones hoping for a bit more luck. Scotland have possession. It's been a while since Scotland have crowded the South African D. Now they're coming forward in numbers. Encouraged by the crowd here, but they won't enjoy that. Thrown away. Norris Jones, back to Robinson. To the right, to Eustace. Hikes. South Africa in the Scottish D. It's avoiding Scottish feet, thankfully, for the host nation. Ball stayed in, it bounced off the corner flag. Bit of a freaky moment. Oh, and Scotland are recovered. They're in a good attacking position. And they've got a penalty corner. Well, that was extraordinary.
Well, there's a first time for everything. Kenny Bain's strength there. Robbed the ball off the defender. Look at this work. He's absolutely so strong. and wins that penalty corner, and did he like that? Beautiful strength.
And all because the ball stayed in play, because it bounced off the corner flag, having dam busted its way down the pitch from the opposite end, bounced off that. Scotland with a chance to draw level. Just over 10 minutes to play. The injection will come from the captain, Chris Grasek. Scottish players lined up to respond here. Scotland's penalty corner. Here's the shot. Oh, it's just pushed away. Courtas. Scotland not going for the direct path to goal. This was their attempt, flick to the right, and Peters was there. South African keeper. Meanwhile, South Africa have moved swiftly to the opposite end of the pitch. Smith for South Africa, the captain. Under 10 minutes of the match remains. Scotland trail by a goal to nil. Robinson in no hurry to release this ball. Eventually he finds Eustace, who returns it to Smith, and then Drummond with a little turn and go on the left-hand side.
Scotland have got to make sure they're getting South Africa's faces for the next few minutes. They need to force something if they want to get something out of this game. They played really well. They've held the South Africans, but it's not going to be good enough for them in this tournament. They need points.
Dangerous looking ball, but it's over the top with the reverse stick effort, finding the safety fence.
Yeah, Norris Jones again, he likes that reverse stick strike, but it's not quite getting in the right position for it.
Oh, that's picked up. That's a little careless. South Africa with a bit of a numerical advantage here towards the Scottish D. Jonty Robinson is tackled, much to the relief of the National Hockey Centre crowd. And Scotland turned defence into attack. Just under 8 minutes to play. South Africa 1, Scotland 0. Cronje. Halkett. Halkett gets the return ball. Has speed and momentum down this right-hand side. Robinson feeding off Halkett. This is good play from South Africa. Excellent possession. And they get the free hit as well. Dangerous times for Scotland. Another goal, and South Africa will consider the job done. So cool heads and a bit of creativity required for Scotland here. Bremner stuck in a bit of a rut. Payton unable to win possession, so Bremner slows it down. Forsyth, McIntyre, Courtas over the top, too far in front of McIntyre, and it runs out of danger. It'll be a Scotland hit. McIntyre there, a bit more pace from Gordon McIntyre, but meanwhile South Africa are looking dangerous at the other end of the pitch, and they're into the South African Scottish D. Thankfully for Scotland, the whistle went. McIntyre needs some control here. He's done well, Gordon McIntyre. Has a look. Pass is okay. Forsyth.
Well, Scotland show they can do it. They've got all the way up to the 25 on a number of occasions, but it's just maybe a little bit more finesse required in those final passes, and they're the ones that actually create you the chances, aren't they, in the opposition's D and 25. Because they're having to work so hard to get the ball, Scotland are getting tired, both sides are fatiguing a bit, and the skills start to break down, but they're still putting a lot of pressure on this South African defence.
Eustace. Robinson. Robinson a little give and go. Scotland running themselves ragged in an effort to defend. Bain flicks it inside. Finds himself in a little bit of space and surges forward. This is good from Bain. That's a good looking pass. Turn and strike. Good save again from Peters.
Well, Kenny Bain again showing how good he is at just creating those opportunities, and a lovely defensive tackle there. Look at that, getting the stick in just when it was needed. So South Africa breathe again, but Scotland showing flashes of what exactly they need to do to get back in this game.
Yeah, Alan Forsyth with the shot that was saved by the South African goalkeeper.
Well, that shows the difference in the stats. 1 from 14 from South Africa and 0 from 9 from Scotland, but they're creating the chances.
Kultas. That's straight to Cronje. Payton. Halkett. Eustace. Dangerous again, South Africa. Looking for a way through. Scotland will be careful, and it's put away. The softest of goals in the end for the South African.
Yeah, beautiful move there, getting down that back line, picking out the forward. Beautiful skills, look at that. Round the back, tackle's not good enough. And in there. By number 20, who's not on our team sheet.
Yeah, I don't know how that's happened. It's Ignatius Malgraf who's been credited with the goal. 26 is the number he's wearing.
So almost impossible for Scotland to get that point now. South Africa just hit when Scotland needed them not to, really, and it's because they've been pushing forward. Scotland have been working hard, getting a little bit tired, a bit overstretched, and exposed themselves.
South Africa 2, Scotland 0. Scotland trying to close towards their first goal of the game. They've had one disallowed. Two and a half minutes of the match remaining. Scotland really don't deserve to be 2-0 down. They've had a decent game. South Africa have just had their chances, a penalty goal and a pretty soft finish in the second goal from Ignatius Malgraf, the number 26. Cronje for South Africa. South Africa in no hurry now to disperse this ball. They'll just try and keep possession, run down the clock. They've got a minute and 35 seconds or so. Songalili. Scotland ball. It's out of play. South Africa holding the ball up in the corner, running down the clock. They're into the final 30 seconds of this Pool A match. And South Africa will take the win. Scotland have had their chances. South Africa have capitalised upon theirs.
Number 19,
and the crowd watching the clock and joining in with the countdown. And Scotland will be defeated in their first match of the 20th Commonwealth Games. Well, the match really came alive in the second half, and South Africa are off to a winning start. And in a pool that also features Australia and India, along with Wales, Scotland will need things to go very much in their favour if they're to get out of this group. They needed a point today at least against South Africa. They've come away with nothing. Final score here, South Africa 2, Scotland 0.
South Africa winners by 2-0 against Scotland. We are going to leave Glasgow now and head for Carnoustie, which is venue for the shooting event. And this is the women's 10-metre air pistol final. And the commentary will be coming from Richard Drew and Alex Smith.
The 24-year-old from Mumbai, gold in Delhi in the pairs event, silver in the individual.
That's a good shot from her there.
10.6. The maximum you can get is 10.9. This is Asha, Armin Asha from Bangladesh. Just celebrated her birthday. She's 28 years of age, from Dhaka. 9th in Delhi 4 years ago, and will be hoping to go better here. Odd seconds on the clock as they look to get their last shots of the 3 away in this series. Goa with a 10.6 really come back. And a 10.3, that's pretty solid shooting.
They all look like to be holding their composure quite well.
Stop.
Deep breathing.
All
well, Goel is still ahead, and the Canadian Ludwig is second. But there has been a little bit of a change. Sidhu has shot very well with a 10.6, poured herself into the bronze medal position. Linda Keiko with a little bit of work to do.
She has indeed. She's got to put her socks up.
Now it gets interesting. We've had the 6 shots, and now we're getting close to the elimination stage. What will happen is single shots. You have 50 seconds to shoot these shots. After 2 series of single shots have been shot, the lowest score will be eliminated.
Absolutely.
And on we go.
Yep.
It's been brought in. It's new since Delhi. And you think it's worked?
I think it's brilliant. Certainly this elimination side of things means that literally the last person standing is our gold medal winner.
After 2 shots time, the 8th place in this competition will be decided. Asha currently
Well, the crowd enthralled by this.
For the
Armin Asher.
Competition shot.
He's the woman in danger. She's in 8th place, and she's 0.2 of a point behind Coral Kennelly of Wales, a 20-year-old who won't want to go out at the moment.
There's a lot of local support for Coral.
Hina Sidhu in 3rd place. You would say not in danger, but things can change. One poor shot. 10.4 from Ludwig, 10.3 from Keiko, and a 10 from the Welsh woman Kennelly. And, ooh, a 9. You can see the reaction from Sidhu. Not happy with that at all.
No, she's not at all. She's not in form today, that's for sure.
Yelushkia, 10.2.
The highest score in that round was Keiko, who shot a
Keiko with a 10.3. That's pretty good, but
difference of 1.7.
4 of the 8. In fact, I think 5 of the 8 were in the 10s, so it's pretty high quality shooting given the pressure they're under.
Yeah, the top 2 have taken a 1.7 lead, but then there's nothing between the next 4 or 5.
It was important from Coral Kennelly to
shoot a good
get
shot
that
there.
good shot,
Yeah.
because Armin Asher only shot a 9.6. She's now 0.6 adrift, and she needs to do something spectacular here.
She does, she does.
For the next competition shot, load.
Well, here's the person under pressure. She needs to shoot big here. We need a 10.5 or something from her. Yelushkia, a little bit under par at the moment. We were expecting her to be further up this board here. So, need a good score from the Bangladeshi here. Takes her time, never hurries her shooting. 9.8 is not going to be enough, I don't think. Another solid shot from the Welsh woman, Kennelly, and I think that will be that for the 28-year-old from Dhaka.
Stop.
But they're all fairly nervy, apart from the
Ladies
Australian.
and gentlemen, in confirmed
Yelushkia
eighth
shot
place
a
for the
10.5, but it is Armin Asher who has to leave at this stage. The first one to be eliminated. She takes 8th place. And it was a long haul through qualification, and she'll be disappointed to leave so early.
She will be indeed. Yeah, she's got to then remember that she's just gained 8th place at the Commonwealth Games.
Interesting reading.
So this is how it looks at the moment. Guel, 80.5, is opening up quite a useful lead from the Australian, who shot up the leaderboard with that 10.5. She has 78.6. Dorothy Ludwig and Linda Keiko, the Canadian sisters, looking at that bronze medal. Well, here's the 20-year-old who trains at home by putting one foot in her shower, shooting through the bathroom and bedroom and out onto the landing to get that 10-metre distance. But it's not unusual, I'm told.
It's not indeed, no.
Start.
So she's 7th. She's the one who now needs to haul herself up. She has
indeed.
about 0.6 to make up on the person ahead of her. That's Teo Sung Shea of Singapore.
It's Coral's debut to the Commonwealth Games, so it's a fantastic effort to get to the final. Let's keep her in.
Coach likes that. It's a solid 9.7. Keiko shooting 10.1. This is Malika Goel, top of the pile at the moment. What can she shoot here? It's a 10.
Stop.
It's a good one.
The highest score in that round was
Keiko with a 10.1, just ahead of Goel. Keiko moves up into 2nd place ahead of Dorothy Ludwig in 3rd, but it is still Malika Goel who's very solid in her shooting at the moment.
She is indeed. She's pushing the time right to the end, so she's putting pressure on herself, but she seems to be holding it together at the moment.
And of course, the whole thing is to keep yourself solid, to keep yourself still. They have shoes that are very flat and very heavy to try and keep them from swaying, but there's no other specialist clothing, is there?
No, there isn't at all. To be honest, when you get to this point, it's all about what's between the ears. Who can hold it together?
Load. So one more shot, and we'll know who has 7th place here. Sidhu.
She would have been a favourite coming into this as well.
Are both tied on an equal 6th. One of them, they both have 86.2. One of them, you would think, would probably go down. And Kennelly shoots at 10.3. So Sidhu, who's one of the favourites, 9.6. Well, that is a surprise. That's a real surprise.
It is a turn up for the books.
Round, some fantastic scores.
One of the favourites, woman with a gold and a silver from Delhi in this discipline.
5th place now. Yaluskaya 10.4. Very, very interesting at the top of the leaderboard.
So Goal
now is still
top.
At the top in
Sidhu in all sorts of bother.
0.3. She shot an 8.6 in that round, and because Keiko shot a 10.5, she moves up and decreases the margin between her.
Very tense here amongst the audience, amongst the shooters.
At this stage, please. Apologies. In 7th place, confirmed 7th place for this competition from India is Hina Sidhu.
A little bit of confusion amongst the officials, but here we are, confirmed 7th place. She would have expected to be in the medals. The woman whose family have represented India, she has shooting through the blood, but she has to make way, and 7th will be a crushing disappointment for a country, India, that is so big in shooting.
Yeah, she would have been a big medal hope for India. So to come out at this stage, she will be disappointed.
That's the excitement of this new system, isn't it?
It is
There's
indeed.
no chance to bounce back, is there?
No, you're all on a level playing field before coming into this. So she had a big advantage, you know, after the qualification. But that was totally wiped down to leave everybody coming into this final on the same path.
Well, India's still top, of course, of the pile with Malika Goel. Here's Coral Kennelly, who is still in the competition after that really good under pressure last shot in the last series. 9.5 for Kennelly, 10.3 for Teo, the Singaporean who's shooting exceptionally well. Still in danger. 25-year-old. Works in research in Singapore. Goel. And here's the sisters, who are 3rd and 4th at the moment.
Shot, the highest score in that round was Ludwig, who shot a 10.4.
So, first of the 2 shots of this series, and Ludwig in good form with a 10.4.
Yaluskaya shot
when your sister shooting 9, you make a bit of daylight, don't you?
You do indeed, yes. It's a completely random draw selection when it comes to the firing points. So having the 2 of them together is just luck of the draw.
And especially left-handed, right-handed, they are facing each other, aren't they?
For the next competition shot, load.
So this is crunch time to find out who is going to be eliminated as the 6th place person in this final. You imagine it between Teo and Kennelly. However, one bad shot from anybody else. Keiko is a point ahead of these 2. So Kennelly under pressure. 9.5 from her. Teo with a 10.3. Goodness me. Certainly came out with the goods, didn't she?
She did indeed. She pulled it out the bag.
Stop. Ladies and gentlemen,
well, you would be very pleased. I mean, I know she wanted to go for a medal, but Coral Kennelly, at just 20 years of age, that's a fantastic performance for her.
It is an absolutely brilliant performance. And as you can hear, there's a lot of support for our homegirl Coral.
She has done fantastically well. She has senior and youth Welsh records. She now has a final in the Commonwealth Games to put onto her CV as well.
That looks pretty good. And there's Steve Pengelly, her coach as well. She must be absolutely over the moon with that.
Well, that shooting from Teo has propelled her from in danger to fourth. It's Keiko who's in fifth. On the right-hand side, there's the new mum. On the right-hand side, left-hand side rather, is her sister Dorothy Ludwig. Surely one of the sisters will be on the podium, but you never know.
You just don't know. The margins are so narrow, it's so tense at this point.
Well, she was sixth in Delhi. She's certainly done better than that here, but she'd like to do a lot better, I'm sure. 9.5 from her. Her sister with a 10.6.
That's a very solid shot.
So the form is coming from Ludwig, who is up into second place with that shot.
After the 13th shot, Ludwig scored the highest of the round with a 10.6.
Well, pressure perhaps starting to show on Teo as well. Just a 9.9 from the Singaporean, but she's still ahead of Keiko, but by 0.4 of a point. So it could change in this last shot.
There's only a 0.2 difference between Ludwig and Yeluskaya at the top.
Look at the breathing.
Ludwig and Guel.
Nerves make you breathe hard, and that's exactly what you don't want.
Absolutely, they're trying to let out as much tension as they can.
Well, I wonder what little Olivia is thinking. I wonder if she's able to cheer on her mum, because
biggest fan ever.
At least she was here to see it, and let's hope that mum stays in for a little bit longer. We shall see.
Start.
Certainly the Canadians very strong in this discipline. Keiko shooting to stay in here. Needs a really big score. Oh, and it's an 8.5. Oh dear, and that will seal her fate, I'm afraid.
It will indeed. It will indeed. It was a great shot by her sister, Dorothy, but I'm afraid that was a mistake too much.
Well, if there's any consolation, she will be able to go and cuddle her 2-week-old. But she has done really, really well here.
She will do. What a feat as a lady as well to come here, get to the final and come fifth, having had a child only 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, her dad, Bill, shot at 3 Olympics. The family
It's in the family, isn't it?
It certainly is.
By the looks of things, it will be for the future as well.
Yeah. Well, Dorothy Ludwig has a couple of small kids.
For the next,
she says, when I spoke to her yesterday, that her and her sister is very nip and tuck who comes out on top. Well, she's won that battle, but she has to keep calm. She's top of the pile at the moment with the Australian Yeluskia.
She's got the Australian has really got the experience behind her. She's been doing this for years and years.
And there she is,
but
the 50-year-old. What a story for her. Born in Russia, went to Belarus, represented them at 2 Olympic Games. Even when she was living in Australia, she was competing in Sydney for Belarus, and then finally made the switch. And she's a 6-time Commonwealth gold medalist. Well, it's the Australian who's in bother there with a 9.1. Goel with 10. Teo 10.2. She is doing fabulously. Very tight, just 0.2.
So that was
fourth and third.
It is. It's nip and tuck. It really is.
That round was Teo from Singapore with a 10.2.
Well, this 25-year-old, one of the older members of the Singaporean squad, believe it or not, 14th in Delhi, but she is shooting very, very well here.
She was. They're all shooting fantastically at the scoreboard. There is literally 2 points covering all 4 of them, which is nothing, really nothing at all.
And that's the thing. One lack of composure.
Yeah.
Fourth place.
Can
one
mean,
twitch.
Absolutely, can mean 4th place as opposed to a gold medal.
Next competition shot.
Well,
load.
Teo has 147.6.
Start.
Yeluskia has 147.8. Goel, to be fair, is not that far ahead either, only 0.9 away from the bottom place. So Teo needs a big one here. 10.2 was a good start, needs another one. 9.9 from the Aussie and a 10.4 from Teo, and that will take her into safety, and it's the Australian who's going to be eliminator, Lelita Yaluskia. Well, 6 Commonwealth gold medals and the Olympic Games bronze at Sydney, but she won't get a medal here. It's a real disappointment for her. You can see that.
It is indeed, yeah. All that experience, and she's gained 4th place here, which is extremely good, but she will be disappointed.
It's Ludwig who is ahead, and ahead by half a point. Malaika Goel on 158.5, and Chiao Xiong Xie not far behind. All these athletes guaranteed a medal. The question is, what colour will it be?
Competition shot, load. Start.
Now is the time to show just how calm you can be under pressure.
There's one point that covers all of them. It's really anybody's.
Need a good first shot here, a marker. .2 from Ludwig, 9.2 from Goel. Teo hanging on for a while. A 10.7.
That's a great shot. Fantastic.
Wow, she is as cool as a cucumber. We have a couple of Singaporean athletes in front of us getting very excited. She's not excited. She's keeping calm. And even with those ear defenders in, they will know from the crowd reaction what is going on.
They certainly will. Yes, they'll know.
Teo, top of the pile, and that's the first time that she's been there. For a while she was flirting with elimination.
They've got screens in front of them so they can see how each other is doing as well, so they know full well how they're all doing.
Well, having said that, there's still a point between all three. Teo with that leapfrogging shot, really.
Yes.
10.9 is the closest you can get. 10.7 is very, very
It's
close.
extremely good.
Tense. Okay, here we go then. Who's going to have the bronze and who's going to hang on for the gold medal shootout? Here's Malaika Goel at the moment in 3rd place in the bronze medal position. 0.5 adrift. 10.2. Oh, she shot 9, Ludwig. And Ludwig drops down into the bronze medal position. And Goel hangs on to fight another day. Well, Dorothy Ludwig gets the bronze, the 35-year-old from Renfrew in Canada, that is, from the Langley Gun Club. She'll be happy to get a medal. She'll be a little bit disappointed, though, that it didn't turn into a silver or a gold. To be knocked out on that last shot must really hurt.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic effort for her, and I know that she'll be absolutely over the moon.
So that's how it looks at the moment. Everyone else eliminated, bar Teo Xiong Xie and Goel Malaika.
For the next competition shot.
Will it be
load.
India with another shooting gold? They have such a haul over the history of the Commonwealth Games. 52 going into Glasgow 2014. 2 shots between these athletes and gold. A readjustment from Goel. Plenty of time, still 30 seconds to go of the 50. Teo, first to shoot, 9.9. What can the Indian do? She's taken a lot of time here. Still waiting, 15 seconds to go. This is getting a little bit tight. Waiting for the shot to go away. 8 seconds now. She has to get it away quickly, and she does. And it's a 9.2. Well,
stop.
That just puts a little bit of water, clear water, between Teo and Malaika Goel.
Absolutely, yeah, right from the beginning, the Indian has been pushing it right to the end.
Does she have a problem with that gun? Because she's certainly fiddling with it, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She's just very uncomfortable about it all. She's the pressure is getting to her. She can't even get her hand in that grip comfortably.
has now increased a little. Tao occupies a 1.5 lead over
Well,
Guel. We now enter
This
the
is a
last
comfortable
shot, and this
difference,
will
1.5
who
points.
takes silver
It will
and who
take
takes
a
gold.
big lack of composure
For
from the
the next
Singaporean not to take gold.
competition shot,
Absolutely.
Load.
We were thinking some of the emerging nations might cause a surprise, and
Start.
well, this could be it. Last shot of this 10-meter air pistol final for women. It's Teo's to throw away, just needs a solid shot. 10 from goal. And that's enough from the Singaporean. Teo Shung Shea of Singapore will take the gold in the 10-meter air pistol for women. Well, she says she loves intense mental discipline and focus, and she's shown that throughout this final. World rank just 70, but she's come through and shown just what she's made of.
She has indeed. She's really come out on top. She held herself together, and she is victorious. Well done.
Singaporeans in front of me are on their feet. They can hardly believe it. The coach is absolutely delighted. Disappointment for Malaika Goel, the 16-year-old, but goodness me, I'm sure we'll see her again as well.
What potential that lady has. 16 years old and a silver medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Flag of Singapore, though, is the flag that is dominant here. Gold for Singapore, gold for Teo Sung Shea. 14th in Delhi, first here.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your fantastic support during this final today. The medal ceremony will shortly commence outside in the shooting plaza.
It's the first medal from the small ball here on the Barry Budden range.
The medal
Gone
ceremony
to Singapore.
for this final today will happen very shortly outside.
I think at last
in the
it's
awards
just
plaza, so
dawning
please
on
join
Teo Sung Shea that she has won a gold medal. Those are the people just in front of us, and they have been smiling all the way through about the last 4 series of shots.
Absolutely. They could see it getting nearer and nearer. The medal was inevitable, and there it was, the gold.
Well, Gorskiki, thank you ever so much for joining us.
It's been a pleasure, thank you.
Malaika Goel has to settle for silver. She looks disappointed, she looks deflated, but when you come up against what Teo Sung Shea did, for a while she was flirting with elimination, and then all of a sudden she got it together and she takes the gold. Dorothy Ludwig of Canada won that battle of the sisters ahead of Linda Keiko, and that's how it's finished. It's a games record for Teo Sung Shea, Malaika Goel with the silver, and Dorothy Ludwig with the bronze. Well, there's more excitement, more finals, more medals to be given away at the Barry Budden range. But that's the first one, and it's gone the way of Singapore and this very young squad, the youngest member of the Singapore squad, just 14 years of age. And they are really a force to be reckoned with as the years roll by at the Commonwealth Games. The gold goes to Teo Sung Shea.
A Singapore success story in the women's 10-metre air pistol at Carnoustie. Let's round off the netball now, that match between England and Wales. And this is the final moment of the match, culminating in that goal and a 65-25 win for England against Wales. The view down the Clyde at Glasgow 2014. As we switch from netball to judo at the SECC. It's the women's 70 kilo category, and this is the second semi-final.
What happens if they both deserve the penalty? Well, what does the referee do in a match like this?
This is why I'm not a referee, Neil. Too hard. Oh, I'm thinking this competition is done.
Well, the referee's
no! What? My goodness. Lucky girl there. Into 2 minutes of overtime. This fight's going to go to exhaustion, I think.
Well, I'm certainly tired from it, that's for sure, but we just...
Easy. Oh, foot sweep.
I don't think the referee knows what to do, really, and who to penalise for this, either which way. Normally, if you haven't attacked, it's an immediate penalty.
Do you know what, Neil, though? We're looking for a throw here. We're not really looking for a penalty. I want to see some positive judo, some positive attacks, positive attempts, which result in some positive judo.
Well, I think that Hoodrum is the only one that's been trying any kind of drop C and Egi. She hasn't got full rotation on it sometimes. Referee will have to stop it. He will have to stop it. Well, I think Sunibala saved herself there. I really do. I think she was just about to be penalised. The referee says, can I penalise that? So Monica Burgess of Canada, and well, he should penalise them both, really. That's what should happen. Penalise them both and carry on until...
Good burst of energy from either one of them. That's what we need.
Well, I think even Canadian coach there finding it difficult to shout anything.
What can you shout, Neil?
Well,
I
find this incredible. We've almost gone a whole length of another contest there on top of it. And each time...
15 seconds off of another 4-minute match.
We are. It's remarkable.
When the statistics say, and golden score usually done within the first minute.
Well, they do as well. So somebody's going to get it now. Which way is the referee going to put this?
Oh, here we go. Getting dressed.
The referee normally, as you said earlier, stops the match if something's going to happen.
Oh, slowly losing the will to live here, Neil. You can feel the fatigue.
Well, yeah.
They've just done 2 matches on the trot back to back.
No, you can feel the fatigue. You're absolutely right. And I feel for the fighters too.
Oh, wow. That could have gone either way, in my opinion. I'd be interested to know how they decided who got that deciding factor.
So Hudram Sinabala of India goes through to fight for bronze. So the Canadian attacks. Hudram Sinabala, does she drop underneath for that Sianagi? Well, I'm just not so sure. Referee stops it, gives it the other way. I don't get it, but anyway.
Absolutely speechless, which doesn't really happen a lot of times.
No.
If ever.
Never known it.
Thanks. I won't disappoint.
So here we go, semi-final then. Hopefully, more action here. De Villiers, Moira De Villiers of New Zealand. She's going to be wearing white against Katharina Arscott of Australia wearing blue.
So it's the Oceanic semi-final. I'm sure these two are no stranger to each other.
De Villiers then in white. Arscott of Australia in blue. Well, this has started with a different pace. Drops in Aggie. Oh.
Ah, but see how she popped up, using her leg strength to get levitation to follow through on the throw.
So now trying for the Newaza as well. So much more positive here. Look at this. Look, Sangaku turn. Is she going to try and turn on the arm? We've got a lot of fighters at the moment doing that turnover into the Yushiro Kusakatame. So De Villiers starts strong. Arscott has to get back into this. Start to attack, drops in Aggie again. She almost went into her shoulders there, didn't she?
Super dangerous for someone of a taller stature. Got to start using your hips. You got to learn the defense. Can't use your hands to block out hips or instant disqualification. Got to start using your body. Learn to drop your center of gravity to block that out.
De Villiers, two big attacks up. Well, there was a good attack from Arscott.
Nice attempt. Not the upper body rotation that was needed, though.
So this is the semi-final in the under 70 kilos category. Easily stopped there by Arscott.
Looking for some Newaza action here.
Well, she's looking for the opening. The referee just letting this go on a little bit too long.
There is no opening. Still hunting, though. This is what I like to see. Not giving up, looking for that arm, even if we can go in for a choke.
I think,
but no progression.
I think that the referees may be told, give a little bit more time in Newaza. You have to give more time, so he did. But like you say, a bit more positive, I think. So now De Villiers. She's got to get back on top of this. Ouchigari there from De Villiers.
Needs to pair that up with something else.
Well, Haru Makikomi is just flop and drop, isn't it? Not good to see. Arscott again on top in Newaza. Just looking to take the head to the side, trying to go through underneath the chin. Referee should be down there. Mate called.
Thinking Newaza's not her game, Neil. Didn't get legs in, didn't control the body, just looking to inflict some pain, really.
Oh, nice.
Nice
switch. Yeah, it was a nice switch there from Arscott. So I think this could go either way. Into the last minute now. Any score is going to win this, I think.
Okay, we need to start using these grips. We've got a flurry of hands going on. We need to have those hands land and be useful. There, not quite a score there.
Well, she almost countered it, didn't she? De Villiers Still got time, though. Arscott going forwards. The Australian contingent just below us here, shouting for Arscott. And that's got to be a penalty, surely, because that was a flop as well. One penalty to Arscott. Arscott coming forward all the time.
No, let it go.
Well, she didn't give it. She didn't get it, should I say. And holding the same side there, can't do that. And I think Arscott's going to get a penalty again here for holding the same side. Here we go, she gets it. And
makes no difference.
Well, I'm
Neil.
wondering if Frankie de Moore, who is on the commission, referees commission, has said something there about the cross grip. A couple more being given now. Catherine Arscott goes through then of Australia. In fact, De Villiers, sorry, Moira De Villiers of New Zealand goes through. The penalties were there for Arscott.
Do you know what? You gotta take what you get. Like we're always saying, penalties aren't great to win by, but if that's what gets you through, it's what gets you through.
Well, it's first finalist for New Zealand. Good to see them up there. So to the under 81 kilos, repechage. Robert Nicolas of Cyprus against Mark Brewer of New Zealand.
So again, we're in a repechage situation, so it's, again, you gotta key yourself up, get your head in the game, forget about everything that else happened, all your previous fights. Hopefully you've taken a lesson from your previous fight and you're not gonna do it again, but now this is a brand new game.
Robert Nicolas of Cyprus is wearing white here, and Brewer of New Zealand is wearing blue. Could be a double chance for New Zealand, 2 medals. Got to get past Nicola first, though. The winner of this will fight for 3rd place. Fight one of the losing semi-finalists, but from the other side of the draw. Now, is that going to be? Oh, he's looking straight for the hold down. Sangaku Gatami then is going to turn it, I think. Brewer was almost in trouble there. So Robert Nicolas straight into the offensive, straight into the attack. Well, they both gripped up. Now they need to attack. There it is.
There we are.
Brewer going in.
A lot of same side gripping today, Neil. I've not seen anything like it.
Well, and as I've said, now the referees are giving it, so almost for sure that
they've been notified.
Yes, they have been notified and told that they've got to penalise for the cross grip.
Yeah, the unfortunate bit about that attack is that you actually need somebody in front of it to work.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they've taken it off, so the cross grip situation there, they've taken the penalty off.
That's interesting. Gotta be careful with that defensive stance, whether it's straight up bolt right or pushing against your opponent. Again, red rag to a bull.
Well, Nicola is the one that's kind of initiating here, and Brewer looks to me as if he's just on the defensive a little bit, but you can't tell. It's all even other than that. There's no penalty so far, no score on the board. 2 minutes gone of this contest. The main aim is to throw your opponent on their back, or you can arm lock and strangle for a submission, or hold them down for 20 seconds.
Well, Brewer's got to bring it up a notch. He's just, like you say, we're always on the defensive, way too tentative. Think he's looking for the perfect way in. He's got to create it before it presents itself.
Well, you're saying that. I think Nicolas just ahead on the tacks, but no score on the board. I think that a penalty now for Brewer. There it is, Shido.
All right, now this might change the whole situation, the whole ambiance of the fight. Hopefully that gives a little bit of fire to Brewer's repertoire.
Well, Nicolas attacking just at the right times now, but both breathing heavy. Certainly Nicolas is. Brewer just coming forwards. Very physical. Trying to back him out. You can't just push out, though. We've seen a couple of penalties earlier for just pushing out. There's a Harai Makikomi situation there. Nicolas trying for the Jujigatame. 1 minute 24 on the clock.
He's got to show progression, got to show the referee that he's working hard at it. He's got a means to an end. Can't be seen as just wasting time.
So just one penalty in it at the moment, coming into the last minute. Brewer tries the Harai Makikomi again. Nicolas just manages to climb off it. Looking for the Newaza, needs to correct his balance. Now needs to go maybe for the Shimiwaza and not necessarily the arm. So the referee stands them up. Oh, now there, it's going to be Ippon. Beautiful stuff there.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is what a Seoinage looks like.
So Nicolas pulls a massive Seoinage out of the bag. Beautiful stuff there. He gets elevation with it. Nicky dropped right the way underneath his opponent, and then he pushed off with the legs as well.
Well, it's all about control, isn't it, Neil? When we look at the replay, which I'm sure we'll get, is nice, tight upper body control, tight arms in the Kazushi, and absolutely using the balance and the direction in a positive way.
We were praying for that, Seoinage, weren't we?
We were, yeah. Just to illustrate to everyone, it can be done.
It was beautiful technique. Robert Nicolas goes through to fight for third place. So disappeared right the way underneath. Had the sleeve, had the lapel, gets the movement, under he pops, and then look at the push. Beautiful push there. And of course, Brewer knew it'd gone. As soon as he was underneath him there, getting the elevation, it was all over. Semi-final of the under 81 kilos, Tom Reed of England. Lewis Kleber, Cagnon, of Canada. Well, this should be an interesting one. Kriba Gagnon of Canada, young, doing well, cadet world champion, showing all the promise, but a little bit of lack of experience, I think.
Can't draw a breath, Neil. Bit nervous.
Well, I think he's got his work cut out here. Tom Reid of England coming out wearing white. Kriba Gagnon of Canada wearing blue. Cadet world champion, but that's a long way off seniors at the moment.
Well, the Canadian had a little bit of fitness issues in the last one, so hopefully he's had enough time to collect himself and get a bit of rest before taking on Tom Reid, who is an absolute monster.
Well, he is. He's physically very, very, very aware, and he's got all-round judo as well.
Nice combination there. Almost switched it on Mr. Reid. Just said, hey, I'm here to play.
Tom Reid needs to just settle down a little bit. It's left against right situation. Tom Reid, left-handed fighter.
Smart fighter.
He is. He's very cagey, very controlled. Kriba Gagnon, though, has a lot of flair. That's the Yoko Satemi. There it is. Now he's got to be careful. This is where it's dangerous.
Tom
Reid
absolutely
on him.
stuffed that.
So now looking for the shimiwaza. Changed it to the Jujigatame. Can he get the pressure on the arm? He's going to go again on this, I tell you now. Needs to put pressure onto the arm. Referee must let it carry on. Here it goes. So needs to keep the head up, the Canadian. Now Tom Reid, he's looking for the Osai Komi. Then the Jujigatame again. Well, if I was him, I'd go for the roll again, probably. The referee not calling the hold down. Osai Komi now. He's going to drop back on the arm, I tell you now, because his balance isn't right. He's going to do the roll again. And now he's got the head. Just needs to get the balance now. Go to the top of the lever. Pressure all the time. The arms out straight. Gets the Jujigatame. Great bit of newaza there from Tom Reid. Fully deserved. That was a really good win for Tom Reid there, and I said before we went into the match that Kriba Gagnon would have to be careful on the ground. A little bit of lack of experience, I think.
Well, exactly. I don't think he's ever met anyone like Tom Reid on the ground. Probably in training, but probably never in a competition, not of that standard. Tom Reid is a maniac on the ground and will not give in. Absolutely hunt. We just saw it roll after roll after roll into Asakomi, back into the armbar, and then back again.
Well, it was super, and he didn't have the balance for it, but did the extra roll, which is probably what I would have done. And a great performance from him, really. Been on super form. Couldn't quite get the balance for the Osai Komi. The referee a bit late with the Osai Komi with it. But as soon as Kriba Gagnon started to go, he rolled him over then to catch the head. Then it's all about changing your direction, applying pressure to the top of the lever, pushes the arm out, the arm comes out straight, and it's ippon all the way.
Let's go back to Carnoustie. We were watching earlier on Singapore success in the women's 10-metre air pistol. Time now for the medal ceremony.
sun is shining on these three particular athletes. The first medals from the Barry Budden Shooting Centre small ball range. The gold in the 10-metre air pistol for women going to Teo Sung Shea, 25-year-old from the city-state. A tiny dot on the end of the Malay Peninsula, but that country has always packed above his weight in many ways, and well, it's the first gold medal for Singapore in this particular discipline. They have a handful from previous Commonwealth Games. This is Michael Summers, the president of the Commonwealth Games Association of the Falkland Islands, who will be presenting the medals. What a battle we had inside the hall just to our right here, and the battle of the sisters went to Dorothy Ludwig, who took the bronze medal, the 35-year-old from Renfrew in Canada. Her sister Linda Keiko in the final, couldn't quite get into the final three. Bronze medal then for Dorothy Ludwig of Canada. Well, we were expecting Abhinav Bindra to be on the podium. It didn't turn out that way. She went out very quickly. This is Malaika Goel, the 16-year-old who was hoping to shock everybody and take the gold. In the end, she had to settle for silver. The woman from the Punjab club, world rank 15, takes the silver. So to the top step of the podium, 14th in Delhi. What an improvement, what an athlete, and what a temperament to keep shooting those 10s. Teo Sun Shea, the Singaporean, takes gold in the 10-metre air pistol. Says she loves intense mental discipline and focus. She showed that. And one of the first anthems we will see here at the Medal Plaza at the Barry Budden Shooting Complex will be the national anthem of Singapore. Majula Singapore, the national anthem of Singapore. Sun shining in the sky here in Carnoustie, just east of Dundee, and the sun certainly shining on these three. The bronze medalist, Dorothy Ludwig of Canada, Malaika Goel of India, and the gold medalist, Teo Sung Shea of Singapore.
All smiles in the sun at Carnoustie, and from a medal ceremony to a medal event. It's rhythmic gymnastics, the women's individual all-around individual final. And the commentary will come from Steve Robillard plus Vincent Walduck and Liz Chekovich.
Moving on to clubs, and of course finishing with the crowd favourite, the ribbon. Gymnasts have to show the judges difficulties from jumps. There's an example, jumps or leaps, pivots or spins, and balances. We saw an arabesque balance there. There's an example of the pivots and apparatus difficulties. There you can see further examples of the pivot skills. That one's called a fouette. And all of these have different ratings in the gymnastic rule book that accrue a difficulty value for the gymnasts at the end of the routine. So 4 judges evaluating the difficulty, another 4 on execution to see whether her legs are stretched and everything's perfect, and then some additional experts to just check that all those scores are in line. Well, that's a great steady start.
Amy van Rooyen, the hoop routine for her in the qualification yesterday was her weakest apparatus with a 10.875, but no big mistakes there. And we talk about deductions because that's what really affects the score. I don't mean to sound negative, but in terms of judging, it's a really crucial part of the performance to be considering.
One of the most important components of the judging is how they actually handle the apparatus, and there are basic techniques that they need to have for each one, the way in which they throw, and in particular the way in which they catch the apparatus. Penalties for the wrong catching method or clumsy catching, also the way it rolls over the body. So although we can sit here and marvel at how high they throw it and where it twirls around and so on, the judges are much more detailed than that. And as Vince said, those execution deductions really add up.
And an 11.45 for Amy van Rooyen. I think she'll be quite pleased with that. It's a significant improvement on yesterday's score for that apparatus. Tong Ka-mun, next to go from Singapore, the sole athlete from that country to make it through to the all-around final.
Now she had the second best hoop routine yesterday of all the competitors. With a 14.55. Can she repeat it? Starts with a throw from the back of the neck. So within the difficulty, there are 10 points for that. They build from 0 up. There are body difficulties, so that's what they do with their body, like that, the balance. There's a section with a dance combination, just to show the expressive nature of the routine, and that was it there. Also elements with rotation and throw, and what they call apparatus mastery as well. She's very precise in her work. You see she's got good leg extension, nice phasing of all of her elements. You can see clearly what she's trying to do and how she's trying to do it.
Well done to Tong, who came in as the 19th qualifier, but makes it through to the all-around final, courtesy of the 2 per country rule that eliminated a couple above her.
That's right, the Canadian, English and other Malaysian gymnasts all ranked higher, but because of that two-nation rule to allow developing nations and future stars to have the opportunity, she's come through. Just to allow you to try and understand the scoring, judges will give the difficulty a score. Yesterday it ranged from 2 marks up to high 7s. So that's the highest difficulty we're expecting to see, up in the 7s, and then the lowest would be with 1s or 2s. And execution scores have ranged from 4 up to 8 points, so that means the judges will have taken off 2 marks for minor errors. You add together 8 and 7, and that's what the top gymnasts will be aspiring for, the 15-point barrier.
And an 11.85 for Tong. This puts her slightly ahead of Van Rooyen, with 2 competitors having shown us a hoop routine. And a warm welcome indeed for Lynn Hutchison of England, a 19-year-old born in Tokyo, living in Bath.
Bath has a great history of good rhythmic gymnasts. 19-year-old, tallest gymnast here, 5'9". Some wonderful routines yesterday. There's a perfect example of pivoting skill. Judges are on one face of the floor, so the gymnasts choreograph their routines to face the judges as much as they can. The judges on the same face as the camera. Dance is a crucial component of this sport, and the world governing body have adjusted the rules to reward that. Facial expression, a valuable part to show that they're enjoying the routine, it's entertaining. Always trying to finish on a high point. There we are.
Well done, Lynn Hutchison. She did have a problem or two in qualifying with the hoop. A 10.95, had a couple of significant penalties, but a very solid performance here in the all-around final.
Of course, all of the scores go back to 0, so it's a new day, and the stars of yesterday may not necessarily be the stars of today. There's a chance for some to make amends, and it's good to see Hutchison put up a nice routine first off. Gorgeous posture, you can see the ballet training, upper body in lovely position, beautiful hands. Perfectly spotting the turns. It's necessary for their balance and also so they don't get too dizzy, because they can go around 5, 6 or 7 times in a row. And a roll of the hoop, flick, spins, and she spins, and catching, continuing with a cartwheel movement.
So Lynn Hutchison, as well as this all-around final, will appear in the ribbon final tomorrow, and a 12.9. Well, she's really begun well. She's picked up a couple of marks on yesterday's qualifying. She's off and running. And in a moment, so too will be Stephanie Sherlock. The England competitors going back to back here.
There's quite a Russian flavour going through this competition. Stephanie, a native of Russia, moved to England at age 13. And she's been training here ever since, but you can see perhaps the early training coming up, the gorgeous body, extension. And that's a catch with risk. This means it's very difficult to do, and they get extra points because, as I said, it is risky and they need to be rewarded for doing it correctly. There's the balance, and passing the hoop around the back of the body while she's in the balanced position all adds to the difficulty they receive for the routine as a whole. Beautiful handling of the hoop during those fouette turns.
Stephanie Sherlock set a very high mark qualifying with a hoop of 14.15, and that sees her through to the hoop final. What will it be today in the all-around?
Yes, as you say, Russian theme. Rhythmic gymnastics is one of the few sports where Russian and East European dominance is still very much held. Stephanie and the Canadian gymnast Bezebenko still spend a large amount of their training time in Russia, with that great history and also expertise. And when you're training with other great gymnasts, obviously that can rub off on you, and it's inspiring to improve together. Got some wonderful aerial shots. Super technology cameras to be able to give you wonderful footage of every detail.
13.55 for Sherlock. Well, does put it to the top of the standings early, but not quite as good as yesterday. Dropped just over half a mark. On to Hosan Wong from Malaysia. Malaysians put a good competition together yesterday. Finished third in the teams.
Sherlock getting 6 for her difficulty. Really up there in the complexity. Judges still finding almost 2.5 marks in execution penalties. Seventeen-year-old. Really epitomising the elegance of this sport. Angelic display. Magical dance quality. These gymnasts are permitted walkovers and cartwheels, but no gymnastic elements that have flight. That's the domain of artistic gymnastics. There you can see balances show the beauty and incredible flexibility of these athletes. Quick adjustment on that step back. Drop of the apparatus can cost 0.3 if it's a minimal drop. Up to penalties of over a mark if the apparatus goes out of the floor. Gymnasts have to have clothing, music, dance and choreography that matches. And I think she's done a magnificent job to link everything there. Special routine.
Well, she's second best in qualifying. In the mid-14s, Po-San Wong at 17. Is she in a prime, or has she got more to come? I'll suggest if she gets to 20, 21 and stay healthy and interested, she can even reach an even higher level. This.
I think what stands out in this routine, as Vince was saying, is just the beautiful artistic qualities, and there's a lot of points set aside for this artistic area. The unity of the composition, it's the image that the athlete shows. The music of movement has been mentioned, the body expression, the full body, the facial expression, and then of course the use of space up and down, and the choreography has to use the full section of the floor. But this super slow-mo shows what a marvelous position she gets into. And the camera work here is just magnificent. Everything in perfect position, right down to tip of the fingers.
She's the 8th highest qualifier for the all-around and a 14.25, so she moves to the top of the standings early on in this competition. 0.7 ahead of Sherlock.
Also representing Malaysia, it's Amy Dick Weng Kwan.
Now the next of the Malaysian competitors, Amy Kwan, who was the 6th qualifier for the all-around.
Kwan is a very experienced gymnast, having been to multiple World Cups, Asian Championships, and now here she is, Commonwealth Games. Very strong movement to the music. Handling of the hoop a little bit off balance there in that pivot. And a throw from the foot. And again, a little bit off balance in the pivot, so she's going to get caught for those. All comes off the execution score. Preparing for the balance, taking the hoop around. Very fast movement of the apparatus, and body work is pretty good. Coming to the end here, once again a little bit falling off the foot at the end of the pivot. All those things add up.
Amy Kwan, a top 5 qualifier in the hoop with a 14.4, and such a score today would put it just ahead of teammate Po-San Wong.
There you can focus on that grip of the hoop they've got to keep control from. She really does have an engaging routine. Slip of a girl, but ferocious and dynamic in her work. I think she should be a stuntman in later life. Really get stuck into this routine. Jumps and catches, perfect synchronicity. There you can see that minor misalignment on the pivot spin, fell sideways.
And a 14.05 for Amy Kwon. Slots her in just behind her teammate Po. That brings to the competition floor Australia's JL Cohen. This is her only final.
Australia had an up and down team competition, but a great performer is JL. Look at the speed of those genets. Really does zip round. Imagine turning your body around 3 or 4 times and being able to catch something above your head. Really immense skill, concentration, technique required. Four years ago, Australia were top dog. They won the team competition. Stag leaps and intricate work with the hoop. Tense facial expression, part of her style.
JL Cohen. Yes, 4 years ago it was Australia who did win the individual all-around through Nazmi Johnson. And it was Cyprus second, Malaysia third. Australia perhaps not with the strength of team here in 2014, Liz.
And what a tricky little throw at the start of that routine. Pushes it up over her body. We didn't get to see the full part of that little throw, but it was very nice. Eye-catching start to the routine. And here she's throwing off the foot. That's with risk, and catching with the legs in a blind catching position. So once again, picking up great difficulty there. She's looking at us.
All 4 scores in the 12s in qualifying. She had a very consistent day to make it through to the all-around final. And a 12.07.5 with the hoop. I'm sure she's aiming to beat all of those scores today, if possible. Set her own goals. Personal best. What it's all about. And 12.05, just a touch under yesterday's performance.
Our next gymnast performing with the hoop and representing Canada, it's Maria Kitkowska.
And Maria Kitkowska, part of this very strong Canadian team, behind Bezebenko perhaps.
Certainly capable of popping up into the medals if she puts in a good performance today. She did have some errors yesterday, and that's a catch with risk into a side scale. Just looking a little bit clumsy with some of her apparatus handling, and over the course of the routine you can get up to a 0.5 deduction. Beautiful. Last part of the routine, just not quite precise. Leading to the finish here. Great finish position, but somehow that routine just lacked a little bit of precision.
Well, looking at her results out of yesterday, it suggests that the hoop is actually the weakest of the four. She's made 3 apparatus finals, ball, clubs and ribbon, so perhaps just not her favourite.
Was an amazing finish position. It was the hoop that was significant for Canada in the team competition. They were 3 points ahead of the other countries. A facial expression immediately preceding the routine. Looked disappointed. You can see there how gymnasts arch their back, put their head back so that they completely lose sight of the floor, and that raises the value of the split leap. Focusing on that hoop, the perfect catch with the body, straight through. That's wonderful.
Kucharska at 13-2. That's a 0.3 down on a qualifying score.
Our next gymnast into the arena performing with hoop and also representing Canada. It is
Well, here she is, a hot favourite for the competition, and with good reason. Bezubenko, top qualifier by almost 2.5 marks.
Yes, we expected her to be the darling of the event from her world ranking. And not to speak too soon, but she's lived up to that so far. Just one error in her 4 routines, a minor one. There you can see that backward scale showing her flexibility. She's so fast and fits in so many elements. Perfect style and foot extension. Minor stumble on that straight legs rear spin. There you see it again, one with straight leg, this time with bent leg. Little hop there as she mispositioned her toe. It's a fumble. Judges can take 0.1s or more, be a 3 and maybe 2.1, so half a mark of execution penalty from that little mistake. Catching behind, obviously more difficult, you can't see. And there we have another 3/10. So the big star, fractionally below par.
A little kiss for the apparatus from Patrycja Bezubenko.
The kiss wasn't good enough today, let her down a bit, that magic hoop. But yesterday she had a couple of minor slips and still came out with a very big score.
Well, I think what will be interesting here, of course, is she's trying to emulate fellow Canadian from 2006, Alexandra Orlando, who won the team, the all-around and all 4 apparatus medals. We can see that she's in the box seat to win the all-around based on yesterday's results, but if she makes mistakes like this in the apparatus finals, she does open the door for others and stop her for the clean sweep. And there we see the stumble that was rather unusual, and then not long after she also drops the apparatus, so in that section there losing considerable amount of marks for her execution. And there we have a drop. That's a 0.3. She does make up time pretty quickly afterwards, but it's the whole artistic impression is also affected.
Well, a 15.75 yesterday with the hoop was the highest score by any athlete on any apparatus, but the judges can't possibly give a 15.75 today, with a couple of noticeable errors there. But she'll be off to a solid start. Oh, they've been quite harsh on her with a 14.175, so she's in underneath Posan Wong of Malaysia. So the judges certainly didn't miss the errors. She's given up quite a bit of ground there. And a big Scottish welcome for Lauren Brash. Ian Thorpe in the crowd.
Back scale attempted there, the leg a little bit low. Very nice pivots. Leg held in a nice strong position, that's what's important. Showing a fixed shape. Roll as she does a turn. Oh, just misses that. I could see from the beginning that she just miscued the timing of the push of the hoop. Nice little bounce off the shoulder. The music here is very strong and fast music, and her body elements and choreography are not quite matching it. It might have been better to choose a piece of music that was a little slower if she was wanting to match it more closely. So busy movement required for a busy piece of music. I'm not so sure that she'll score well in the artistic area.
Lauren Brash looking to improve on an 11.3. She was a little fortunate when she did miss the catch that the hoop bounced straight to her. Didn't have to chase it, it came to her.
That's right, Stephen. Some gymnasts haven't had that privilege. It's bounced away from them out the square. So the youngest gymnast in the competition, you've got to be 16 in the year of the Commonwealth Games. Only 15, got to wait another couple of months for her birthday. So the youngest in the team, but she's made the all-around. Proud mum and dad, I'm sure. Skillful bounce off the shoulders with the hoop. So she's having to cover some extra ground on that chaîné to reach the hoop's trajectory when it lands.
And comes a score for Lauren Brash. It's modest by some of the other standards here, but the 10.8 have to do it to start with. Perhaps she can improve on it across the competition. Well, one of the darlings of the crowd here, and the expectation around Frankie Jones increasing perhaps after that slightly average performance from Bezebenko. If a couple of the others can put in big routines, Bezebenko might feel the pressure.
Darling of the crowd, darling of British gymnastics. I think the best rhythmic gymnastics the country's ever had. Tomorrow she hangs up her apparatus and retires. But, she's taken great pride in leading the Welsh team, giving them direction, mentoring Laura Hulford. Brings great maturity as well as a natural elegance and style to her gymnastics. be a fairy story ending to pick up a medal. Triple roll, great catch. Good movement of the apparatus during the leaps. Minor inaccuracies on that pivot. Unusual style of music. But I think it works. The overall package, nice leotard to go with it.
She was just a little late on the finish there, a couple of seconds beyond the chime, so that could be a deduction for Frankie Jones. But as the second highest qualifier, the mark she gets here is really important to see if she can challenge Bezebenko across the next couple of hours.
Well, she starts with a very difficult opening section, and the first half of the routine, I think, was done almost impeccably, faded away a tiny bit in the last half. Let's look here. Big throw and triple roll, watching the hoop carefully between each one, and a roll after the catch as well. Here we see the super slow-mo. She's handling the hoop beautifully. You can see around the neck as she does that penché turn in perfect position. And she was a bit behind the music, about 0.2 behind. The coach, impassive as usual, doesn't give much away, does he?
Something in the 14s or thereabouts will keep her in touch with Bezebenko, and in fact she's in front of her. Equal first with Hossan Wong. Bezebenko will have a bit to do. It's probably good for the competition. She's such a hot favourite. Put some others in the mix. Makes it an even more entertaining day. Perhaps Laura Hulford can respond to that as the competition opens up.
Hulford was one of my favourites yesterday. She's so elegant. Very unusual music to start the routine. And now she's warming up. Spin around the back of the neck. A little bit off balance at the end of that penché turn. Remembering the girls had a 10-hour day yesterday, finished quite late at night, and here they are back around the middle of the next day. So I'm sure that fatigue will play a part today. Back walkover, catching, hoop comes straight back to her. Triple roll with risk, catching it on the side of the leg. Leaps with a hoop passing underneath, adds to the difficulty. Big throw off the back foot. Well, apart from just a couple of little balanced bobbles, I think that was a pretty fine routine.
That's classy from Hulford, who's qualified for the hoop final. The 14.5, that score would put her on top for the moment.
Impressive routine. Following her teammate, she idolises, I'm told, Frankie Jones. Steve, did you know a bobble is half of a wobble?
I did not know that. I've come here to be educated, Vince, and I'm glad you started.
Really handles the hoop majestically. Always looks in control. Skillful in handstand. Leaps with mobility way beyond 180, and lovely fingers on the finish pose.
Well, we're not even through the first rotation yet, but you can just feel a great competition building. If she can get in the 14s here and again be a challenger for Bezubenko, she's done that. She's up to the top with 14.5.
I think the interesting part about this is the psychological effect it will have on Bezubenko. She's probably quite capable of coming up and winning this competition, but the psychology will play a huge part in it now.
And another contender stepping up right away with Pantelida Theodoulou.
Yes, as you say, some athletes raise their game under pressure and some crumble. Feminine, gentle music to reflect her dance quality. Soft turquoise the colour. Necessarily allowed one piece of music with vocal, but this wouldn't count. So in harmony with her apparatus. Delicate, refined elements. That's nice, I like that, off the toes.
Pantelida Theodoulou, 14.5 from qualifying. That score would put her level with Halford, the top of the standings. Cyprus with a great chance here. They picked up plenty of medals 4 years ago.
I just had a feel with that routine that it wasn't quite as precise as yesterday's. Just an impression more than any particular deductions I saw, but I'm wondering if that's a 14.5 routine today or not. Just the way she came out of that front walkover, for example, was not quite textbook. And here we really get a good idea of her spotting the apparatus, catching it cleanly, right at the peak of the leap. Of course, timing is so important. And that little, from the neck to the foot, very tricky, and once again, another nice little move, a mastery move. Just pretty good routine. The judges might disagree with me, but I just have that feel about the score might not reach the same as yesterday.
And a 14.25, so we've got 3 on that score with Po San Wong and Frankie Jones just behind Halford with a 14.5. So it's very tight at the top. Now Pantelida Theodoulou, also of Cyprus, and also capable. An excellent score on hoop. And the 3rd highest qualifier for the all-around final today.
think stands out about Christodoulou's work is that she's very strong through all her positions. She holds them well. As you can see there, the foot at the head for the entire duration of the pivot. And same with the chaîné turns. Nice fig positions. Oops, there's a mistake, but didn't drop it. Had to recover some steps in the other direction. See how strong that balanced position is. And a leap into two chaîné turns, catching behind her. Lovely turn. Catch with actually a roll across the back of the neck. Well, apart from that little run in the wrong direction, that was a very good routine.
My mother, Christine Aguilera, was the music, and a 14-1 from qualifying.
There were certainly some superb highlights, but I think overall I felt like you did about the previous routine. It's just minor softness from the excellence that we saw yesterday. That's where she had to do the big retrieve. 13 metre square, they've got to use all of it. There you can see that back scale in the pivot within the hoop. Turn out of hip is crucial in ballet training. She has that in spades. Soft, delicate arms and fingers.
Mentioned the potential of fatigue to play a part, perhaps just lacking a little of the energy that she had yesterday, and down a little too with the score of 13-3-2-5, drops her to 8th position.
Representing Australia, it's Danielle Prince.
Now the turn of Danielle Prince from Brisbane, Queensland, Australia.
Wonderful work from beginning to end. Pleasure to watch. Minor fumble in the behind back catch. With such lovely performance quality, engaging for all. Two of her routines didn't have very high difficulty level at the top flight. But an amazing athlete.
The Australian team finishing out of the medals in the competition yesterday, but Danielle was the Australian team from 4 years ago, which took the gold.
She said that was one of the highlights of her life.
She really has the personality, and I think her artistry, performance side of things is one of her strong points. You have a roll, cross, transferring onto the neck so smoothly. They're the bits that's hard to see in fast motion, but in slow motion we can just see so much that goes on in the blink of an eye. Large throw with double roll and catching with an illusion turn. I think that's what it looks like from here. And here's her dance steps into her penché turn with the hoop around the neck. This is where she really gets to show the routine off.
.13.6 in qualifying. Well, 12.5. It's well down on a qualifying score.
Judges are pretty tough today, aren't they? Across the board, I'd say.
Well, as long as they're consistent, that's all we ask.
Well, we're quickly growing to love the performances of this woman, Grace Lehote from South Africa.
Starting with a strong side scale and a leap with the hoop passing under the legs. That's extra difficulty for that particular body movement. And here she's really working the music. She's got all the moves. Extreme flexibility, and she shows it off to her advantage. The front walk over to the balance is extra difficulty. Here's where we really see the style of her personality matching the music. Exactly what rhythmic gymnastics is there to showcase. Beautiful timing. And well appreciated by the lovely crowd here. It's huge. I don't think I can see a spare seat anywhere.
Nice qualifier, Grace Lehote. The parents were quite prescient calling her Grace. She certainly brings that to her performances and exaggerates the elegance with her work on sort of high toes.
Well, she's only 5'7", she looks taller. Wonderful long legs, perfect for this sport. Maybe when they named her, they anticipated this sport in the future. Certainly very suitable and apt. There's that roll across the body, back to front. Strong shoulders. Natural performer. African champion. There's the flick of the hoop into the rafters. Down exactly where she expected it to be.
She's going to be a finalist with the clubs and ribbon. Missed out on the hoop final, qualified with a 13.4 for the all-around. He's our last performer in this first rotation. And a 13.7, so she's bettered that by 0.3, putting her up to 7th position as we complete the first 16 performances. And it's not Bezebenko who's in front. Indeed, it's Laura Halford with a 14.5. And on 14.25, Diadulu Ho-San Wong and Frankie Jones. Then it's Bezubenko back in 5th, but she can easily make that up quite quickly in one performance and then some. Krista Duladu back in 9th position. Kitkaska there. Hutchison, Danielle Prince and J.L. Cohen, the 2 Australians at 12 and 13. Lauren Brash rounding out the field in 16th. Our next routine is the ball, and they'll go in this order. Sherlock, Ho-San Wong on, the Malaysians together. J.L. Cohen, Kitkaska and Bezubenko. Lauren Brash up to 7th in this rotation. And Frankie Jones, so Bezubenko and Jones will only be separated by one other performer. Then Halford is leading. Theodulu and Krista Duladu will go back to back, as will the South Africans.
What a turn up though, Steve. That after one piece, the rank expected outcome is in turmoil.
I don't mean any disrespect to Bezubenko, but it's kind of good for the competition because she's such a hot favourite. Just expected that she would not just win, but win by a big margin, and she may yet do that. But to have the competition where it sits at the moment is great for the script.
Great for the sport, great for the spectators.
Well, she was 4th ranked on ribbon yesterday and the 1st ranked on hoop, ball and clubs. So if she can come back and regroup on those other apparatus, as you said, Steve, she's certainly capable of winning this competition. But you have to do it on the day when it counts exactly, and she's just opened that door just a tiny little bit for the other competitors to peek through.
Just a jar.
Stephanie Sherlock kicks us off for the second rotation.
And we can already see that the music choice will vary quite a bit to that of the hoop, obviously because the music has to suit the apparatus and the athlete. There's a very nice floaty leap, turns during the leap itself. And this is such a graceful apparatus. The rolls are long and are over the back of the body. Front walkover with the throw and a almost triple chaîné, a catch into a elbow cartwheel. She's putting a lot into this routine. And a back scale with a pass of the ball underneath the leg. Bounce of the ball as she's doing those fouette turns.
And from the rhythmic gymnastics, we'll make a return to Carnoustie. And the shooting contest underway.
That's Mohamed Nazir Khan, who shot the 8. Still waiting for some to shoot. Of course, there's 3 to be shot in this 2.5 minutes. Some will take their time. Some, if they feel like they're in form, will rush through it. Kumar is the man who's on top at the moment after the first 2 of 3 shots. 10.7 from Mike Bamsey. And Kumar shooting very, very well indeed. Might look a little bit odd the way they prepare themselves, but it is all about their routine, isn't it?
Yep, exactly. It's just about finding that most stable position.
And the other important thing to mention is, of course, I guess in a way the exciting stuff is the elimination, but for the athletes, these 2 series of 3 shots, these 6 shots, really important, because once you get to the elimination, you don't want to be marooned at the bottom.
Yep, I mean, a lot of them will be wanting to get off to a good start. If you have a slightly ropey start, it can be difficult to come back from.
Well, Bamsi doing pretty well, up in 3rd position after that first series of 3.
Ravi Kumar leads the leaderboard with the total score of 31.1.
So India in Ravi Kumar, leading from Kenneth Parr, who did very well in the qualification as well, qualified 2nd, and Mike Bamsi giving the large Welsh contingent something to cheer about as well. Dan Rivers will be hoping to move his way up, but the final, unlike qualification, a lot less. If you're going to shoot all the way to the final couple, that's 20 shots. You've got to be on it straight away.
Yes, you do, yeah. You're looking for these for 10s all the time, ideally deep 10s, sort of 10-3, 10-4 plus.
And it's very tight at the top. Kumar and Parr and Bamsi not very far apart from each other. A little bit of a gap between Bamsi and Bindra.
I mean, 0.7 at this stage, it's very early, so anything could happen at this point.
For the next competition series, load. Start.
Will you be aware of just how well you're doing?
You will be aware of your own shooting. Obviously, you will have an idea of how well you can shoot in your own head. There is also, for the final, there is a leaderboard out in front of the shooters, so they will have some idea of how their sort of fellow athletes are doing.
And the difficult thing is, of course, you're nervous, it's a final, you're tense, but you've got to control your breathing.
Yes, you do, yep. You've got to reduce the tensions, reduce the heart rate, and just stay as calm and controlled as possible.
Danny Rivers of England with a 10.4. That's the best of the round, and that puts him up into 2nd place.
Yeah, a couple of 9.4s there from Bamsi and also from Parr. That's not going to help them too much.
Dan Rivers says he wants to challenge for a medal here, compete in Rio, of course, in the Olympic Games, and he's certainly challenging for a medal at the moment, and that's fabulous shooting. Remember, the bullseye, the 10.9, is the size of, am I right in saying, a full stop at the end of on a page?
Yep, it's to be precise, it's actually 0.5 millimetre in diameter.
And they're shooting that from 10 metres away, and that's why they're looking to wear this very heavy, very stiff canvas. It's very heavily regulated by the shooting authorities to make sure it is fair, but it does give them a certain amount of stability. You can see from their stance there that they are having to stand in a fairly uncomfortable position.
Yep, I mean, you'll see a lot of them have a fair amount of back bend. That's to try and get the weight of the rifle into the middle of the position, so the centre of gravity is in the middle, and that makes the balance better.
A bit of a battle between India and England at the moment. Kumar and Bindra ahead of Rivers and Parr, but Parr has a shot in hand here. .2 from Parr.
Stop.
Well, that's a good round for the Indian pair.
And after the 2nd series, the highest score of that series was Abhinav Bindra with 31.2.
There we go, Kumar still leading the way, 4.4 ahead of Abhinav Bindra, the man who has all the medals and more that he might possibly want, the man who's obsessive about this sport. And then Daniel Rivers and Kenneth Parr, the English pair, 3rd and 4th. And it's it's Dane Sampson who's in 8th place at the moment and will be worried about being there as well.
Yes, he will. He's been struggling a little to get into this final, so he probably will be aware that he's in the danger zone for elimination.
Shot number 7. For the next competition shot, load. Start.
You'll hear some noise here as we get to the elimination point. It's the Indian crowd very often who start this, but as you can see, everybody gets involved with this, just trying to ratchet up the tension. Now remember, 2 shots and we start the elimination. So this is an important shot. The next series, it's a single shot in 50 seconds. 10.3 from Bindra, 10.6 from Kumar. They're responding to the crowd. Nazir Khan with a 10.3. Bamsey with a 9.1, he'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, he will.
And after the 7th shot, the highest
Well, it's
shot of
very,
that round was
very
Rowan
tight
Ward
here
at the top
because
of the leaderboard with 10.6.
Sampson and Bamsey just 0.1 differentiating the two of them, and the next shot will decide who takes 8th place.
Yep, it's going to be really close between these two, so this next shot really is going to decide that final position.
Strong performance from every single athlete on the board.
There's Bindra, the man who he's had surgery. He's had brain mapping. He's imported yak milk from China. He's told it was helping his concentration. We're told it doesn't. And he's shaved a millimetre off the sole of one shoe after testing a pair for 20 days. So he takes it to that extra level, doesn't he?
Yep, he's very, very meticulous in his planning and in his technique as well.
Yeah. But the concentration now will be on that man there. He's struggling a little bit. 20-year-old from Cardiff, Mike Bamsey, needs a good shot to keep himself out of that relegation, that elimination zone that Sampson at the moment occupies. Time to take a deep breath and concentrate.
Yep.
He's better than 9.1, that's for sure. Oh, a 10.6 from Rivers. That's very impressive. Bamsey a 10.4, and what's our Australian done? A 9.3. It's not enough. And the first man to be eliminated is the man from Brisbane, Dane Sampson.
And taking 8th place in this competition, representing Australia, Dane Kevin Sampson.
Well, he'll have a chance to have another go in the 50-metre rifle events, but he'll be disappointed to be the first man to take that rather stiff walk in those canvas trousers back to his coach and his seat. So, eliminated Dane Kevin Sampson. Mike Bamsey really pulled it out of the fire there.
Yeah, that was a really good last shot by Mike. And I mean, there's another 2 shots until the next elimination, so he could pull himself back up the board again.
Still very, very
and he's 0.8 behind Mohamed Nasir Khan of Malaysia. At the top, of course, we are looking at an Indian and an English battle, really. Those are the top 4 shooters.
Next competition shot.
This is one of them, Ken Parr, and that's the other English shooter, Dan Rivers, who shot a 10.6 last time out. And that's really impressive under this kind of pressure. Just 23 years of age, Rivers. A lot more shooting from him as well. .5 from Bindra. You can hear the Indians getting excited about that. Baki with a 10.2. 10.3 from Parr. Nasir Khan with a 10.1. And what can Bamsey do here? No, it's a 9.6.
Stop.
He's been grouping out in that same place up on the sort of high left.
Of that round was from the Indian.
And his body language just shows he's not particularly happy at the moment, is he?
Yeah, he's not quite got into this final just yet, and he's not happy about it.
And he's 1.3 points behind Nasir Khan, which suggests unless something catastrophic happens to the Malaysian, it will be the Welshman who's out next.
Yeah, that is most likely what would happen, but one shot at a time, anything can happen in this sport.
A little bit of a lead has opened up between second and third
So
place.
really, it's standing room only here at the back by us. There's a lot of athletes crowded around, making a lot of noise, getting really into this.
For the next competition shot, load.
Everyone thinks it would be a hush hall, but it's certainly not, is it?
No, I mean, traditionally, people do stay quiet, but good crowd is always nice.
So, Nasir Khan and Mike Bamsey, they're the ones who are sweating. This man certainly isn't. That's Kenny Parr. Waiting for Nasir Khan and for Bamsey, who's going to blink first. Oh, it's very close, but it's not enough from the Welshman. 9.6, and once again shooting a little bit under what you would expect even in the final.
Yeah, I would have thought Mike was capable of slightly more than that, but still, Commonwealth Games final, it's a fantastic result and experience for him.
And after the 10th shot,
representing
Well, this is the
Wales,
man who's
eliminated
been shooting
from this
since
competition.
11.
Please give it up for Mike
Started with the
Banzi.
Scouts before today. He said his most memorable moment in shooting was winning the bronze in the Under-14 Scouts National Championship. Well, I would say it's just a little bit more of a memorable moment. And although he's disappointed, I mean, that's a good thing, isn't it, to be hungry?
Yes, it is, yep. And I mean, he's young, he will take this experience on, and no doubt he will do great things in the future at further games.
10.9.
10.9 from Ravi Kumar, outstanding from the Indian, who has been the trailblazer. He's 1.3 points ahead of his compatriot Abhinav Bindra.
Rivers and Parr occupying third
Very
and
tight.
fourth place. The
Could
difference
all
between
still
Bindra
change.
and
That's
Rivers is only
the marvellous thing about this
0.7.
new format.
Plenty of time
Absolutely,
to
yep.
go. We now enter the 11th shot. For the next competition shot, load.
This is Bindra. You can see
Start.
how he very carefully marks out where he stands. Rather more conventional way to hold the rifle. Some have it on their palms, some on their knuckles. Well, he is the man to beat at the moment. Everyone was... Bindra with a 10.6. Well, that's going to put pressure on Kumar. Kumar with a 10.6 as well. Only a 10 from Rivers and a 10.6 from Parr as well. So really good shooting this round. Everyone in the 10s. Rivers with a 10, the lowest score. You wouldn't expect that necessarily.
No, I mean, I think that's actually brought Rivers and Parr tied in that bronze medal position for now. But I mean, it's only 1.3 up to the silver, so it's really tight between these athletes.
And keep an eye out for Abdullah Baki, the Bangladeshi shooter, who's only 0.3 away from a medal himself.
Yes.
First and second is still 1.3, but the two Englishmen have now switched places. Parr also achieved
Mohamed Nazir Khan, the man who is sweating in firing point E. He's the man who's 1.1 points adrift, really, and it is the sixth place that's going to be decided in this next round of shots.
For the next competition shot, load. Start.
50 seconds then to get these shots away. 6 shooters left in this final. Mohamed Nazir Khan in the centre of the group, really, in E. The man under pressure. Another good one from Bindra, 10.5 from Bindra, 9.9 from Kumar, and Baki with a 10.6, goodness me.
Parr with a
Fabulous.
9.3 as well, so that's going to close the gap on that.
Well, Nazir Khan couldn't pull out the goods when he wanted to. 9.5 is a little bit disappointing, to be fair.
Mohamed Nasir Khan.
Well, the man from the Malaysian Armed Forces club will be disappointed not to make it to the medals. Been in good form recently in the World Cup, but he has to take himself away from the range and watch from a distance. Well, it's tight. Ravi Kumar ahead of his mostly decorated compatriot Bindra, Abhinav Bindra. Baki with that shot has pulled himself up into the bronze medal position, and the English pair now have to start to pull themselves up, otherwise they'll be eliminated.
Yes, they do. I mean, they're not too far behind, and there are still 8 shots left in this final, but I wouldn't say at this point that any of these medals are certain. It is all up for grabs.
Next stage, 2 shots, 2 lots of 50-second bursts. And this is where you really have to be composed. That's Parr, and there's the other Englishman, Dan Rivers. Parr is the man who's in 5th and at the moment final place. Rivers with a 10.3. Bindra with a 10.1 and a 9.1 from Kumar. Goodness me.
That's going to change things a little bit.
Oh, and a 9 from Parr as well. Oh, dearie me.
After the 13th shot, the highest score of that round was the Englishman, Daniel Rivers, with a 10.3.
Well, it's really changed around. Parr in all sorts of bother now. 2.1 points behind safety. You can't see him recovering
No,
that, can you?
that's going to be really difficult to come back from with just one shot left.
But 10.3 from Dan Rivers. What a time to pull that one out.
Yeah.
Bindra and Kumar.
His fellow Indian Kumar in second place.
Very, very tight between them, even with Kumar's 9.1.
Are gaining ever closer. Par is down the bottom there in fifth
Well, it's
place.
very tight, and you can see how many people are packed into this temporary firing range. Will be dismantled after the Commonwealth Games, but it's fabulously done, well appointed. The athletes are very happy with it, I think.
Yep, it is. It's an absolutely fantastic facility, and they're very pleased with it.
Start.
Well, surely a lost cause for Ken Parr. Parr's posse are just in front of us here, and they have come and been very vocal, and they are hoping above all else that he can pull something out and something might happen. 10.5 from Bindra whilst we wait for Parr. Another 9.9, another disappointment really from Kumar. 10.4 from Parr. I don't think will be enough, but what a way to finish.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic finish on a good shot. He'll have tried very hard for that.
And after the 14th shot in confirmed 5th place for the men's 10-metre air rifle, please give it up for England's Kenneth Parr.
2 silvers in Delhi. He won't get a medal, and his posse here will be very disappointed. 2 more events for him to try and get another medal. 5th for Ken Parr. And his body language, despite that stiff canvas, says it all. He's a bit slumped there. So, 4 left. 1 person, well, it will be agonising. They'll miss out by just 1 place. And it's just 0.2 between 4th place Baki and Daniel Rivers in 3rd. So, India 1st and 2nd, England 3rd, and Bangladesh with Baki in 4th place.
For the next competition shot, load. Start.
So then, who can outlast everybody else? Who can keep the calmness and who can just worry about the target in front of them? That's all that should matter, but of course, it's not always that simple.
Yep, the nerves will be going just now. These next 2 shots are going to decide the 3 medalists.
Well, 9.8 from Rivers, that could be a real disaster for him. And Baki with a 10.6. Rivers has been punished there. Finds himself 0.6 behind in 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, that's not an insurmountable lead, but it's going to be close.
10.6 from Baki, really getting the crowd going as well.
Fantastic round for Baki.
We can also see Bindra pulling away slightly from Kumar. Now there's a gap of 1.2 between the 2 Indians.
Before this, you might well put your house on Abhinav Bindra because, you know, we say he's so obsessive.
Yeah.
He's so decorated in terms of medals, but he's 31. And Kumar is 24. Perhaps he's the hungrier of the 2. Who knows?
Possibly.
Start.
Rivers with a mountain to climb here. Let's see if he can put a good score. Then he's done everything he can, and he just has to wait and see. He will be very disappointed with that 9.8. 10.1 from Rivers. Waiting for Baki. This is the important one in this round. And a 10. Oh, well, it's looking like we have a shoot-off for 4th place. Goodness me, 162.4 for both these athletes.
And it's not a shoot-off between Rivers and Baki, it's Kumar who has dropped down the board.
A 9.3 from Kumar. All of a sudden, everything changes from top
There is a tie
to bottom
for the
at the
lowest
moment.
ranking finalist to be eliminated.
Well, who would have thought that when we went into this final
next
shot?
command is for Rivers and Kumar.
The nerves will be really high on this shot.
For the shoot-off shot,
Two shooters.
Start.
On each side of this range. 50 seconds to get this shot away. Can Rivers come back from what seemed to... He seemed to be dead in the water, didn't he?
Yep, he's made a good comeback.
10.1.
That might be enough.
Let's see what Kumar can do. He needs a big one here. 9.6, it's not enough. It's not enough to spare from the Indian fans. But I can tell you, the English fans in front of me are going absolutely ballistic. And what a shot there. Kumar been leading all the way through, and one false shot, and he's in trouble.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed bronze medal at the very least as well for Rivers.
And in confirmed fourth place for the men's 10-metre air rifle, representing India, Ravi Kumar.
And the man from the India Air Forces Club, this is the only event he's been entered for, and so it's an awful way, a long way home for Ravi Kumar.
Go India!
What a shame for the 24-year-old, but what drama we've had here.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. Couldn't ask for more in the final.
Now, as we enter the 17th shot and the final stages of the competition, 3 medal winners are determined, but which medals they will take is decided by the last 4 shots. Bindra, Baki and Rivers will take home medals. We enter
It's
the
very,
17th
very
shot.
close. So the 3 left, gold, silver and bronze.
Load.
The gap from Rivers up to Baki in the silver position, just 0.5. So again, not too big at all.
So Rivers really could come back from the dead here.
He could
from being
indeed.
almost being left in 5th place. He's making his way up. This will do wonders for his confidence as well. Taking a lot longer to get this shot away. 10.5 from Bindra. 9.5 from Rivers and a 10 from Baki. That puts Rivers back into a bit of bother here.
After the 17th
Points
shot, the
behind
highest score of
Baki
that
now,
round was
Danny
for the
Rivers.
Indian leader Abhinav Bindra with a 10.5.
Well, such calmness under pressure. This is the man we were a bit surprised was languishing a little bit in the lower numbers, but all of a sudden he's shot some really good shots, hasn't he?
Yep, his experience is just showing through, and he's really getting a good handle of his nerves in this final. And it's showing. He now has a 2-point gap in the gold medal position.
He shot a couple of 10.6s, but now we have to see who's going to take bronze medal. At the moment, it's Dan Rivers. Abdullah Baki of Bangladesh is a point ahead of him. Anything less than a point difference and he will scrape through to the silver. Here we go then, 50 seconds on the clock, and it's counting down now. Certainly taking a lot longer over the shooting than we were earlier on. 10.5 from Rivers, that's excellent stuff. 10 from Bindra, now Baki. Can he hang on here? Oh, it's a 9.5.
It's another tie shot.
It's another shoot-off. Goodness me, what drama, could you believe it? Well, Dan Rivers, if he's going to get silver, he's going to do it the hard way.
He is indeed, and folks, if you're not used to shooting, I must tell you that it's not often that you get tie shots in a final.
And 2 in one final, goodness me.
Finalists to be eliminated.
Some people can hardly look. And you know what England are like in shootouts?
And Baki only.
I have to say, Dan looked quite good in that last one.
Yeah. So
for the shoot-off shot, load.
Bindra can relax, the other 2 can't.
Start.
Baki and Rivers head-to-head to make sure they can at least get the silver. Whoever wins this one shot, guaranteed the silver. 9.4 and a 9.8 from Baki. Oh, they both floundered a little bit. It was both poor shooting from them both, but yeah, in the end, Dan Rivers has to settle for bronze. He managed to get through one shoot-off, but not the second.
No, not quite. Nerves obviously got to both athletes there, but Baki just edging him out.
Well, they're standing here to applaud Dan Rivers, the 23-year-old. Wanted to challenge for a medal here. He's done that, and what a reception from this crowd. so close to the silver as well, but he's got to concentrate on the positives, hasn't he?
He does indeed. I mean, a medal for Dan in this event is absolutely fantastic. He works so hard, and that's going to be excellent confidence boost for him going into the later this week in the small bore events.
So, this should be easy for Abhinav Bindra, but stranger things have happened.
They have indeed, actually, but a 2.5 gap with 2 points left should be pretty safe for Bindra.
2.5, we enter the 19th shot.
For the next competition shot, load. Start.
Well, Baki just has to hope that he shoots out of his skin, and then Bindra perhaps just falters. You can't see it from the 31-year-old. He's such a very well-prepared man. Oh, 9.8. Now. All you need now is Baki to respond. I'm not sure whether you can hear what's going on in the hall. 9.6. Ah, well, surely Bindra's gold.
And after
The Indians are very raucous next to us. They think the gold is at their man's.
He increases his lead slightly to 2.7, going into
You can see just how calm and controlled Bindra still is.
And silver medal will be going to the
He's done this all before, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
This could well be his 5th Commonwealth Games gold. He has 3 silvers and 1 bronze as well.
And who will take silver?
For the next competition shot, load. Start.
This to see who takes the gold, unless we have an unprecedented 3rd shootout. 2.7 though, it's a big margin. 10.6 from Bindra. What's it going to be from Baki? He has to concentrate here. I don't think he'll be too disappointed with the silver. 10.1 is a nice way to finish. But India take the gold. Abhinav Bindra, yet another one for his cabinet. Of course, had the gold in Beijing in 2008 at the Olympic Games. Gold in Delhi in the air rifle pairs at 10 metres. Goodness me, gold medals in Delhi, gold medals in Melbourne, gold medals in Manchester, and now a gold medal in Glasgow 2014.
Yep, another one to add to his set, and it's really his experience that wins out today.
What a response from the crowd. There is a Bangladeshi flag quite rightly being flown in the audience as well. But there are many more Indians here, much bigger team, much bigger support base as well.
And your bronze medal winner representing England for this competition, Daniel Rivers.
That flag just been thrown down, and the Bangladeshi team absolutely delighted. Rivers, the Englishman, I think when he reflects, although he could have had a silver, he's done ever so well, hasn't he? And it's been a great competition.
Yes, it has. I think he'll be wonderfully happy with the bronze, and to come through 2 shoot-offs, fantastic.
Very shortly within the next.
Well, Andrew, thank you very much for your contribution. What an exciting final this has been. We always expected a very strong Asian contingent and a very strong Asian medal charge in. Well, the Indians are on the gold medal board here. Abhinav Bindra, he's done it before, he's done it again. He takes gold. Abdullah Baki takes the silver, and Dan Rivers takes the bronze.
Well done. Thank you. Nice to car. No, really did very well. Second last shot, 9 something.
We will be back soon with the medal ceremony. It was gold for Singapore in the women's 10-metre air pistol, and now gold for India in the men's event. From Carnoustie then, Back to Glasgow Green, the National Hockey Centre, and Australia, who beat Malaysia 4-0 in their first group game, are on the goal hunt again, this time against Wales. Jodie Kenny had them one up, and Georgina Parker made it 2 for the defending Commonwealth champions, Australia. Looking a really powerful unit in the opening games of Glasgow 2014. And Jodie Kenny on the mark again, her second of the game against the Welsh, and 3-0, quickly becoming 4-0. Emily Smith this time, this goal scorer for Australia, squeezing that one in at the near post. And that was goal number 5. And a hat-trick for Jodie Kenny, 5-0 Australia. The goal scoring so far, though, not finished. Goal number 6, Brooke Perez this time, scoring. It's all smiles for the Australians, you can understand why. And Wales on the way to a heavy defeat in the women's hockey against the reigning champions. This is the Games Channel at Glasgow 2014, keeping you across all the major sports stories on day 2 of the 20th Commonwealth Games. Our next stop is the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre. The boxing competition, it's the men's welterweight category, 69 kilos, round of 32. And Scotland's Lewis Benson is in action against Bowen Morgan of New Zealand. Your commentators John Harker and Jim Watt.
From Denmark, Klaus Benjamin. From Hungary, Roland Juhas. And from Turkey,
he was
Yasser Sina.
An electrician. Benson, he's had time off work the last year and a half to get ready for these games.
In the red corner, representing New Zealand, Bowen Morgan. And in the blue corner, representing Scotland, a referee in charge from Brazil, Jones Kennedy Silva de Rosario.
So the Kiwi Morgan in the red, Lewis Benson, the Scot, in the blue. Morgan's a bit of a switch hitter. He's a natural southpaw, but you'll see him switch stances during the fight. He does it often. He started natural and went back to southpaw.
Well, he knows what tactics are required here against the taller man, and he's making Benson look a little bit ungainly in the early stages here. Benson has to find a way to find himself some room. That's the way you do it, with good solid shots from the back foot. Benson needed a box off against the fellow he beat in the national finals as the champion to gain his place here. He repeated the victory, so I'm sure he'll be confident, but this is a little tearaway he's facing here.
He's going to keep coming forward, isn't he, Morgan?
Yeah, I think Benson's woken up a little bit now.
See, Morgan's footwork's pretty interesting. He switches but doesn't stay for long. Or at least that's what he's done so far. He's mostly been in an orthodox stance, but then he'll switch and go automatically, you know, 1 or 2 punches later straight back.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder if the guys who do that have done a little bit of kickboxing in their earlier days. I don't know about this young man. He's taking a few as he comes forward, and he's missing a little bit. but the constant pressure will certainly be taking something out of Benson's tank. Benson's getting off the cleaner punches maybe, but just struggling to keep this fellow under control.
It's not a fight that's going to lack action, is it? You wonder how long Morgan can keep up this sort of pace.
You know, sometimes when you're the pressure fighter, there's the other guy who runs out of steam because he's been forced to work when he doesn't want to work. So it's good tactics, especially if you're facing a man who's a bit more cultured than you. So I would imagine this hectic pace may well take more out of Benson because of that. You know, he's been made to work, he's been made to throw punches when he's not set to throw them.
Yep.
And that takes energy. If you're relaxed and throwing punches when you decide everything's fine, but this is hot. I think he's got home with the more scoring punches, Benson. But at times has looked uncomfortable.
It's a pretty good first round.
Excellent.
I think you could argue that for either one of them, but do you lean towards Benson?
I lean towards Benson with the cleaner punches landed, but the work rate of Morgan can well have impressed the judges. I'm interested to see what the judges liked here. You know, he was taking punches as he was coming forward, you know, and missing wildly at times. In amateur boxing, you know, sometimes they lean towards the more cultured, if you like, which may be unfair to Morgan. But I'm looking forward to see how the judges like that. That one kind of landed the back of the head a little bit. Yeah.
Yep, all gone for Benson.
The same as me. I just thought the cleaner punching would impress the amateur judges.
So round two. Bowen Morgan from New Zealand in the red. Lewis Benson, the Scot. They love their boxing here in Glasgow. They love a stoush.
If I was Benson, I'd be looking to win the first couple of rounds here, because this little guy looks like he has a terrific engine, and he looks as though he can do this all night long. So, you know, get the job done in the first couple of rounds, and then maybe coast a bit if you have to in the last round. He looks a bit more relaxed in this round, Benson.
Yeah,
maybe not the same intensity.
He's found his range with the jab a bit better.
Oh, great shot.
That was a fantastic shot.
I don't think in amateur boxing they scored big on knockdowns. That virtually was a knockdown. The ropes kept him up. I think in amateur boxing they just look upon it as a one punch, whereas in pro boxing that wins you the round.
Yeah.
So, but I would say that's what the judges are going to remember. So Benson's got to have to come up with something as good, if not better. That must have taken something out of him. That was a big punch.
Like the little work in there from Morgan as well inside. Just kept busy to the body. And he's, well, for a moment, he's taken the crowd out of this fight as well. They've got very silent. Their local boy.
I think Benson's still feeling the effects of that punch. You know, his legs don't look as strong as they were. He's taken another little right hand there.
And now the crowd trying to lift him. Another left hand. Oh. He's going to keep coming, Morgan.
Well, he's producing the eye-catching punches in this round.
That little overhand right there was a nice one as well.
Yeah, but I think he's knocked the fight out of Benson with that one single big punch. He's looking for it again here.
Benson trying to move and just counter, keep him off with the jab.
See, if his legs are not feeling right, then you're not getting any leverage into your own punches. I just feel he's maybe recovering from it now, but I think that had a lasting effect, that big punch from Morgan.
Well, even those punches there, the pace is not gone. Morgan needs to get back inside. So it's going to be a very interesting third round.
Yeah, well, I've liked what Morgan did in that round, and his trainer agrees. That was a terrific effort. I got the impression in the opening round that Morgan could do this all night long. That was a terrific punch. Bang. See, bang on the jaw, and you can see the look in Benson's eyes as he took the punch.
And he was lucky it didn't happen centre ring.
Yeah, that was a powerful punch, and I think it took him a little while to get out of his system. His legs looked a little bit shaky for a good full minute afterwards.
Yep.
So that the same as me. Yep. So it's all on the last round.
So we're locked up. Well, did you hear that? I hope you did at home. The fight is yours, don't throw it away. That was the instruction from the, hardly an instruction, the statement from the trainer for the New Zealander. And we're locked up at 19 points apiece. Owen Morgan, he's going to keep on coming forward. Lewis Benson's legs look a little sharper now. The rest has been good.
I think Benson needs to find a little bit of snap. There's a good right hook Benson forced to take. He needs some snap in the punches. There's no good throwing don't hit me punches at this fellow. They won't keep him off. So he either needs to get some snap in the punches or more movement.
Well, just as you're saying it, Jim, those two jabs that he just threw, they're just pushes. They're nothing, they're just pushes. Please stay off me punches. As you say, don't hit me punches. And Morgan's going to walk straight through those, as he's just done.
That's what he's doing, yeah. Now, this is impressive stuff. Morgan wants to win it, and he's putting it on the line. Benson's going to have to do the same. He needs to find some leverage.
Oh, there's not a lot behind that right hand. And he's walked into another decent
body
left.
shot.
Yeah, good body shot.
When you're struggling already, you don't like those body shots. I always feel, John, if you want to win a fight on the back foot, you've got to do it convincingly. And Benson, not all that convincing to me at the moment on the back foot. Now, he's vulnerable when he's throwing punches, Benson, and that's dangerous against this little buzzsaw.
Yeah, he's not getting his right hand back quickly enough, is he? And that left hook's done a lot of damage. And again, that's just a push. That left hand, there's nothing left. There's nothing left with that left hand at all.
Nah, these are good punches coming back from Morgan. This is really a good performance. He's turned things around, and he's not allowing Benson to turn it back.
The crowd like that, but have missed.
He's been caught cleanly far too many times, Benson. I think even in the old scoring system, he'd be struggling here. Sometimes at the end of a tough three-rounder, you think to yourself, who deserves to get through here? And I'm Scottish, but you know what? I feel maybe Morgan's just a man who's put that a little bit more into this. Can't fault either man. I won't argue whichever way it goes. But this has been non-stop action for 3 rounds. This has been terrific. They can both be proud.
That's a terrific fight. You get the feeling that Morgan's probably just shaded the local hope.
Yeah, Morgan was on his case all the way through, and we saw too many of those clean punches. When Benson was throwing punches, he was vulnerable, his head was too high, and we saw that so often. There it is again. Okay, that was the kind of wrist part of the glove, but it all created the impression, and the impression was that Morgan was in the driving seat. We'll see if the judges' scorecard reflects that.
So neither one of them looks overly confident. They know it's tight.
We go to the scorecards. We have a split decision in favour of the winner through to the next round in the red corner. Representing New Zealand, Bowen Morgan.
Well, it's hard to argue with.
Well, I'm patriotic as the next man, John, but that's the way I saw it. Couldn't argue with that.
So Bowen Morgan through to the round of 16. Great win for the Kiwi.
Good win for Bowen Morgan in the boxing. And next on the Games channel, we are going back to the National Hockey Centre at Glasgow Green to pick up where we left off with Australia against Wales. It was 6-0. It hasn't stopped there. For the defending champions, that was Georgina Parker, scoring her second goal of the game to make it 7-0. It's become a stroll in the sun for the Australians, and this was their 8th goal. And Jodie Kenny, having scored a hat-trick earlier on, matched by Georgina Parker. And that made it 8-0. Georgia Nanskawan scored their next goal, and that is now Australia 9, Wales 0. So let's head back to the boxing hall now. It's another welterweight bout in the round of 32, and this time it's Memusi Tiswege of Botswana against Kekole Paneng of Lesotho.
Scott Fitzgerald and Lewis Benson. And for this session, this is the final welterweight fight. We're in the round of 32. All up 31 welterweights entered into this competition, qualified through. And this boy's having his birthday today. Kekole Paneng turns 27 today. From Lesotho. And Lesotho, of course,
ladies and gentlemen, still in the men's welterweight 69 kilo division. Our judges are
a good boxing pedigree. Moses Kopo.
From Wales, David Mark Williams. From Colombia, we have Armando Carmenel. And from Azerbaijan, Rovshan Hasnov. Introducing in the red corner, representing Botswana, Memusi Tiswege. And in the blue corner, representing Lesotho, Kekole Paneng.
Memusi Tiswege is 23 with not a great deal of experience.
A referee for this one from Argentina, Gerardo Poggi.
He's fought a couple of times at the All-African Championships, but Paneng at 27. Been around a little lot longer. He made his debut almost a decade ago.
Run one.
And we're underway. Paneng in the blue, Tiswege in the red.
Well, this is the first Southpaw Orthodox encounter we've had. sometimes they can become untidy. Hopefully not here.
Well, the leading, of course, the front foot can get in each other's road. And you'll probably see the boy in blue try and constantly move to his left to get onto the outside of the left hand of his opponent. But if you move one way all fight, you'll get found out.
Yeah, well, the southpaw likes to move in an anti-clockwise direction. The orthodox is the opposite. So quite often the upper hand is the guy who can make the fight go in his direction and get his leading hand outside the other. But Schwiege is just trying to overwhelm Paneng here, I think, in the early stages.
A little sloppy start so far.
Yeah, Schwiege, he's not using the southpaw stance to any advantage because he's just swinging punches from long range. So he's not posing any great problems for Paneng, apart from the pace that he's setting and the fact that he's prepared to take the initiative, which he certainly is.
Paneng at the moment not doing enough with his jab to keep him off. He keeps moving backwards, but he's got to get that jab out and do something other than just there. He's waving it a little as opposed to throwing with any real venom. Not throwing at the target, just waving it in front.
Well, a lot of wasted energy so far in this one. We haven't seen too much of that. Just maybe over anxious, a little bit too eager, or maybe settle down. But I think Tweedy just produced slightly the better boxing. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice defensive work there, countering.
Got himself out of the corner quickly too, didn't he?
Yeah, it's beginning to settle down now, that's good. Just too much enthusiasm sometimes.
Pretty tight first round.
Yeah, it was. I leaned slightly towards Sweden from Botswana. But really, it was scrappy for the first 2.5 minutes. So the judges can see it how they like. I won't argue with them.
Taking more time as a good. Good. Stop there. Stop. How's that? Keep that please. More.
Yep, they've seen it that way. This is the last of our. They've been. I tell you what, they've been noisy, haven't they? The crowd support's been good. I don't know who's producing that high-pitched scream, I suppose, is the only way you can describe it. It's been...
No, I think that the crowd have reacted well. The quality's been good, and the crowd have loved it. And they've been very impartial, which I'm quite proud about. I thought when the English boxer come out, Scott Fitzgerald, the place was full of English people when I heard the reception, but then when the Scots guy boxed, it was so obviously they're giving the English boxers a terrific hand, and that's the kind of crowd that we want here. That's terrific. This is an amateur sport. Everyone's here to do their best. Let's enjoy it. Oh, just losing his balance there.
If you can pick up that scream in the back, that's. I hope you can, because here at ringside, it's spectacular. It's a great voice. So Paneng in the blue and Schwiege in the red. Do you think it's a horn, do you?
It sounds like a whistle, yeah. It sounds like a whistle. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Oh, I reckon it's... my money's on it being a voice. There are some whistles out there as well, though.
Well, if it's a voice, I'm glad I'm not married to it.
Could break some glasses, that's for sure. Schwiege took the first round. Boxing in the red.
Those were two lovely counters. Paneng knew, I think he'd lost the opener. He's trying to press himself here, just walked onto two lovely punches. Just have to think about skill. What rate's important, but think about your skills.
And this is what often happens where you see the two of them there sort of waving their arms, their jabs at each other, is because, you know, when you're standing in a natural stance against the southpaw, you often can't find a way if you don't move to get through.
He just lost his way there, the referee giving him a warning for turning round. But I thought he was thinking, if I don't turn round, if I turn back again, I'm going to get punched. I think he did the right thing.
Yeah, they're both just standing across from each other at the moment. Neither one of them beginning to move to try and get on the outside of the other's jab.
I think Sweetie has got the slightly better idea of the two.
Well, I think if they stay like that, it's going to help Sweetie anyway.
Yeah, I think so too. This pace suits him. He's now using the southpaw stance a bit more of an advantage, which he wasn't doing there, the good left hand there. Yeah, he's just producing the tidier work. Just seems to have the better idea. But I don't think we're looking, unless we see some improvement at the medal winner, the gold medal winners here. Just a little bit scrappy, a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, we'll see more welterweights in the second session, but we've already seen some pretty impressive performances. A nice little counter.
Yeah, Sweetie's just giving the idea, the perception that he's got a slightly better idea of how to go about this. On the front foot now.
And around two, a round that's probably gone the way of the boy from Botswana, Sweetie.
Yeah, he's picking some nice punches here and there. Mistakes being made by Paneng and forced. A couple of good punches of his own, as you can see. But I lean towards Sweetie. That's where he made the mistake. Did the right thing. No one's going to hit you in the back of the head here. I see they've got the ice pack on his shoulder, John, and he kind of complained when he got back to the corner. So he's obviously knocked something out of the shoulder. I hope it's not the rotator cuff problem. Don't think it will be, but he seems to be in some discomfort there.
So going into the third round, and Sweetie in the red from Botswana is 2 points up, leads this fight 20-18 against Paneng. Southpaw versus natural. Sweetie fighting out of that southpaw stance.
Paneng giving it a go, as he knows he has to do. But he's walking onto punches. Nice little left hand he walked onto there.
Quick hands to Sweetie there as well. Bit of tape had come loose.
I just don't think Paneng has ever really adapted to the problems that Sweetie has set. You know, he's doing pretty much the same things as he was doing in the opening round. They weren't working then. It's just he needs to adapt. I don't think he's capable of it.
And there's just not quite enough movement to his right. He needs to have the jab coming out, moving a bit more to his right. Sweetie now isn't concerned about his jab, so he's walking straight through it.
Yep.
We saw a moment ago when he backed right up into Sweetie's corner.
And the tempo is too low key as well to knock Sweetie out of his comfort zone. So, but I mean, we have to gauge the capabilities of boxers. You know, the young kids, they're not the finished article by any means, so we don't want to be overcritical. Now, that I thought that was just a stumble. Yeah, I don't think a punch caused the knockdown there.
No,
I just looked like, you know, as if the knees or something came together there.
Yeah, I think the leading legs, the punch looked more like it landed on his shoulder.
Yeah.
As we're inside the last minute, you get a nice little counter there, but he's just getting more, and as he gets more and more desperate, Penang is getting more sloppy.
Yeah, I think Sweet J is just kind of keeping his nose in front, just doing the right thing. He's not getting involved. You know, as though he feels the job is done and don't muck it up.
And for this session, this will be the last of the welterweight fights. There's a winning contest. Sweet J will make his way through.
Yep. I mean, all the way through, you just felt he was the cuter of the two. Didn't use the southpaw stance to much of an advantage in the early stages, but once the pace settled, I mean, it was a little bit disjointed at times. They both were. They always just seemed to have that little bit more composure, landed the better quality punches. So I would certainly be sending him through.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our judges' scores all in agreement. The winner by unanimous decision now through to the next round. In the red corner, representing Botswana, Musi Shwiche.
So he's through to the round of 16.
And please, your appreciation from Lesotho, Kokole Pane.
And next up.